Well, a very good morning and welcome to Beckenham here on the Surrey live stream for this Metro Bank one-day game between the Surrey Women and the Lancashire Women. Lovely to have you with us as always, and as you can see, it's a very nice day down here in Beckenham. September the 7th, I think it is today. And we've got blue sky, a bit of cloud, sun's out, nice and warm. Couple of people already have got their deck chairs out, sat down there. Here comes another deck chair. So getting themselves ready for what is a very important game for both sides. The table at the moment is very, very tight. Hampshire on top with 36 points, then Lancashire with 31, the Blaze with 31, Surrey with 27, Durham with 26, Somerset with 24. Couple of games to go in the group stage. And for Surrey, Essex here and Durham in the competition in round 5. Lancashire winning that one by 5 wickets, and Alice Davison Richards making 100. Surrey 296 for 8, Lancashire 299 for 5 with Fee Morris 90 not out. Delighted to say alongside me to get us started this morning is Kirsty White. Good morning to you. And well, we were having a little natter there before we actually went on air, and we were saying that, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides now in the shake-up for this knockout stage of the competition. And as you said, Somerset are coming up on the rails, but from a Surrey perspective, win today would be very handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, win today would be really, really important. Obviously, that washout at Trent Bridge this week would have played a really big role. I think Surrey would have felt really confident going into that game, and obviously having them in the position that they did, they'd have felt confident to pick up the points there. So, yeah, big win today for Surrey, hopefully. Push them up the table a bit, but also relying on some other results to come in and hopefully solidify a bit more of a strong position moving into those quarter-finals.
The first bit of news for you is that Lancashire have won the toss. They have decided to have a bowl. Now, what we've seen here at Beckenham is it will be a belter. The sun's out. It'll be a high-scoring game, and sides tend to like to chase, don't they?
Yeah, and I think probably Surrey would have done the same, won the toss and bowled. Typically, Beckenham this time of year as well, with some more tired wickets and used wickets, we see a lot of turn. So wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of spin today. But yeah, I think we're in for a lot of runs, hopefully. Obviously, Kira Chatley has had a fantastic 100, so she'll be firing, ready to go. Bryony Smith as well in good nick, so I think we could be in to see a bit of a spectacle today.
Well, they're the Lancashire side in a huddle. Let's run through the two sides for you. Lancashire will line up with Emma Lamb and Gabby Lewis, then Serin Smale, Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, Elisa Lister, Danny Collins, Kate Cross, Grace Potts, Hannah Jones and Phoebe Graham, who plays her first game in the competition. From a Surrey perspective, unchanged from that side that had the Blaze in trouble. So Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley, Alice Capsey, Alice Davison Richards, Paige Schofield, Kalia Moore, Alice Monaghan, Phoebe Franklin, Alexa Stonehouse, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine Coleman. Players out there in the middle, the Surrey opening pair. And as I say, it is a glorious day today. Early September, last month of the season. There's been an awful lot of cricket played in various different competitions, but we're now down, Kirsty, as they say in the sporting parlance, to the business end of the season. This is the business end of the season where everything will get sorted out, and we will know in about 3 weeks' time who's won everything from, well, I suppose a women and a men's perspective. So it's Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley out there in the middle. Smith has got 294 runs in the comp this season, Chatley 90, but Kira Chatley, as you said, was in tremendous form in the 100. Lovely article about her as well on the BBC Sport website, and that was good to see. And there's Kate Cross to get us started this morning from what is officially known as the city end of the ground. It's been called many things over the years. So here we go, first ball of the day. Bryony Smith on strike. It's a length delivery. Smith walks into the drive. and there is no run. You can see the Crystal Palace antenna there in the distance. Few people dotted around in the green seats of the big stand, and then the Crystal Palace indoor training ground away there behind the green seats. Smith onto the back foot, looking for the first run of the day, just turns this one into the leg side. No run once again. So, yeah, as I say, here at Beckenham, tend to bat first. You tend to find massive scores on the board. Of course, earlier in the competition, we saw Alice Capsey in that tied game, wasn't it, against the Blaze here.
Yeah.
And Alice Capsey in that one, making 125. Backs away outside the leg stump on this occasion. Does Bryony Smith, looking to make some room through the covers. There's a barking dog.
It's Alice Davison Richards' dog, actually, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you know that from the bark?
No, I know, because I've seen her mum walking Nellie round.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Nice tidy start this from Kate Cross, as always. Got a slip in there, as you can see. That's a length delivery, just driven by Bryony Smith up the ground. So Kate Cross immediately hitting a pretty good line and a pretty good length, which she's done over the course of her career, of course. I always say with Bryony Smith, Kirsty, I'd love to see Bryony Smith bat for, in a 50 over game, 35 overs. I would love to see Bryony Smith bat for 35 overs of a 50 over game, especially here at Beckenham on a good pitch. It's nicely bowled as well by Cross, just pushed down to backward point by Bryony Smith, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're not alone. I think there are a lot of people that would like to see that as well, and I think it's that one piece of her game that I think if that can just fall into place, then sky's the limit, really. She's so dangerous and so powerful up front, particularly in that first 10. Coming out of the power play, I think I'd just like to see her, push on even into 2025.
Maybe today's the day. As this is chipped uppishly, but nicely timed through the leg side. It's the first runs of the day, and that is beautifully timed despite the dive. That's away for 4. I think Kate Cross is a bit surprised by that from Bryony Smith, because it was no more than a little flick of the wrists. Seeing it again now, just drifting onto her leg stump, and yep, nothing more than a flick of the wrist, that from Bryony Smith. And Danielle Collins did her very best to get to that end of the first over then, and Kira Chatley will be on strike for the start of over 2. But a nice tidy start for Surrey.
Yeah, I think Kate Cross will be disappointed with that. 5 dot balls in the lead up. I feel like she was probably searching for a little bit of swing. She's bowling very, very full just to see what is out there. There's not a lot of movement in the air, and we know she does get a bit of purchase off the seam, but yeah, that was nicely placed there from Bryony Smith. It was a little bit uppish off the bat, but she's found the gap, and even with the amount of rain that's been around this week, this outfield is absolutely rapid, just down the slope towards the stand. Picks up 4.
Well, as I say, we're into September now, so there may be something there. Grace Potts to get us started. There's a bit of swing straight away from Potts, and just pushed away by Chatley into the offside. And Potts operating from the Beckenham end of the ground, but definite swing there, first up and late as well.
Yeah, the big thing that I just noticed actually in her delivery stride is she's got a real high leap. She actually has a real vertical takeoff in her delivery stride.
She's taken 6 wickets so far in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. There's Grace Potts, but that will be encouragement for her, that first delivery. They've got the slip in there again, as this is on leg stump, tucked away into the leg side by Chatley. Lister does the fielding. Yeah, I suppose if you see a bit of swing, what you mustn't do is get greedy. But that first ball was the perfect line for a little bit of swing, and then the next ball was on or around the leg stump. Just want to bang it on or about off stump. There you go, perfect. And pushed away by Chatley out into the offside, but just a little bit of away shape there for Potts.
Yeah, she's targeting the stumps, isn't she? She's wanting to challenge that edge, that outside edge of Chatley's bat. She's bowling a really straight line and just seeing if she can nick her off, but she obviously can't afford to stray too straight. Square leg is up inside the circle.
Yeah, there is a gap away just behind square on the leg side. That's a good line, good length again, and Chatley very respectfully just driving this one up towards mid-off. If this was any other sport, I think Lancashire would be having to wear a different away kit because they're very, very similar. And Lancashire's, though, I think is a darkish blue, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
But you're not.
I miss the red. I think I just associate Lancs with red.
I see what you mean. There's Chatley driving outside edge, and it's just past the right hand of slip and down towards third. Great length. And Chatley couldn't resist, but just away from slips, right hand. But there you go, little bit of swing again. And Chatley just lost her shape on that. And funnily enough, it didn't really fly off the bat at all, did it? It sort of hung in the air there. But a little bit of late swing again. Chatley's off the mark with that single. Last ball of this second over. And again, little bit of swing away from the right-handed Smith. Graham does the fielding at mid-off. Interesting over that from Potts. And as you can see, 2 gone if you're just joining us. Kirsty White is alongside. Cameron Ponsonby is here, and Georgie Heath are here as well. And Surrey stuck in 5 without loss.
Yeah, I think there are 2 challenges here that Surrey face, and coming off the back of that 100 competition where it's all thick and fast and power and, you know, really trying to express yourself, is actually the challenge that these 2 batters now face is trying to strike the balance with their aggressive batters, so not wanting to risk anything too soon. Obviously there are a lot of overs in the day to get through, but also not going within themselves and actually kind of playing pokey, risky cricket. The second challenge here is that Kate Cross is significantly quicker, and that's the difference with Potts.
Start of the third. First ball that Chatley's faced from Cross just nudges this one out into the leg side.
Kate Cross is on you, so she's fast through the crease, picks up speed off the deck, and you can kind of use the pace to generate some power, whereas Grace Potts is taller. The swing from the hand, and it also floats a little bit in the air, so where you aren't able to get on top of it is where obviously Kira Chatley has actually forced that outside edge in the last over.
Driving, here's Chatley. That's off a thickish outside edge, and again the fielding is good at backward point. She'll get a single. Fielding today will be so crucial. And we saw Serin Smale with that outside edge from Chatley in the last over in there at slip. But it hung in the air on her. But here at Beckenham, if you're one of those sweepers later in the game or after the power play, you know you are going to be run ragged. And you've got to have your best fielders in the right positions here at Beckenham. Otherwise you'll find that the runs come far too quickly. Kate Cross very particular about exactly where she wants mid-wicket on the edge of the circle for Bryony Smith. That's a catching position. Forward goes Smith. Nice soft hands. That'll run down towards third and they'll pick up another single. But yeah, very particular in where she's putting her mid-wicket for Bryony Smith, because it's changed now when Chatley comes back onto strike. I think it's Lister in there in her bright red boots, but for Chatley she comes just in front of square, just in front of the umpire at square leg. Interesting. And we did see Kira Chatley in this over, the first ball of the over, just not one away through that area. Taking the slip out now for Chatley. 4th ball of this third over. That's short, and that's punched by Chatley, but straight to backward point. And there is no run as the fielding's done by Emma Lamb might feel she's missed out a touch there. Kira Chatley. Her game has come on so much, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I think just mentally, the way that she approaches her game has really developed. She's so clear in how she wants to play.
She's very powerful now as well with her shots. As that's very wide from Kate Cross, and it's very good again from Lamb. Did pretty well to reach that, did Chatley. But good work diving away to her left. Again, Chatley may feel she's missed out a little bit there. I think Kate Cross will think she got away with that one a touch.
Yeah, definitely.
Has always got a smile on her face as she wanders back, Kate Cross. Wonderful bowler. As that's a great length. And Chatley's looking to drive through the offside. It comes off a thick inside edge. So dot ball at the end of the third over. 7 without loss. See the cars going along the road there in front of those very nice houses away in this nice Beckenham, isn't it? I went for a coffee this morning, had a little wander into the high street.
Where did you get your coffee from?
I don't know the name of it, but it was very pleasant, and everybody sort of waking up on Sunday morning. But it is lovely, isn't it? Lots of bistros, I noticed, down in the high street. And of course you've got Beckenham Junction, haven't you? So you can get here pretty easily. No, it's a lovely part of the world, Beckenham, it really is.
Yeah, it is. There's lots of people about this morning. We're driving in, there are lots of cars on the road. Bearing in mind it's a Sunday morning, usually it's very, very quiet, but lots of people up and about. Maybe the weather's inspired them to get out and enjoy what's left of British summertime.
Yep. There could be an event on that we don't know about, perhaps.
Lots of fates, I think, happening at the moment.
That time of the year. Start of the fourth, Potts to Bryony Smith. That's beautiful placement, just slightly over pitch. Bryony Smith doesn't try and hit that too hard. She's just made sure that she's got that through the gap, and away for 4 it goes. So Bryony Smith, lovely shot. When you see this again, she's let it swing. That was the other point there. She just let it swing and then didn't try and hit it too hard. Knew as long as she beat the cover ring, and that was always going to go away for 4. And just puts a little bit of pressure on Potts, a boundary off the first ball of the over. That slip's gone very wide now. This is a lovely drive down the ground, and terrific work. Diving away to her left, Kate Cross, because if that had got past her, I think that would have been away for 4 more. So Potts will thank Kate Cross for that. I think she's felt that dive as Kate Cross, but it was a terrific piece of work.
Yeah, as green as the surface looks now from the rain that they've had this week, don't be fooled. It is very, very hard underneath.
Oh, it'll be a belter. It'll be an absolute belter, this pitch.
I think she's just knocked the wind out of herself there, saving 4.
I'm not surprised. We've now got a silly mid-off, bang in front of Chatley. You can't see that as well, that's beautifully bowled. Chatley's trying to get to the pitch of that and stop the swing, but again it's late. And it beats the edge, nicely bowled. But there you can see, just to the left of Bryony Smith at the non-striker's end, catching position in there, and that's bang in the eye line of Chatley as well. Chatley waits with that bat raised high in the air. This time she's driving, thickish edge, but it's straight over the top of backward point and away for 4. Just too much width on that, really, from Potts. So it did swing, but Chatley knows with that one, as long as she gets enough on it and just helps it up and over the top and away for her first boundary. Interesting this, it's always fascinating when the ball swings early. How does the batter work it out? You see some using their feet, see others wait for it to swing. You'll see a bit of playing and missing as well. So it always adds to the excitement. Nicely bowled and nicely played. Just pushed down the ground by Chatley. Won't get a run on this occasion because Phoebe Graham is there to do the fielding. But I always, what was your attitude to it when you went out there and the ball was swinging?
It largely depended whether they were bowling in swing or away swing. I always felt that if the ball was swinging into me, I'd rather meet it and negate that swing and access that onside. And with away swing, I'd rather sit and play late.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's the other option. Driven uppishly by Chatley, but it's away for 4 more. And again, Chatley, on one occasion in this over, she tried to use her feet, beat the outside edge. Now, she's staying in the crease, but getting her foot somewhere near the pitch of the ball. Not right next to the ball, but enough, and it is away for a second boundary for her in the over. 4 gone. And Surrey stuck in by Lancashire, 20 without loss.
Yeah, and I also think that I like the positive move from Lancashire to put that catching position in right in the eye line of Kira Chatley, and it's actually forced her to make a decision, because what she was doing when she was trying to come and meet the ball and while it was swinging, she's pushing, and actually she's decided there, actually I can't do that, I have to sit and I have to wait, and it's actually forced her to play late and actually benefited her by having that position in there. So she'll probably be quite thankful for that, but I can understand why Lancs did it. I think it was a very positive mood.
The other option you always have is keep her up to the stumps, but in a way it does the same thing, doesn't it? Because it forces you to stay in your crease. This is a good shot from Bryony Smith. It wasn't that short from Kate Cross, but what Bryony Smith has done, and you see this again as it crosses the boundary rope for 4, she's just stepped back about the line of the leg stump, and that has opened up the whole of the offside. And the placement again, and what I love about that from Bryony Smith is she's not overhitting, she's just timing that. It's encouraging start this from Bryony Smith. 14 from 11 balls. Slips out. Oh, well, Kate Cross, great response.
Yeah.
Perfect length. Bryony Smith goes after that, beats the edge. Good couple of deliveries, that, isn't it? Lovely shot from Smith and a great response from Kate Cross.
Yeah, that ball before, I think she's just missed her length, and Bryony's absolutely timed it to perfection, played it right under her eyes and accessed that gap through the covers. And the next ball obviously tightened up the length there from Kate Cross, and that's beautiful cricket.
Yeah,
Lovely.
Really good. Batter and bowler. Oh, and again from Cross, just tempting Bryony Smith. And Bryony Smith there has tried to smash that one through the covers, and that's why it beats the outside edge.
Yeah, I don't think going and having a look at the pitch is actually the issue there. I think you've just picked the wrong length there, Bryony.
Yes, came down to decent gardening, but actually that would have made absolutely no indentation or anything on the pitch. That was just to have a bit of a breather, I think, for Bryony Smith. It's better from Bryony Smith, and nicely bowled by Cross. Yes, you can tell us about that, but often when you go down to do gardening, you're not really doing anything, are you? You're just going for a wander and just sort of psychologically having a breather, aren't you?
Yeah, especially in the early stage of the game, in the fresh wicket, there's no gardening that needs to take place. Maybe towards the middle back end of the innings.
Smith drives, that's uppish, doesn't time that at all. That's one bounce to Potts. Yeah, Bryony Smith here. So the first shot and the previous over, as we've been saying, hasn't tried to smash it, hasn't tried to go over the tops, just timed it. And again on that occasion, she's definitely looking to go after it and over the top, and it came off the toe end of her bat. Final ball of the crossover. Now, and nice looking shot from Bryony Smith. Won't get a run on this occasion. So fascinating over that. Boundary off the first ball of the over, then 5 dots from Kate Cross, and 5 gone, 24 without loss. My favourite is when the batter wanders out and takes a god, and then or starts or there, and they scuff it up, and then the bowler has a look at it and they get rid of all the debris, or the other way round, when a bowler's not happy with the foothold, scuffs it up, and you just see the batter stood there leaning on their bat having a watch, and then they start getting rid of all the debris as well.
It's like a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? Ultimately I don't really think anyone's achieving anything, but
no,
it's just those psychological games. It's psychological warfare, really. You're just trying to get the upper hand on on the other team and just plant a seed of doubt or
Well,
something just to distract them and think, oh, but what if? Or,
during your illustrious career, when the ball was nipping around all over the shop and you went down to do some gardening and you found a spot that you thought and you patted it down, how much of a difference did that make?
Oh, I'm sure it made absolutely none.
Absolutely.
I've got no doubt it made no difference whatsoever. I think sometimes as well, just going down and finding that length, it kind of just helps you to reset and pick up, you know, what length actually is the bowler bowling and where now, what's the distance from where I'm standing to where the ball is pitching, in terms of how I'm now going to have to adjust my stroke play.
Absolutely. Plus it gives you an idea of, if you do want to come down the pitch, how far you're coming. Potts starting the 6th over. That's not the length. She's got the fielder in again, sort of catching in front of Chatley, and a slip in there, and the first one short and wide. So that enables Chatley to get off strike. But for Bryony Smith, there is going to be that change. Short fine's going to come round to just in front of square on the leg side. They've got the sweeper on the cover rope. They're keeping that short extra cover in as well. Not directly this time in the eye line of Bryony Smith. And because of a couple of the shots she's played, they've got the sweeper on the cover rope. Ooh, that's way down the leg side. And that will be signalled wide. So that's our first extra of the morning.
Churchy, I don't like this field. I think this is super defensive, far too early.
Well, I agree, because the thing is, we've seen Potts swinging the ball.
Absolutely.
But now you have got nobody through the covers whatsoever. And it's, well, there's just an easy single, really, if you want it. Punching this one into the offside is Bryony Smith. And it just takes a lot of that pressure off.
Absolutely. So I agree. No short fine needed. I think Potts is bowling an excellent line, minus that wide that she's bowled. Excellent line, not needed. Ball is swinging really nicely. Take that out. I think your cover needs to be up. I'd go 2 slips, or I'd have a catching gully, and just get batters in the face. The pressure is just completely off this pair now.
I would say that you probably against Potts felt fairly claustrophobic. Now you don't. As looking to drive here is Bryony Smith. Thick inside edge, that rolls away towards mid-wicket. My other one, and I often say this when this is happening, is, do you need a mid-on? It's going to be a heck of a shot, really, isn't it, to go through mid-on from Bryony Smith. And if she does, you just say, very well batted. But all that pressure here has dissipated, really, with this field, as driving again is Bryony Smith. Was that a chance for Lister? I think it was.
Yeah.
It was all happening in slow motion. So Bryony Smith, there was no commitment to that shot whatsoever. It's come straight off the toe end of her bat, and Lister, in that short extra cover position, has put it down. That is one of the strangest bits of cricket you will ever see. No commit. Oh my goodness. I genuinely, I just thought that has to be a bump ball. What a life that is for Bryony Smith. Forward goes Smith, and there was really no reaction from any of the Lancashire fielders either. But as catches go, well, you're not going to get an easier one than that, really. So that really is a big life for Smith on 14. I do apologise, but genuinely it was the strangest bit of cricket. There was no great commitment in the shot, and it just looped straight to Lister. And there was no real disappointment. Oh, here's another chance. Well, there you go. Potts takes an absolute blinder. Down low to her left. And, well, I'll tell you what, if I was Lister, I would be saying I am sorry, and then giving Potts a massive hug, because that's a great catch. It really is. Low down, she's tall, left hand, by her ankle. Bryony Smith can't quite believe it. Bryony Smith goes for 14, and it's an eventful old over, this one. From this angle, you'll see how good this catch is, because she's jumping, she thinks it's flying back at her, and then she's had to go. She's going upwards, she comes down, she's tall, and she takes it by her ankle, and you can see Bryony Smith Cannot believe that, but she's gone for 14. And Lancashire have their first wicket.
Yeah, well, I'll do it myself. Hey, that's it. If my fielders aren't going to do it for me, I'll just have to do it myself. No, great catch. Almost looks like she was trying to lift her leg out of the way and then thought, oh, actually, I think I can take this.
Well, two things with that. She's initially thinking that Bryony Smith has absolutely smashed it back at her, and then that's why she's jumping, and then realises, actually, this isn't getting to me. But this will be a great angle. So jump, and then all of a sudden down goes the left hand and takes it off her ankle. Terrific catch from Potts, and as you say, do it yourself, really.
Yeah.
The other thing, when you see Potts' action in slow motion like that, great camera work, lovely action.
Yeah.
She's using that full height, isn't she?
She does, and that's what makes her so difficult to play, and that's why she gets those wickets of the court and bowled, and that opportunity with Lister at extra cover is because she's on you. She hits high on the bat, so you think you're on top of the bounce and you're not, so it's hitting either high on top of the bat, above the middle, and actually just putting your timing off, and that's where she's dangerous. She doesn't have express pace, but I actually think if she was quicker, she'd be easier to play.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because from that height as well, you're expecting it to be rapid, aren't you?
Yeah, it's almost a tennis ball bounce.
Yeah. That was the last ball of the sixth. Alice Capps is out there in the middle. Chatley is on strike here to Kate Cross. That's the length again from Kate Cross, but they haven't got a slip in there.
Two catches now. Two catches. Well, I'd say catches. There's definitely an extra. You're silly mid off, but covered's quite tight in off the ring as well.
Sure, you could lose someone somewhere and get a slip in there now.
Oh, you'll be regretting it, won't you? If there's one nick, and that they are driving. They're driving hard.
And the thing is, she's going past that edge quite regularly. At the moment, it's Kate Cross, as this is pushed off the back foot by Chatley. And there's no run. Down to Kate Cross as well to say, I want a slip.
Yeah, absolutely. She's clearly seen something in the pitch. She's probably just putting on a bit of pressure and just saying, actually, I'm going to nick you off, and I'm confident that the ball's not moving as much, that I can probably have you caught behind by Threlkeld, who's a fantastic keeper and could probably take your first and second slip catches anyway.
Yeah, she's got a lot of ground to cover if there is an edge. Again, that's a lovely length, and it's off the inner part of the bat from Chatley.
But I sense that maybe the ball is just holding, isn't it? So while there might be that nick off, I think she feels that the danger zone is this catching area in front of the bat. It's just those deliveries that we saw to Bryony Smith in the last over where, she swung past them. I think they maybe just are just gripping and holding ever so slightly. So she thinks that area's in the game.
As you can see there, Chatley's just batting out of her crease a touch. Oh, that's a big shout. Big shout. Oh, is that going down? And I suppose height could be an issue. That looked a really good shout. But I think probably just going down. Leg buys the signal.
Yeah, I wondered if she got a little bit of bat on it as well.
Let's see this again. Chatley's out of her crease. Oh yeah, you're right. Little inside edge, that'll do it.
And that has moved in off of the seam as well.
Chatley's on to 12. So Capsey on to strike for the first time. 443 runs in this comp. 350s and that 125 here against the Blaze for Alice Capsey, and her first ball she just clips neatly and tidily up towards mid-on. So yeah, she's been in lovely form. As Alice, that 125 was a terrific innings, wasn't it? Yeah, she's been in fantastic form in this one-day competition. I'm sure she's been looking forward to getting back out here, particularly here at Beckenham. I think everyone enjoys batting at Beckenham. Yeah. Maybe not Bryony Smith today, but you always know what you're going to get with these wickets. You do. I always think if anybody picks up a 4 for or even a 5 for here, it's worth 7 or 8, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
don't look at how many you've gone for.
No. Check drive from Capsey. And straight up to mid-off. So another very tidy over from Kate Cross. 27 for 1. As you can see, Surrey, after Lancashire won the toss and stuck Surrey in to bat. Bryony Smith gone for 14. caught and bowled by Potts. Chat out there in the middle. And there's the scorecard for you. So 42 deliveries so far. Yeah, if you've come out the 100, just my maths is absolutely awful, to be honest with you. But this is gonna, if we don't have any extras and things like that, it's 600 ball game, isn't it? So you're basically getting 300 games in a 50 over game, aren't you? So that's why, you know, I was saying with Bryony Smith, and not to be today, but I'd love to see her back for 35 overs. We've got a first change of bowler powered by SSE Solutions, and Phoebe Graham is into the attack, replacing Potts. And her first delivery, a little bit of shape again there, and turned away by Chatley into the leg side.
Yeah, and I think when you think about the format that they've come from as well, if you're opening the batting, you may face 20 balls, 30 balls. So if you're batting anywhere in the middle order in the 100, you've probably got about between 5 and 10 balls to score upwards of 20, 30 runs.
Oh, well bowled. That is a perler from Graham. Cool. She bowled 6 of those in an over. Just shaped in a touch and then went away. That is a beautiful delivery, and you can see from her reaction there as well. All the experience in the world. Her first game in this competition this summer. And a very, very nice start from Phoebe Graham. Chatley gets a full ball, looking for the Yorker, gets bat on it, plays it straight back up the ground. I think I was reading, I think it's 5 counties now for Phoebe Graham. She's been, well, bless you. Bless you. Thank you very much, Cameron. Was that a thumbs up for the sneeze or for the 5 counties? For everything. Thank you very much indeed. Chatley waits once again. Oh, and that's a little back of a length delivery, but again, just moves on Chatley, and feet aren't really going anywhere now. So just a little battle here for Chatley. Now, Caps is straight down. You can see her there. Straight down for a punch of gloves, customary punch of gloves, and an encouraging word or something she spotted from the non-striker's end. I
think the word needs to be, forget about your strike rate. Let's get out the power play. Get a bit of swing off this ball and see what we can do. The world's your oyster if you can bat all day today.
Better looking shot, driven straight down the ground, but fielding done up there at mid-off. Fairly straight field, of course, for bowling that length. Nicely timed, though.
Fielding's been good. I think bowlers have bowled to their field, but as we've seen with some of these shots coming straight off the bat, there is a bobble. And that can just put a seed of doubt in the back of your mind, but they've been very clinical.
It's good length as well, and heard the cry there. Even though it's gone for a single, it's nicely played by Chatley. Actually played that late, but again, movement for Graham. That's a lovely first over from Phoebe Graham. Just the single off it. You're right, this is hard work at the moment. Even though it's a good pitch, it's swinging. It is September, so you've got to almost rein it in a touch here, haven't you? Yeah,
and it's going to get better as the day goes on. There's no rain forecast as far as I'm aware. It's dry. There's a little bit of a breeze, so any moisture that might be in the surface, which will be minimal because it is dry as a bone, it's just going to continue to get better and better. So it's just forget your strike rate and get your head down, get in behind the ball, get the feel for the surface, and you'll be fine.
The other thing here is that Surrey are going at 3.5. Capsy, how much is this? Has she got enough? He just checked it straight down. Apologies, Chatley. Straight down the ground for 4. So didn't try and hit this too hard. Just knew as long as I get it in the gap, it's going to run away for 4. And Kate Cross with a grin on her face after that.
Yeah, and these are the things to remember. You're facing a world-class bowler. The margin for error is minimal, but if it's in your slot, you've got to put it away. And I think that's what Kira's probably just reminding herself of. Actually, that is in my area.
Oh, now this one's driven uppishly and gone. Well, it's what we talked about, and it's just held on her a touch, and it's just been chipped away. Smale, I think, with the catch in there, yep. And Kate Cross deserves that wicket, but it was exactly what we were talking about. It's just held a touch. She's not gone through with the shot, really, and it's just looped away into the covers, and Surrey find themselves 2 down inside the first 10, inside the power play. Smale on the edge of the circle taking that catch. But watch the reaction from Kate Cross. Delighted with that was Kate Cross, and very cleverly bowled by Kate Cross, and a wagging finger to celebrate as well. So Chatley has gone, and both openers back in the pavilion for 17. So a bit of work here for Surrey to do.
Yeah, but if there's anyone that's got the patience of a saint, then the batter approaching the crease is your woman.
Yeah. Well, she made 100 against Lancashire in the last game these two played. 100 on Test debut, of course, as well. All the experience in the world. Had a good 100, opening the batting in the 100 as well, wasn't she? Alice Davison-Richards. But she'll know here that she's just got to just respect what Kate Cross is doing at the moment, and what Potts and Graham have done from the other end. Smith gone for 14, Chatley for 17. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that Surrey is still going at 3.84 and over, so actually at this stage, that's fine. Absolutely fine. You don't need to sort of go at 7s and 8s in the first power play, as here she is with an extravagant call of no there from Davison-Richards as she pushed forward to her first delivery. I don't think Alice Capsey was even considering a single.
I don't
there,
think
was
she
she?
was.
But
no, channeled her in a Steve Smith there.
Yeah. Well, put the bat up high in the air to let everybody know. We've heard from her dog this morning as well, down below us. She's batting out of her crease again here. Davison-Richards. Oh, she's through that early. Chips it back. Cross for a second. Would have thought, can I get a hand on this? She'll get a single. But you always know that it's sticking a touch and holding a touch when the commitment to the shot isn't quite, because you set yourself up and you think bingo, and then as you get in there you think, oh, it's not got here now. So the commitment to the shot is never quite there. Capsey again batting out of that crease to try and get to the pitch of the delivery from Kate Cross. Great over this from Cross, and that's nicely played by Capsey. Just waits on the back foot. That's a gorgeous shot. Gorgeous bit of cricket that from Alice Capsey to get herself off the mark. Just waited for it and then opened the face and guided this away. Touch shot that from Capsey. Beautifully played up towards the ridge with a few people sat on their deck chairs.
Yeah, I think this will be key here as well. Just, I think, playing late and playing under your eyes and playing shots like that, just to get the feel for the wicket and understand the pace and how the ball is coming onto the bat. I think it's really important here. Alice Davison-Richards is a classic player. She plays with a real high elbow, and that's going to be really important here, particularly with the ball just holding in the surface.
Forward goes Capsey. Good looking shot again.
So I think just trying to look to play the ball as late as you can, and thinking about, you know, some of those drills you might do in the warm-up where actually you're just trying to hit the ball straight back into the ground. So you're hitting it late, hitting it hard, hitting it into the surface so that you're on top of that bounce. I think just to absorb a little bit of pressure and really get a feel for this wicket.
Well, it's just testing your technique as much as anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a committee meeting out there in the middle for Lancashire. The captain and Morris and Cross having a bit of a natter. So this is the last over of the first power play. I think Lancashire will obviously be happier with the way it's gone so far, having stuck Surrey into bat and picked up both openers. And it's going to be Phoebe Graham to bowl our 10th over. First time she's bowled to Davison-Richards, who punches off that back foot. Lister will do the fielding in there at short extra cover. It's a lovely start here from Phoebe Graham. We can hear a conversation down below us, and I'm glad to hear that Mum said yes there.
I hope it's not a secret, because it's gone out. It's gone out to the world.
Absolutely. So, still continuing, as this is a good-looking shot from Davison Richards, punched away out towards a sweeper, out there on the cover boundary rope, and they will pick up a single. Gabby Lewis out there, Ireland's captain, of course, has played one game, and he signed a week ago, I think it was, and has played the one game so far for Lancashire. Capsey comes on to strike. Kate Cross sensibly with the sunglasses on. It's nicely played, nicely bowled. And as you can see there, Smale she's almost in fourth slip position now.
Yeah.
So it will be her job to cover fourth and third, and it will be Threlkeld who has to go first and second, really.
Well, both keepers, so both more than capable.
Absolutely. The other thing with that is we've already seen Capsey lay back and just play that little shot down to third in the sort of previous over. It's nicely played by Capsey. Just punches away, beats the diver backward point, and they'll get through for the single. Yeah, there's a few in now. I think it'll pick up as the day goes on, the crowd. Lovely thing about Beckenham, I always think, is there's a ton of space. So you can, if you bring your bat and your ball, you've got plenty of places to go and have a game. Have your own game of cricket, or the main events going on out there in the middle. Davison Richards waited for that, did Davison Richards, and just pushes it away. It was nicely bowled by Graham again, but Davison Richards waited for it. It almost looked first up like she's going to put in a flourishing cover drive, and then just waited and pushed it away for a single.
Yeah, and I think, Lancs have bowled really, really well in this opening power play. They've been really disciplined. They haven't bowled any but one extra.
Driven by Capsey, straight up the ground, won't get a run on this occasion. So that is the power play, Lancashire's power play, first one, 39 for 2. And as you say, Kirsty, they have bowled really well in the conditions, haven't they?
They've understood how to bowl to Surrey's opening pair and top order batters, because you have to contain them, and if you don't contain them in the power play, the game can get away from you really, really quickly. So, they've executed their plan perfectly. I think the wicket and the conditions are helping out there, absolutely. But the bowlers have been so consistent and hitting the mark every ball.
Yeah, they have, and you win the toss, you bowl first. I think mainly that bowling first was we want to chase, but then you see there is something there, and you can almost change your game plan. Cross going to bowl her 6th, the 11th of the innings, and that's just drifted on to leg stump and just tucked away by Davison Richards for a single. Oop, bit of a slip down there on the long leg boundary rope, but you almost can, because you sort of walk out there and you think, good pitch, sun's out, we're going to chase. And you may think there'll be a bit of swing there this morning, but as we've seen, it swung and the ball has held the touch in the pitch. So what they've done is they've adjusted everything very, very quickly and worked it out very, very quickly, haven't they? Absolutely.
I mean, they've been bowling incredibly straight, but they haven't been bowling too straight. Those are the first runs that we've seen down to fine leg in 10 overs.
Straight again, and driven by Capsey, and Cross gets a fingertip on it and it demolishes the stumps. I think she did get something on this, but Davison Richards was alert enough. Oh no, she didn't get anything on it, but Davison Richards was sliding that bat into the crease. You could see Caps's disappointment that the stumps got in the way. Too straight, that one.
Well, yeah, she's absolutely mullered it. It's taken off stump out of the ground.
Technical term, that.
Mullered.
Yep. Do a nice rice, those, as all that's left alone. Slower ball by Kate Cross, and Threlkeld does the keeping. Capsey again, though, to me looks like she's here for the long haul at the moment. There's that phrase in cricket, giving yourself a chance, isn't there? And I think that's probably what today is all about. Because if you do, you know there are going to be runs there for you at some point in the day. There's that short extra cover there again. It's Lewis in there, I think. It is indeed, and that is again for the ball just holding in the pitch. You're going into the drive and you're just chipping that.
I always find with Capsey as well that you can see in her stature when she's feeling her best, and I think her shoulders are really nice and relaxed.
Well, as everybody knows, she's got all the talent in the world, as that's nicely timed. Straight into Lewis, again in that fielding position. But she's still very young.
Yeah, and there are so many factors outside of her control as well. So I think she plays her best when she just controls how she plays, and just kind of relaxes into that. And like I said, you can just see in her stature when she's feeling ready.
Waits again for this from Gross, just nudges it away out towards cover point.
I almost think she likes the pitches. She likes the challenge of, runs aren't going to flow easily. You're really going to have to grind some of these out in the early stages. And I think that's sometimes where we see our best version of Alice Capsey, when she's, not striking at 100 from ball one, but just has to really grind them out. She's not the kind of batter that shies away from running. She's got a great running game, and she'll push twos. She'll push twos for the non-striker. It's not all about her. So I think, I think just mentally, and these two batting together, as we've seen previously, they just match.
Yeah, they do. Because Davison Richards has played this. Well, it's. I'm going to give her a bit of credit there, but she knows it didn't go exactly where she wanted to. It kept, as we were talking about, Smale and Threlko both very, very interested. Just it's a little bit of movement. Now she has played it with an open face, but it's more edge, the middle of the bat. But it runs the way down to the third boundary, and Davison Richards, well, a big grin on her face, back towards Graham there. So Davison Richards on to 8 now, 45 for 2. That's short, oh dear, yeah, didn't play that one quite right. Davison Richards was banged in. It took a while to get to her, and threw that a little bit early was Davison Richards, and then wanders off towards square leg. It's a nice thinking from Graham. It's the first one we've seen in the first 11.2 overs that was banged in. Oh, that's nicely bowled and nicely played by Davison Richards. I always find this sort of cricket fascinating, actually, because it's great when you've got a flat one and you're watching someone smash it to all balls, but actually what you really want to see early on in a 50 over game is a proper old battle between the bat and the ball, and then if you get through that as a batter, then you deserve to have a bit of fun later on, don't you? As this is nicely driven, and that'll beat the inner ring, and that's away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Davison Richards, and again Kirsty White not overhitting that, just timing it beautifully.
No, that's out of the ADR playbook, that just leaning on it, using the pace, and that classic high elbow full face. Show the sponsor's name.
Yeah, lovely shot.
That's Alice Davison Richards' bread and butter there. And what I was thinking about actually is at this stage of the game you'd usually start to see a little bit of spin, at least from one end, but Lancashire feeling confident. There's definitely something in this wicket to keep going with seam.
Nice response from Graham. If you want to see a solid defensive shot, that's it. But what I also like about that from Davison Richards is the holding of the pose there from Alice Davison Richards. Just stayed in that perfect forward defensive pose, did Davison Richards, giving the photographers an opportunity. Goes back of a length this time and now shows a very nice solid back foot defensive shot. End of the over and the end of me for the time being, Kirsty, because you are going to be joined now, if we can grab his attention, by Mr. Cameron Ponsonby. Yes, well, if you look at the rotor, yeah, he's starting over 13, it says. But he's been deep in conversation, quite rightly there.
Yeah.
So you may have me for one more over.
And we got a bit of spin.
There you go. You said that. So here he is. And for the first time this morning, you are going to be joined by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, and with the change of bowling from the City end, we've got Hannah Jones coming in to the attack. Just speaking at the end of the last over about whether we'd start to see a little bit of spin. Welcome, Cam.
Hello, Kirsty. It always confuses me, the rotor, because it says like kind of 1 to 13. Does that mean the beginning or the end of the over?
Thank you. Yeah.
Very confusing. The trials and tribulations we go through here at Beckenham. Hannah Jones is going to have a bowl, bit of slow left arm.
Yeah, slow left arm Yorkers, Hannah Jones famous for.
That's a wonderful niche to be kind of
to
master.
Never known anyone to bowl so many, but impossible to get underneath. Takes a lot of stumpings and a lot of caught mid on.
Driven up to mid off. How are you, Kirsty? I feel like we haven't spoken in years, weeks more accurately.
Yes. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, been enjoying the 100. I'm a fan. I know not everyone is, but I am. I'm gonna miss it.
I think as a winner, you have to be a fan.
Well, yeah.
You're part of the Invincibles legacy.
I am. Yeah, no. All good though. You?
I'm very well. Cricket season, amateur playing one is now over. I'm back for even more cricket here today. I'm having the same emotions that you had in hanging up the boots. That kind of the fact that I know that I'm not going to have that feeling of anxiety again for kind of 8 months is wonderful and joyous. Good start here from Jones. 3 dots in a row. They go for a run here.
She's not made her ground.
That has been given out. Kirsty is pretty confident she didn't make her ground. I thought Capsey seemed pretty casual in getting back and was going to be safe. She got her bat stuck in the ground. It was a very quick decision from the umpire. Lancashire were confident and liked it, and Surrey, through completely their own doing, are 3 down.
What? I'm so confused.
Let's have a look at this.
It was never a run. And I think Capsey's further down the wicket than she thought she was.
Oh my goodness me, you're absolutely correct. Her bat's got stuck in the surface. I kind of looking from afar thought, well, her bat's down, that must be in. She must be in, but she wasn't past the line, crucially. How very bizarre. A bonus wicket for Lancashire. Why the thought process of a run even kind of crossed Capsey's mind, I'm not quite sure, because she hasn't even got close to getting back either.
Yeah, that's a communication breakdown, but also I feel like there might have just been a moment where Capsey forgot that she had to get back into her ground and the fielder had the ball in her hand, or that she was going to go to the other end. But I mean, it's a woeful run out.
Well, Capsey's given a serious glare to Davidson Richards there. I must admit, I don't really know why her anger is directed to her partner there. There was no chance of a run. This time the ball finds its way to mid-wicket again. Paige Schofield in earlier than she has been a lot this season. She's had an unusual year this season. Kind of probably batted less than she anticipated. That sneaks down the leg side, and this time it is a run. As the 13th over comes to a close, Surrey's 50 arrives, and it's 3 down. And well, advantage Lancashire, you'd say, at this stage.
Yeah, I would. Very good position Lancashire are in, and I think obviously, speaking with Churchy in the first set, we were saying how actually, Beckenham is a place you would like to win the toss and bat first because you want to know what you're chasing. Very rarely do bowling teams find themselves in this position 13 overs in. So I think Lancashire need to just keep putting their foot on the pedal here and putting the pressure on Surrey, because there is risk here of a very, very below par score, par being 300. So this pair really need to pile on some runs and bat for the rest of the day. The pressure really is on Surrey here.
Phoebe Graham to continue. That's almost chopped onto her own stumps by Schofield. There's the added pressure on this pair as the kind of last two specialist batters. Because from 6 down, you've got Khalil Moore. You've got a lot of people, I'd say, who bat 7 in the remainder of the lineup. No one who's necessarily be playing out and out as a specialist batter. Moore, Monaghan, Franklin, all very competent with the ball. All-rounders as opposed to your out and out number 4s or 5s.
Yeah, although I would argue that actually the likes of Callie Moore, Phoebe Franklin and Alice Monaghan could play as standalone batters in this team if there was an abundance of bowlers and they were lacking in the batting department. I think any one of those could easily just come in as a batter. They haven't had the time at the crease that they would have liked, but we've seen Callie Moore rescue the team a fair bit. Oof.
Short and kind of towed
Gosh.
up towards mid-on. Schofield was probably a bit late on that, I'm guessing, if the ball's kind of skewed off straight.
There's just not a lot of pace in this wicket either.
Well,
So while she was late on it, I just think it's just gripping and holding as well.
we've seen a number of drives kind of pop, be driven airily towards mid-off. Swing and a miss. 6 balls without scoring for Schofield so far. It's not been the most fluent of beginnings, but it looks like a pitch that's difficult to get in on. We're talking here at Beckenham, you want kind of 300 as par. I think you'd be going well to get 300 on this wicket, full stop, even if you weren't 3 down.
Yeah. And we haven't seen anyone get in yet, and this is it. So we really don't know what fluidity with the bat looks like here yet.
Phoebe Graham just throwing a thumbs up once, twice, 3 times now. She's very happy with something. Got a wide slip in place, backward point. That's just drifting down the leg side. Another leg by, so Schofield remains on 0 for now. Brings Davidson Richards back on strike, who, well, we were saying batters haven't been finding it easy to find the rhythm of the pitch. Davidson Richards' forwards defences have been beautiful.
Yeah, and if there are conditions suited to any batter, then it's certainly Alice Davidson Richards. She's currently striking at 100, won a ball, but they've all come from boundaries.
There we go, that flowing drive up to mid-off. Another tight over for Lancashire. 2 in a row where just a pair of leg byes have been conceded. It's 51 for 3 after 14. And Jones with her left arm Yorkers. Well, she started with a maiden. You sense she might be in for a lengthy spell if she keeps it tight.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we often see here at Beckenham, you usually have a spinner that holds up one end. One to get through the over rate and make sure that, you know, there's been a big block of seam here, so Lancs will just need to be aware of the over rate. They've taken some wickets, but they've bowled a lot of dots, so they've been getting through their overs fine. But that spin option just rushes the batters as well, so where they're not scoring as many runs as they'd like to, with your spinner getting through quickly.
This one just dropped into the leg side, and Schofield is off the mark at the 8th time of asking, so she'll feel better for that.
Yeah, with the spinner getting through overs really quickly as well. Surrey are at risk here of finding themselves at 20 overs, having only maybe 70 runs on the board. You just start to lose overs and that pressure starts to pile on. If you're 30 overs in with a run rate of 3.67 as it is, that's when the panic can set in.
It is a small boundary here today, though. There's still the potential for runs. If these two can set themselves, they'll be able to make hay later on. Well, ADR goes down the ground. Kind of cloths it towards mid-on, so no run scored. But good aggression, a good sign of intent that she's not just going to let Hannah Jones land it on a length here.
And I think that's really important here, because otherwise Hannah Jones will just plug and plug and plug. She needs to be disrupted.
Well, she gets a short ball there. And sometimes that's even though ADR didn't score any runs from that kind of skip down the wicket, immediately as the bowler, you know in the back of your mind the batter's after you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think with a bowler like Hannah Jones, you have to be really dynamic with your crease.
Bowled straight through. Jones slides one on and it takes out leg stump. And this good start for Lancashire is becoming great. 4 down now, Surrey. And well, only 53 runs on the board.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this. This seemed a bit quicker. It almost went through the gate and just beat Paige Schofield for pace here. I don't know if she's played for turn away, but it's actually just drifted in and just carried on with the arm. And taken out that leg stump. This is a better angle. Yeah.
Was bowled by Hannah Jones.
It's a pretty soft dismissal for Schofield in the end. She's kind of just played along the wrong line because the ball snuck through bat and pad.
Next in for Surrey, number 10.
It wasn't an arm ball necessarily, it's one that just didn't spin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just held its line, hasn't it? It's come from wide.
Wow, what a wicket for Lancashire. 2 in 3 overs now. 2 in 2 overs, really, because Capsey wicket only fell about 12 deliveries ago. It looks like Phoebe Franklin's carded at 8, in at 6 now. Player for every occasion. She had that wonderful game in the T20 at the Oval where she had the run out at the end to force the tie. She's turned up with bat and ball and in the field regularly this season, and her team needs an innings from her here.
Yeah, they certainly do. She's a very good player of spin.
That's a very important match here at Beckenham. 53 for 4 after 15. The context is Lancashire are 2nd, Surrey are 4th. The top 4 make it through to the semi-finals. There's 3 games left of the group stage. So if Surrey were to win today, they would leapfrog Lancashire. They'd get up to 3rd, and they'd be level on points with the Blaze. The Blaze will need to drop a game at some point if Surrey are going to hope for that home semi-final. But Surrey's task of getting a home semi-final becomes a lot tougher if they lose today. They've got a bit of a rebuilding job to do here. Graham's been bowling well, just conceded 12 runs off her 4 overs. Davidson Richards been looking the fluentest of any batter so far. She's on 13. She'll need to get a few more. She holds the pose again. She's a very elegant batter, Davidson Richards.
Classical.
Kind of long limbs, drives the ball, holds the pose.
Yeah. I think the important thing that Surrey have to have in the back of their minds here today is that they need to bat their 50 overs. Well, they're only 4 down. I mean, this isn't 10 years ago when if you were 4 down in 15 overs, you were in trouble.
Short and hits Davidson Richards. She gives a bit of a smile. Not been able to. She's been very fluent in her timing when the ball's been full, but she hasn't quite been able to sync up that rhythm when the ball's been pitched short. In the previous over from Graham, she towed a pull shot up to mid-on. This time the ball strikes her. I wonder if it's just a bit sticky and at times slippy. Strikes her on the shoulder. Oh, almost chops on. You see Davidson Richards just gesturing there. The ball's nibbling off the surface.
Yeah, and it's a fresh wicket here. It's not a used deck. It's fresh today, so no one knows really what it's got in it, and it looks flat as you like. But like we said, maybe that moisture that's been around this week is just causing a little bit of grip as that condensation rises to the surface.
Chipped over to the leg side. Will be at least a couple. 2 fielders closing in on it. They think about 3. They've said yes.
No.
Another mix-up. And well, they're safe-ish. Doesn't feel safe. They're still batting.
What is going on today?
This isn't good for your heart rate, Kirsty.
No, it's not. I don't think it's good for anybody's heart rate. And also, why have they called to run when the ball is basically in the air? But it was a yeah. And then halfway down the wicket and decided it was a no. I don't know if there's just a bit of a disconnect between players. They've not been around each other very much, or playing in the hundreds. It's 1 or 4 or 6.
There's that solid defensive shot. I feel very safe when ADR's playing that shot.
You want to be in behind her, don't you?
No problem. Keep those pads on if you're sat on the boundary waiting to bat. It's not going to be your turn for a while. Another tight over from Graham here. Sorry, you have so much time. 50 overs is an age. You can pat it around even for another 20 and you can still get yourself up well beyond 200 and towards 250. Driven up towards mid-off and nasty bounce for the fielder, but it does allow for 1 run. Another tidy set done by Graham. 56 for 4 after 16.
I think there's got to be an element here, and even switching from short format T20 to 50 overs and coming in and out, and there has been a bit of a dip of that before the start of the real summer. Mentally you have to be able to switch and focus. But I think today that you almost have to have an element of, you're not going to get me out, and if I have that mentality, then I'm just going to accumulate. And I think the way that the game is going at the moment, there does have to be an element of that.
Well, it's been a flurry of wickets for Surrey. They were 26 for 9. You just saw those bowling figures on your screen. They all look read pretty well for the Lancashire players. You know what's something I'm not happy with? Lancashire playing in blue.
Yes, thank you.
What's going on?
And also, the umpire's wearing purple.
There's a lot of things not going right today. Down the track again. It's an ugly hack, to be honest, from Davison Richards. She has a giggle as well. Throws her head back. It's not the prettiest shot she'll ever play, but it was effective. 4 runs scored. She's taking the attack to Jones.
It was a bit of a heave. There's been plenty of occasions today where Surrey have picked up a boundary off the first ball of the over, and sometimes when you think about it, you're like, yes, put the pressure back on the bowler. But there's been too many occasions where it's been boundary ...
Down the track again towards mid-on and out eventually. At the 3rd time of asking from Kate Cross. She had a juggle twice, and ADR looking to put that pressure back on Hannah Jones, and this time she pays the price. Surrey now 5 down, and while it just keeps getting trickier for the home side.
Yeah, she's a very difficult bowler to get underneath, Hannah Jones. She does bowl a really hard length. She tries to get under the bat. 1, 2, 3, and in it goes. So, we've seen that ball before that Davison Richards has heaved it down and kind of just shoveled it in the gap. So it just needs to play that along the floor. Just get to the pitch of it, get over the top of it, and play hard and along the ground.
I guess Davison Richards' argument would be, if I can just hit it over Kate Cross twice, she then has to go out and I have that easy single for the rest of the match. Unfortunately, the second time she's attempted to go over the top, she's found the hands of the fielder. And Jones, well, this is turning into a bit of a special spell here. 2 wickets to her name. The 3rd wicket fell off her bowling, which was the run out. And the match has changed in the blink of an eye. Surrey were 49 for 2. They're now 60 for 5. Callia Moore arrives at the crease. Nicknamed Denise, if I remember correctly.
That's it, yep, Denise. She's a mum. She's not a mum, but
figuratively speaking.
She's the team mum, yep.
Emotionally, is she a mum in kind of her demeanour, or because she's like a calm, leading presence?
I feel like that's a really dangerous answer. No, she's just in presence, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah,
well, that's a
but she's a good leader. She's calm and has a leading presence, absolutely. But that's not why she's Denise.
Are we allowed to know why she is Denise?
She's just. There was a game We were playing at Guildford, and we'd got visors, and
Oh yeah.
visors as a female sports player, unbelievable. Don't need to change your hair. It's just great. It's just great. And for whatever reason, she put hers on, and she just took on the role of a mum. She just looked like a mum that was a soccer mum that drove a minivan and had 3 kids that she needed to drop off at school and then go to the tennis club. And that was,
What a life.
That's where Denise came from, yeah. So.
And does she own a van?
She does. I don't know if she's still driving. She does have a car, or she did have a car that was associated more with the elderly. So, not that there's anything wrong with that, but yeah. So, in demeanour, when she pulled into the car park, you would be like, yeah, Denise.
That sounds like someone I want walking out to bat 60 for 5.
She's gritty though.
Exactly.
My word, she's gritty. She will dig in here and give everything. She's so competitive. Not in an out and out in your face way, but she's never going to give up. She'll give everything.
Well, they're going to need something from her today, Surrey. Looks like we're just going to have a bit of a bowling change as well. It's 60 for 5 after 17. We have Emma Lamb, who's back in the team after missing the previous round. She's forced her way back into the England setup this year just through sheer weight of runs and wickets. Lancashire's leading run scorer and wicket taker this year, I'll have you know. Bit of off spin, tucks around the corner. That'll be 1 run. I always find it funny when cricket is in theory a team sport. And you have one player, in the case of Emma Lamb this year at Lancashire, who just does everything.
Yeah, literally, you could have the worst season of your life as an individual and win every single trophy with a team.
Good dot. Getting quite a lot of action, getting a bit of overspin on the ball. Just to start her spell.
Breeze has picked up here as well, just to encourage a bit of drift.
Oh, goodness me.
Oof.
That hasn't bowled her. Threlkeld's gloves have just knocked the stumps. But Moore's played inside the line there. It was so close to being dismissed.
It was turn and bounce there.
So knocks it into the offside for a single. So you made the point, do the umpires not normally wear purple?
I feel like this is a new, what do we call it? Kit? Uniform?
New kit, yeah, I think uniform's probably more accurate.
Yeah, uniform. They were wearing, I'm sure they weren't wearing this all season. I like it, it's just a bit different, and everyone looks the same.
That's cut behind square, that should be 4, and it is. Franklin gets her first boundary of the afternoon. Just a bit of width from Lamb. Franklin's quick to pounce on it.
Yeah, she just jabs at that, and she's so powerful. Her hands are so fast that she doesn't have to come all the way through the ball. She just jabs and beats that backward point. She's a very, very strong player, Phoebe Franklin.
It's prompted a field change. There's now 2 points in place. Gapper backwards square leg if they wanted to play the paddle sweep. That's probably a miss in line there from Emma Lamb. She's just lost her fielder from there. So it's an easy single for Franklin. 7 runs off the first over from Lamb. It's 67 for 5 after 18. And to your point about Surrey in black, Lancashire in blue, the umpires are in purple. This is why I'm so frustrated that Lancashire just don't play in red all the time. It brings a bit more colour to the eyes.
I'd like a little bit, just a bit more of a red flare through the shirt. Do you know what I mean? Just to bring it, just
Absolutely.
a pop of colour, just a little bit of a, you know.
Because red in Lancashire, that's historic. It's the red
Yes,
rose. It's
absolutely.
associated. There's a reason they play in red. And here we are in blue. It's not right. It's not right, Kirsty. It's wrong.
Are they in the red pads today, or are they in blue
Oh
pads?
God, I hope they're not in red pads with this.
Because for the T20s, they were full red, weren't they?
Yeah.
Full red kit, so that's red pad. Unless they wear the blue. This is what I don't like about cricket as well. It's just keep it the same.
Well bowled by Jones. They're going for a bit of a squeeze here, Lancashire. There's just 2 fielders out on the boundary. Deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. So everyone on the offside is in the ring. It's basically a power play field. Just gets a little bit leg side and wait for the umpire's signal. Bit of glove on the way through. So that's a run scored.
Yeah, I think this is an important squeeze here for Lancashire, and I like it. And I think Surrey need to not be consumed by thinking about how they're scoring boundaries, but how can we just rotate the strike? And that's difficult when you have players really in your eye line. That silly mid on really is so tight.
There we go, third dot of the over. You can see that kind of silly mid on just sneaks out the side of your screen. And now last two balls of the over. Fielder at point drops out to the boundary, protect. So it's tucked to the leg side, beats Fee Morris, who was in that kind of silly short mid-wicket position. 2 runs scored and a bit of calm over the last couple of overs here. Franklin and Moore have looked pretty comfortable. Appeal for LBW. It was a loud appeal, but Hannah Jones wasn't particularly interested herself. 2 runs scored. 69 for 5 after 19. You were a bit nervous for that appeal.
I just think I'm just nervous, full stop at the moment, actually. But I'm going to make way now for Georgie Heath, so you can discuss that with her.
Oh, Georgie Heath arrives. I was trying to turn your microphone off when you put it on, but
Oh, you're trying to turn it off when I start talking?
yes, that was
Yeah.
exactly what I wanted to do.
I thought that might be the case.
Let's just have the Lancashire bowling figures on the screen here. 5 bowlers used. A bit of a leaky start for Emma Lamb. I'm sure she'll settle in.
I'm having.
That's a beautiful shot, and a misfield and mid-off will allow it to go for 4. It should have just been 1 run. It was a nice cricket shot from Callie Moore. To the right of cover, to the left of mid-off, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, even if you've had a bit of a shaky start, Emma Lamb, that's just the last thing you need as well, added onto there. Bit of a misfield. Sometimes things just aren't going your way.
It's a good early boundary for Surrey. Immediately, well, it's going to have to hurry a little bit here.
Oh,
Potential for an overthrow, but fielder is in off the boundary, sweeping up. Because Surrey need just a bit of stability.
yeah, and that's the thing. Obviously, coming off the back of we've had so much really short form cricket, and they've obviously come back into the Metro Bank in the last week or so. It's about now, getting back into that mindset of you have got time to rebuild. You haven't got to go from ball 1, even though you've lost a few wickets. These two have got a time to build a partnership and get themselves back in this game. Because 75 for 5, and they've not necessarily got all their big guns with the bat.
Well, that's short. Kind of swivel pulled off one knee. Just 1 run. Well fielded in the deep. These two came together with a score on 60, so the partnership was only worth 16. It sounds almost kind of not worth mentioning, but given the flurry of wickets that fell, Franklin defends, standing very deep in her crease. Just saw from that shot beforehand, her front foot is basically kind of straddling the line. Her back foot's way back towards the stumps. Another beautiful off drive. A second boundary of the over, 1 to start the over, 1 to finish it. And Surrey, all of a sudden, are on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, given that extra bit of flight and is just on the half volley in the end. Beautifully driven, as you say, all along the carpet. Never any sign of any danger there. So 80 for 5 after 20 overs. And yeah, this partnership just starting to build. Going at 4 and over at the moment.
Well, it's just a bit of a flicker of hope as well for Surrey. Because Lamb is bowling as that 5th bowler, she's conceded 18 off her first 2. And if you can get after the 5th bowler and put pressure on Lancashire in that capacity, it almost becomes an exponential reward, because for the next 30 overs that Surrey have the potential to bat for, 8 of them, over a quarter of them, are going to be from that 5th bowler. So you stay in the game. It's that length of time you were talking about. Keep going here, Surrey, and they can find their way to a score. That's short from Jones, just punched into the offside. They still have that power play field. Just 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Just a little bit leg side and they can scamper through for 1. A throw from the field, almost taking out Phoebe Franklin. Has a bit of a smile on her face. You can see the funny side. On the money again from Jones. Just sliding the ball onto the stumps every time.
Yeah, it's very mechanical, isn't it? This repeatable action.
Perfect. It's putting the emphasis on the batter to take the risk, and the problem is when we saw Davidson Richards take that aggressive route, she fell immediately, being caught at mid-on.
Yeah, she's really forcing her to have to play everything off the back foot at the moment. She just can't get on that front foot. Being kept back in her crease.
Driven up towards mid-off, but no run. And another rapid and cheap over for Lancashire. Just 1 run scored off it. Jones has fantastic figures halfway through her set of 10. 2 for 9 off 5 overs. Surrey 81 for 5 after 21. But they've still got plenty of time, Georgie.
They have plenty of time, 29 overs of it. Problem is, looking at that wickets column. So, as we said, these two just got to dig in, build that partnership, and then they can start to just push on from there. Obviously, they won't have Jones bowling from both ends. They'd be very pleased to see that. And Emma Lamb, well, she's gone for 18 from her 2 overs so far. And I think we're going to have a change in bowler here.
I think we are. I think we're going to have a look at Fee Morris, who's going to come into the attack.
New bowler at the Beckenham end, number 31, Fee Morris.
And confirmed by, I'm guessing it's our friend and colleague Sam Keir on the Voice of God today. I never knew it was called that until this year. Dropped into the offside immediately. And Moore rotates the strike and takes a single.
It's one of those roles you've got to have a certain voice for. You've got to have the baritone aspect to
it's
it.
almost a compliment just to be given
Yeah,
the job.
yeah.
Good start from Morris on the money.
Someone told me once I had a voice for radio, and I was quite glad it didn't say a face for radio, actually.
That's the compliment, the way you want it.
Yes, I would, yeah.
Driven up towards mid-off again. Franklin's been playing that shot so well. She's found the fielder on her last 2 occasions, but found the boundary the 2 occasions beforehand. I think I'm right in saying that Fee Morris has the best bowling figures in 100 history.
Yes. I want to say it's 5 for 9 or something.
You're incorrect, I'm afraid.
No?
5 for 7.
Oh!
Let's have a look, see. Because I think it was something remarkable. It was pretty much her first or only game
playing
in
for the
100.
originals.
It was
Yeah?
indeed. It doesn't half help your bowling figures if you take 5 for 7. Oh, that's a loose ball. It's down the leg side. 4 runs. Got a frog in my throat. Poor time there. I thought Danielle Collins might be swooping around to intercept it.
Oh, it's one of those, it's such a teaser, isn't it? You think you're just getting there and the ball just continues to accelerate and you can't slow down because it looks like you've copped out, but you also know you're not going to get there.
It was a futile chase in the end. We have to speak about this in every single Surrey Women's game we commentate on. That Surrey kind of customised their boundary size. It's a big kind of effort, team effort from the backroom staff and coaching staff here at Surrey. They'll analyse their opponents, where their scoring strong zones are, where their weak zones are. Do they want bigger boundaries in certain areas of the ground to create pockets and outrun their opponents, or do they want to outmuscle them and have a shorter boundary? And today's actually one of the more kind of standardised boundaries we've seen. Pretty much the same size all the way around. 88 for 5 after 22. Director Jake's just given us our wristbands, which I assume allows us to get lunch.
Would you like a hand?
I think I
Oh,
can do
okay.
it. Look at that. Would you like a hand?
Yes, actually.
Anna Jones to continue.
Thank you.
No worries at all. It's one of those, I don't even know how to describe it. It's quite a nice
I
little
feel like
wristband.
I'm at a
It's like a golden
festival.
number.
You know when someone's been off to a festival and they don't take the wristband thing off for weeks and you think, oh.
I'll keep this on forever now. Driven up towards mid-off. Finds the fielder again.
Lovely crunch off the bat as well. She's timing it. The problem is that fielder is just sat exactly there because she keeps playing that stroke.
Pill for LBW. That one's sliding down the leg side. But Jones continues to just keep landing it on the spot over and over again. Challenging that front pad, challenging the stumps. One's a bit shorter, but with the angle just cramps more for room. Well played by Moore, just able to turn her wrists on that delivery, tuck it into the leg side and pick up a single. Don't know whether Surrey will feel the need that they need to put something back on Jones here, or whether they can just ride it out and say, you know what, you're bowling pretty well, but the spin at the other end's been a bit looser, we'll capitalise from the other end. Well, that's a bit of width, a bit edgy. Collins sets off after the ball, and this time is able to prevent it from going for 4, so 2 runs scored. First real loose ball we've seen from Jones in, well, 36 deliveries. After 23 overs, it's 91 for 5.
Yeah, just accumulating nicely, this pair. It's exactly what we were saying we needed from this Surrey pair to sort of rebuild, and there was a bit of the wobbles was on early when these two came together, but nicely building. It's not necessarily about the run rate at the moment. It has just dipped below 4, but they haven't lost any wickets, and crucially that's what's important because they've still got 27 overs to play out.
Fee Morris to continue. 2 fielders out on the leg side. An appeal for LBW. More out of hope than expectation. More looking to sweep. That's full. Just angled out to the offside, but a dot ball.
Can hear the church bell or something chiming in the distance. Must be. Oh, it's midday. There you go. How nice. What a picturesque part of the world to be watching cricket.
Driven up to mid-off. Again, it seems bobbly in that part of the ground. Grace Potts' kind of palms have been taking a bit of a battering.
I actually feel like a lot of the outfield looks sort of patchy. Like when your fake tan has come off after a couple of days.
There we go. Potts has to wear one in the midriff again. We've just had so much rain. It's just landed in one fell swoop, and the grass hasn't been able to handle it. It's become fake tanny.
It has, yeah. Not an art I have to venture into that often. Myself and Churchy, probably one of the most tanned commentary duos going around.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Wouldn't, yeah. I'm not. Can't say that you're quite contributing to that one at the moment.
I know. Sometimes, look, we all have strengths and weaknesses, and one of my weaknesses, I'm more of a Bernie. I'm more of a burner than a tanner. Well, a tight over from Fee Morris. Just 1 run scored off it. I think great news for everyone. The most tanned duo in all of cricket are going to be joined together as I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Thank you, Cam. Yeah, this is just what Surrey needed, actually. They was really looking like they were in a lot of trouble and weren't going to see out these overs, only just coming towards halfway through this innings at the moment. But this partnership came together in the 60s, now 92 for 5 with another 26 overs still to come. Hi, Churchy. How are you going?
I'm going very well, thank you. Not as well as Lancashire at the moment. Been very good so far. They've worked this pitch out so quickly.
Yeah, they have.
We saw it with the opening pair in Kate Cross and Grace Potts, and then Phoebe Graham, and now the Spin Twins. Jones is bowling beautifully. Kalia Moore drives up Ashley, one bounce in there to short extra cover.
Yeah, they seem to have a surplus of spin, don't they? Obviously, the likes of Sophie Eccleston obviously not playing today as well, but it doesn't seem to be missing too much because the rest of them are showing up.
Yeah. Here goes Moore using her feet, driving up towards mid-off. I think this is one of those occasions where you almost have to say to yourselves, right, we've got to see Jones out the attack.
Yeah.
Really, if she finished here, if she bowled through and finished with 2 for 24, fine. Because she's bowling beautifully. Everything's on a mark. As I say that, she bowls a full toss and it's swept away by Kalia Moore. But she gets away with it in the fact that Kalia Moore is expecting it to be landing on or about the off stumps.
Yeah, so it's a sort of tentative shot in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of the way she bowled before that, she gets away with a full toss. Franklin comes on to strike on 15. She's had a terrific summer as Franklin. That's beautifully played. Late cut, let it come to her, and that's away for 4. Emma Jones sat on a bench there applauding. So that one was a little bit short from Jones, and Franklin is good enough to jump on it, not try and hit it too hard, just guide it away down to the boundary rope and away for 4. Very nicely played by Phoebe Franklin, who, as I say, has had a tremendous summer in all forms of the game, really. Now she's going down the ground, and that's nicely struck as well.
It's funny, isn't it? We were just saying maybe try and see out Jones, and she's just trying to take her on here.
I think possibly Jones has tried a bit too much in that over as well, and that one gave that one a little bit more air, and it just enabled Franklin just to get underneath it and hit it straight back over Jones's head for 4. So that's the halfway point. So we'll have a drinks break here with Surrey 101 for 5. Just remind you what's happened so far, because Lancashire won the toss, stuck Surrey in, and Bryony Smith was the first to go. Terrifically caught and bowled by Potts off her own bowling for 14, and that was just after 2 balls before being dropped by Lister, absolute sitter, and put the catch down. Then Kira Chatley caught by Smale off cross for 17, looking to drive. Then Alice Capsey run out for 5 by Fee Morris. Alice Davison Richards caught by Kate Cross off Jones for 20, and then Schofield bowled by Jones for 1. And at that point, 80 for 5 in the 17th when Davison Richards went. And now 25 gone, so a little bit of a recovery. These two have added 41. Franklin 23 from 22 deliveries, as you can see, and Moore 18 off 31 deliveries. And the bowling figures so far for Lancashire: Kate Cross 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, with 27 dots in that spell of bowling out of 36 deliveries. So terrific stuff from Kate Cross. Potts was 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. Graham 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Jones now 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Lamb 2 overs, no maidens, none for 18. And Morris 2 overs, no maidens, none for 8. So yes, they need a partnership, and the opening stages of a partnership here. 41 it's worth. The interesting thing is Surrey are going at 4.04 and over, so still ticking along at 4 and over, but have lost those 5 wickets. And what we do know here at Beckenham, even though the ball's been holding a touch, it's still a good pitch to bat on.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible batting on this already in this Metro Bank so far this season. Was it 346? Played 346,
Yep.
I want to say, against the Blaze. I
Yep.
mean, that was stunning. And it still ended in a tie. It was one of those days you sort of think, how has this happened? There's so many runs. We thought, no chance.
No, it was a terrific game of cricket, that, wasn't it? That was the Alice Capsey 125, wasn't it? But then Danny Gregory and Alexa Stonehouse doing a brilliant job, and it all coming down to the final delivery. I was saying that when these two met earlier in the season, Lancashire winning by 5 wickets, and well, Paige Schofield made 87 and Alice Davison-Richards made 100 in that game. Surrey batted first in that one, 296 for 8. Lancashire 299 for 5, and Morris was 90 not out. And just a reminder where we are in terms of the table with these two going into today. Lancashire sitting second on 31 points and Surrey sitting fourth on 27. So crucial game this, and then a crucial game for Surrey against Essex here. And then the final one of the group stage is Durham away.
Oh, that's a long
so
trip.
That is a long old trip,
Oof.
especially if there's something on it as well. That's the thing. And sitting top of Hampshire, 36 points Hampshire.
Well, Surrey stole that game against Hampshire down at Guildford when the rain fell. Obviously the DLS par came into it, and there was Grace Howis out there as a runner, Alice Davison-Richards doing her thing, Danny Wyatt-Hodge coming out after the rain just going bish bash bosh, and somehow managed to get themselves over the line to win a game they really shouldn't have won in the end.
Well, actually, I was looking at this yesterday, and the last 6 games coming into today, 4 wins, the tie and the no result for Surrey. So they found some form. Morris continuing, bowling our 26th over. And Kalia Moore nudges this one into the leg side, because started in their first 5 games with 4 losses, Surrey. Then beats Somerset. That was their second win of the campaign. But yeah, started with 4 losses out of the first 5 games, did the Surrey Women in this competition. Of course, won the T20. So they got one of the competitions ticked off so far of Surrey. It's nicely bowled by Morris. Played that very late, did Moore across the line. It went just straight on. Moore gets a single. I think Morris, understandably, thought she was through Moore there. I think Moore for a second thought Morris was through her, but she picks up a single. Franklin comes back on to strike. Forward goes Franklin, turns this one into the leg side.
Yeah, well, all in all, really, a good campaign of a good summer for Surrey. Obviously made it to the final of the T20 Women's County Cup, equivalent to the FA Cup. I think that's what Lancs have been calling it.
This one's tossed up and pushed down the ground.
And obviously it was Lancs who did win that one in the end, the first time that tournament has been played. And then they won the T20 Blast as well. That was a good day at the Oval.
It was a terrific day at the Oval, actually. I really enjoyed that. As forward goes Franklin. I think that one possibly went the other way a touch. Nicely bowled by Morris, just a single off it.
Well, I enjoyed the day at the T20 Blast Finals. I spent the day as a mascot.
Were you a mascot?
I was so hot.
Who were you?
I was the Birmingham Bear. What's she called? Brenda or I can't remember. I've already forgotten what she's called.
What, in the...
I was in Hungry Hippos. It was very, very warm.
I saw that.
Yes, I mean, tick off a bucket list, I guess. But yes, a warm day.
Yes, I watched that from a distance in the commentary box, and I did notice Charles Dagnall sort of getting stuck in the middle of it.
Try doing that dressed as a bear, and you sort of, once you're in it, the bear costume, it wasn't gloves, it was full arms. So once I was in, and I didn't want to take the head off anywhere near any children, and so I was just, it was a hot mess. I think we could say.
Well, it's a very particular talent being the mascot. As Phoebe Graham back into the attack.
Yeah, I was assured that the costume had been dry cleaned before I put it on.
Excellent. I was once given the huge responsibility of taking the Surrey mascot to the men's T20 finals day at Edgbaston. Yes, I was. And there was it was a massive responsibility that in a bag in the boot was the costume. As this one's down the leg side, and that's tucked away by Moore down towards long leg, and they will pick up a single. But rather naughtily, I thought it would be a mischievous joke. I thought it would be to ring whoever it was who was in charge of the day, saying, "Have you seen the news headlines about the lion that's been seen at the service station somewhere near Edgbaston. And yes, I said I'd left the head there by mistake, and the services have been sent out thinking there was a lion, as this is a single pushed away by Franklin into the offside, and they will pick up a single. Now, at the time I thought it was very funny, and I thought that, but when I got to Edgbaston I realised that actually nobody had found it quite as funny as I had.
Oh, that's never a good one, because
But
I think a lot of things are very funny.
But then I couldn't actually find the head.
Oh.
Yes. And that, then I think they thought I was joking, but I genuinely couldn't.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but I managed to locate it at some point. But they're very popular, the old mascot races now, as Moore hasn't timed this at all. It's chipped in the air and it just beats the dive up at mid-off. And again, Moore's been out there now for, that was her 38th delivery, but she's used her feet but hasn't really timed this. And it was one of those tantalisers for mid-off where you think, oh, I can get to this.
It seems to just hang in the air, doesn't it, at that point? You think, yeah, I've got this, and then you think, actually, no, I could have done with growing another 6 inches, perhaps. But good diving effort.
It was terrific. Takes Moore on to 24. That's a full toss. It's below waist high. And Moore just tucks it up towards mid-on again. She wouldn't have been expecting that. So it was a full toss and just pushed it up towards Kate Cross at mid-on. Yeah, interesting this at the moment. This partnership now worth 48. Very much needed by Surrey. As I say, Lancashire have been very good with the ball so far. That's short and wide, and that's cut away by Moore. That's a really good looking shot. Just a single, I think this will be. As the sweeper gets round, it's a horrible throw. And well, everybody did quite well to get out of the way of that, but it's just a single, and that'll be the end of the over. And Phoebe Franklin 24, Moore 25. But yes, those two having a bit of a chat about everything. Now, are we getting the physio out here? There seems to be a break in play.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I just wonder actually whether that throw may have skimmed the helmet of Phoebe Franklin. Now, if it has, we have to go through the old concussion protocol.
We do.
So that's what this is. I think that throw skimmed the helmet of Phoebe Franklin, so we have to go through the concussion protocol. We have to check the helmet, and Phoebe Franklin will say, I'm absolutely fine.
And she'll answer a few questions, as long as the questions aren't, you know, who's in government doing what at the moment, because I don't think anyone can answer those, no matter if you've been hit on the head or not.
No, absolutely. I've said often with in men's cricket that you know, you could ask them what day of the week it was, and they wouldn't have a clue whether they were concussed or not. Although I have to say, I'd be like that.
Exactly. It's match day or it's not match day. It could be Sunday. It could be Thursday. All I know is that the supermarket doesn't open till 11 today, so it must be a Sunday.
Yeah, it does get to that point of the season where you're almost forgetting what competition and who's playing who. So Phoebe Franklin is absolutely fine.
I find these checks really interesting. So I don't know if you've been watching the Women's Rugby World Cup. And you've got these mouth guards this year, the smart ones that flash if they've been hit, and they then have to go and have a concussion check. And I was wondering how you can sort of cross that technology over into other sports.
Yeah, it's really good, apart from when it goes wrong. I know there was, in the men's game, there was a Leicester player, a forward, as Morris is starting the 28th over, and Moore pushes this one back up the pitch, and he was suddenly hauled off for concussion protocol because his mouth guard with the little chip in it, which they monitor, had gone through the roof on a tackle. As that's a loopy full toss, and Moore will feel she's missed out there. It's just driven that straight to cover, and he came off and said, "Why am I off?" And they said, "Well, you just got hit," and he said, "Well, no, I'm not even wearing my mouth guard. It's in my sock." And obviously someone had tackled him around the legs, and that had been picked up on the chip. The Wi-Fi is key as well, that the Wi-Fi stays on as Moore picks up a single. There you go, there's the 50 partnership, much needed by Surrey, Moore 26. But yes, it's a really good point. But nowadays in cricket, if you get hit, as we just saw there, by skimmed Franklin, the throw, you go through the full concussion protocol quite rightly. That's another full toss that Morris will get away with, as it's just pushed back up the pitch by Franklin. 2 to go in this, the 28th over for Surrey. It's nicely bowled, just a bit flatter, a bit quicker, and turned into the leg side. And Gabby Lewis does the fielding in there at short mid-wicket. Looking forward to watching her have a bat today. It's had the one game so far for Lancashire, as this is just pushed a backward point, quick singles taken, well judged run.
Yeah, a really cool addition actually to this Lancashire side. I've seen quite a lot of Gabby Lewis. They did quite a bit last year as the 28th over comes to a close. 1-on-1, Nelson, stand on one leg.
I fall over.
Yeah. I fall over standing on two sometimes. But I did quite a lot of work over in Ireland last year, covering a few of the Irish series. And yeah, she's a very exciting player, Gabby Lewis. Obviously captains that side. And it's just, yeah, she's just one of those, her whole family just are so ingrained in Irish cricket. And it is such a interesting way that everyone knows everyone in Irish cricket. And wherever you go, it's such a family affair.
Oh, absolutely.
It's great fun.
Like the Joyce family, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Morgan family. Graham then, to bowl the 29th over. Franklin will just open the face of the back guy. This to backward point. Oh, she's in trouble here now. The throw came in, and I think Threlfeld hasn't taken the bails off.
She missed it the first time and had to come back.
Yep. Because Franklin sent back, horrible bit of running. But you watch here as she goes to the stumps, misses the first time, gets it onto the stumps the second time, and by that time Franklin has got home. But it was the most horrible piece of running. Because if you watch, it's one of these, no, wait, yet no. And by that time you're stuffed, aren't you? So gets away with that, does Franklin.
Yeah, Ellie Threlkeld should be annoyed with herself there. You would expect her to take that cleanly and see the bails off. It's like she sort of almost thought she was closer to the stumps than she was.
Yeah, just lost where she was in relation to the stumps. I'm seeing it again here, but it's that horrible moment for Franklin where she thinks, oh no, but then Threlkeld first attempt misses and then gets the stumps on the second attempt. Franklin this time will cut in the air and gone. Caught at backward point, and it's a soft dismissal. After that chance with the run out, it's a really soft dismissal for Franklin. And the partnership is broken on 51. And Franklin goes for 25. It was short and it was wide. And just guided really into the hands of Emma Lamb at backward point. So that's a real disappointment for Surrey and for Phoebe Franklin, who, as I say, has been terrific this season from a Surrey point of view, but it is a soft dismissal, and it means that Surrey are now 6 down.
Yeah, the last thing they needed. They'd done well to see out that run out, actually. Should have been out, really. There should have been a wicket the previous delivery, and then maybe just got in the head a little bit. And this one just straight to the fielder.
I think Surrey will be disappointed with the way they've gone with the bat so far. So they find themselves 6 down. Alice Monaghan is making her way to the middle. She's got 127 runs in the competition so far this summer. We need a few from her here. Kalia Moore still there on 26. Graham her first wicket. So that rebuilding job has to start again.
Does, doesn't it?
It's like one of those like grand designs, isn't it? Where they sort of get into it and then something disastrous happens that, I don't know, a pothole opens up and you have to sort of start all over again.
Or Bake Off when someone takes your baked Alaska out the freezer, something like that.
Yes. Is that on again, is it?
No, it is. It just started again last week.
Yes, I saw that.
I do quite enjoy it, and the Great British Sewing Bee, I'm quite into that one.
Yes. Zinn over the wicket. First ball for Monaghan from Graham, and Monaghan's forward and plays this one solidly out towards cover.
I think I like the Sewing Bee because I can't sew. I can bake, so that's fine, but I watch it and I think I wouldn't even know how to work that machine, let alone create the things that they do.
No. It was Celebrity Swimming with Sharks that did me.
Oh yeah, okay, I could do that. Who are we feeding to the sharks?
Yeah, I'm sure there's something slightly better you could put on the telly than that, as Monaghan is pushing this one out towards cover point.
Oh, there was that time they got a bunch of celebrities to go and do ski jumping, and everyone just kept getting injured and breaking things. And
Yes, I remember that. The game.
don't know how long it lasted for.
Yes, well, there was the famous in that the famous Bobby Davro belly flop from the high board. I remember. Monaghan waits once again, leaning forward, as you can see, and nicely played again. Plays it late.
Is there a celebrity gladiator? Because I love gladiators. That's a great program, but I'm sure there must be a celeb version of it.
Well, so the wicket in that over of Phoebe Franklin, 29 gone from a Surrey perspective, 21 to go. I've always said one of the great programmes would be where you put, it can be male cricketers, female cricketers, all in a house together for a duration
Big
of
Brother.
12 weeks and watch what happens, yes. And I guarantee you an awful lot of the conversation would turn to my favourite innings or when I bowled so without a shadow of a doubt it would. Morris is bowling the 30th over as this one is pulled away off the front foot by Moore out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single.
I think maybe it was a bit like that in the first year of the 100, wasn't it, when everyone was sort of living in bubbles?
Yes, very much so. Monaghan on to strike for the first time to Morris here. Very tidy stuff this from Morris. This one's tossed up. Monaghan just turning it into mid-wicket. Yeah, what Surrey have to do is work out a way of getting through these 21 overs, not getting bowled out. That's the key thing. Don't get bowled out, because at the moment they're way off where they would need to be. Forward goes Monaghan, just pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
I think what Morris is doing in the same way as Jones is just keeping it full, and so they're really struggling to get on that front foot. Everything being played off the back foot on a really full length and just not able to get under it and get it away.
Yep, and good control as well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Really good control from Morris. There haven't been many bad deliveries so far today, but I think just where Surrey will be disappointed is some of the dismissals have been self-inflicted, really, as Moore will get a single here down the ground, and there is Kate Cross to do the fielding. That will bring Monaghan back on to strike. But yeah, I think they'll just feel that some of those dismissals have been batter error rather than, but I think it was a build-up as well before that, as it's nicely played by Monaghan, just pushes it away. Oh, that took a funny old bubble out there to the sweeper on the cover rope. Whipping through the overs as well, Lancashire, because we've gone past 30 now, so 30 gone, just the 20 remain. And that's because the spinners whipped through their overs. That's horrible when that happens, because you look up at the scoreboard and suddenly you think, hang on, we've only got 20 left and we've only got 115 on the board. So it really is a case now. Sorry, we're in that position of, right, we need a partnership here. We can't afford to lose another couple now, but we've got to have two set when we hit the back end of this innings. Graham to bowl the 31st over. Ooh, and looking to cut is Monaghan. That goes past the outside edge. I always find it fascinating in these positions how teams do manoeuvre themselves to something competitive. Because I would say today par on here, 250, 260.
Yeah, easy.
They're way under where they need to be at the moment. Monaghan waiting again. This time she is cutting, but down to backward point. Little bobble. Oh, and she's got to get her skates on as she goes through for the single.
It's again that little lack of communication, and they both sort of stopped in the middle of the wicket when they're running. At that point, you've committed to it. You're halfway. It's like that old joke, you know, swim 50% of the way, decide you don't want to, you swim 50% back. Well, you could got there, and that's kind of what they're doing in their running. They get halfway and go, oh no, I'll go back. You might as well carry on in the same direction.
And they played a lot of cricket together this summer. Driving thick edge, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary rope at third for 4. So again, no great pace to it from Graham, but it hits the edge, and at this stage, no slip of course, and down to the boundary rope it goes for 4. Good innings this from Kalia Moore. Top score so far in the comp for her, 66 this summer. She's 32 here. See a couple of people there watching beyond the sheets, as that's driven firmly, but straight to cover. And there is no run. But running between the wickets is a funny old thing. You do get partnerships and pairs that play so much together they don't even have to call.
Yeah.
Just look at each other and
Telepathic almost.
Know straight away what the other one is doing. And then you get some real muddles out there in the middle sometimes. As that's short and that's pulled by Moore and out towards deep backward square. The fielding's good. As the throw comes in, Lister out there with her orange boots on. And they'll pick up a couple more here. 4 more. She's on to 34.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here as well, taking a lot of the strike. Monaghan's faced just 8 deliveries since she came in, and they won't mind that. Just keep more on strike, trying to keep building that, get that run rate back up over 4 if they can.
Full toss, low full toss, and that's well placed by Moore. That was the key thing. Oh, no, sir. Oh, it was a magnificent bit of fielding by that gentleman. Then he fell over. He did very well, jumped out, leapt from his chair, and then got something behind it, and then fell over. But beautifully timed, but oh no.
No.
And it was more of a collapse, really. Than
It was quite graceful.
Was, I suppose. End of the over then, 126 for 6. 19 overs remaining. Sun's disappeared for the time being. We've got some cloud over us here at Beckenham.
There's also a few other games going on in the Metro Bank One Day Cup as well today. So Durham hosting Hampshire. Durham 119 for 5.
As we start the 32nd over, there won't be a run here.
Holly Armitage out there still unbeaten on 40. Obviously captaining that Durham side. And then Warwickshire hosting Essex. Essex is 76 for 2 after 12.
Sweeping Monaghan. Will just be a single.
And then in Tier 2, Middlesex hosting Yorkshire. Middlesex 93 for 5 after 27 overs. Obviously they were winners of the Tier 2 T20 Blast as well, where they beat Yorkshire in the final.
They certainly did.
They didn't lose a wicket all day, Middlesex.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes, that's one way to do it, I suppose. Moore picks up a single here. 1 to 39. Yeah, that was the day before.
Yes.
The finals day at the Kia Oval,
yes.
wasn't it? Yes, and I saw that. I saw that Middlesex had won it without losing a wicket in either the playoff game and semi, as it was for them, and the final. Nicely bowled again by Morris. Just a couple so far off this over. Wind's just picked up a touch here as well. There's a game, an impromptu game of cricket taking place on the far side of the ground. You can probably see there as well.
I think.
Oh, beats the edge. One goes on. No, it doesn't. Has got an edge. Oh dear. And I think Monaghan thinks that was pad rather than bat, or inside of her bat onto her pad. But it went on with the arm and trying to run it down towards third man, and well, Monaghan's run off here, so I don't know whether she's but she's run off. But the appeal goes up, the finger goes up. Monaghan's not happy with the decision and sort of indicates that, and then runs off.
She's still running.
Well, I know, maybe she's trying to hide if there's going to be a bit of trouble.
Well, she just doesn't want coach to make her run any.
She'll be all right. Morris gets the wicket, but yeah, there was a little indication sort of back towards the umpire, which you shouldn't really do, obviously. And I don't know whether Monaghan thought if I run off and hide, they're not going to come after me. But she's gone there for 4, and Kalia Moore still on 39, but
running out of partners.
Well, the problem here, Georgie, is the wickets have just fallen at regular intervals, haven't they? There's been that one partnership between Franklin and Moore, but other than that, those wickets have just kept falling.
Do you not think that sounds like an estate agent? Franklin and Moore.
Yes, it does. Yes, or a fine pair of removalists.
Yes.
Or solicitors. So we've got Moore and Stonehouse now out there in the middle. Of course, Stonehouse with that great innings for the Tide game alongside Danny Gregory here. That was a great game of cricket, wasn't it?
Was.
It really was a fantastic game of cricket, that one. 128 for 7. Morris now 1 for 17 in her 6th over. Final ball of the over. First delivery for Stonehouse, and she just waits for this and pokes it away into the offside. So another good over from Morris, picking up the wicket in that over. Monaghan. So that equation now gets a bit tougher for Surrey, because they know they are way off where they need to be.
Yeah. At this point, you think, what do you think they'll be targeting? Because you can't just go, right, we should be at 240, 250, because that seems it's just unrealistic. And setting unrealistic goals there's no point in that one. You sort of got to think in
Anything over from here, 210.
Yeah.
If you can get yourself up to 210, you're in the game. You are in the game. Someone could have a day out with the ball, but it's still not enough. You know, if Lancashire bat well, but you never know, do you really, until both sides have had a bat. But it still doesn't look to me like a 128 for 7 pitch. This.
No, and especially as Lancashire have just brought Kate Cross back on. And I really like this. She's still got 4 overs up her sleeve. Obviously one of their big gun players, and just gets to have a look at Moore, who's still in, but then at the tail as well.
Yes. As she's in, Threlkell's up to the stumps. First ball short and just tugged away by Moore out towards deep backward square. Yeah, this is the old, I'll go to Kate Cross and say, either can you knock Moore over for me please, or can you pick up a couple quickly and sort of almost finish this innings off. As that brings Stonehouse onto strike. Forward goes Stonehouse, almost chipped that straight back to Kate Cross. Was trying to work that leg side, and it's sort of a bit of a leading edge. And the problem she's got here, Stonehouse, is with Threlkeld up to the stump, she cannot bat out of that crease. So getting out towards Kate Cross is going to be tricky here for Stonehouse. Cross is in, that's wider, and that's cut away by Stonehouse. That's nicely played. That's going to get to the rope. Nicely played.
Yeah, it's just beaten a diving Seren Smale out there on the boundary. She was almost caught in two minds. She was going to go for the dive or stick a foot out. In the end, I don't think either would have stopped it.
Well, 32 not out Stonehouse made in that Tide game. And played extremely well. So another one of those sorts of innings would be very handy from a Surrey perspective here from Stonehouse. Forward she goes. That's nicely played. Just pushed away through the covers. Could get two, should get two, will get two. As Smale is round to do the fielding, and the bounce almost takes Kate Cross with it. And 2 more to Stonehouse. She's on to 6. But yeah, another sort of 30 odd here from Stonehouse, with more continuing at the other end. That would be handy from a Surrey perspective, because Moore's played nicely. 40 off the 51 deliveries so far. 5th ball of the over from Cross, turned by Moore up the ground, and Phoebe Graham does the fielding up there at mid-on. Well, we heard Alice Davison-Richards' dog earlier. Kirsty White is amazing. She can tell whose dog it is just from the bark, but I'm not quite sure. That was
a bit higher pitched, I thought. Yeah,
a smaller dog, I think, possibly. Not that I know anything about dogs. As this one's leg stump flicked away by Stonehouse uppishly, but we'll get a single, and the throw will come in from Lister. And end of the Kate crossover. 17 to go for Surrey. So yeah, I think if you're renegotiating this, anything up around 210 for Surrey. That gentleman with his bike, he's been doing circuits of the ground.
He has,
but not on his bike. It's almost like he's taking his bike for a walk.
Maybe he's got the puncture.
could be that. Could have a puncher. Bless you.
Sorry about that.
Bless you. It's a new form of cycling, that, isn't it?
Yes.
Taking your bike.
Oh,
for a walk.
that's how I go up a hill on a bike, actually.
Yes. Yeah, maybe that could be an Olympic sport at some point in the velodrome. Morris to bowl her 7th over. Stonehouse will push this one back down the pitch.
Well, you say that on the cycling. I actually worked on the Cycling World Championships a couple of summers ago.
Oh,
there
very
are
good.
some very strange yet interesting sports that happen on a bike.
This one's worked down the ground by Stonehouse. Just a single as Potts dives across to her left.
So there is such a thing as cycle ball, which is football crossed over with cycling, but you can't put your feet on the floor and you hit the ball with your wheels. And there are no brakes and you can't put your feet on the floor, so you have to hit everything.
Has that caught on as this is turned
I think it
by
involves-
Moore into the leg side?
Involves some real skill. It's very Eastern European. They were very good at it too. And then there's also artistic cycling, which is gymnastics on a bike. So you know when you see circus acts do it on a horse? This is on a bike.
As this one's pulled away by Moore off the front foot out towards deep backward square in our first misfield of the day. And that will be 4. So that's a bonus from a Surrey perspective. But it's the first one we've seen today. But yeah, got that all wrong. And over the boundary rope it goes. So Moore will take that, Surrey will take that. This one's driven nicely by Moore. In there to short extra. Oh, and that took a horrible bounce. We'll get a single.
Ow.
That really did hurt. Hit the forearm. So that will be a bit of a stinger there. Artistic cycling.
You know what? You've got to look them up because I just can't do it justice by describing it. But I think cycle ball was actually quite cool. Some of them hitting serious top corners.
Forward. Again goes Stonehouse. And pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Smale out there does the fielding. Sorry, Lister out there does the fielding. And they'll pick up another single. So better over from a Surrey perspective. They've got 16 remaining. Stonehouse nicely played so far. 9 from 9. More, as you can see, 45 from 54. Well, there you are. You see, there's all sorts of sports.
There's
these
sports for
days,
everyone.
aren't there? Artistic cycling.
Yeah.
What else?
Oh, well, actually, I was just at the World Games and there really are some sports for everyone. There was even tug of war.
Oh, now
which
that,
I got
yeah,
very into.
I can see that. I can see tug of war's been around for ages.
Got very
hasn't it?
into it. We had ice hockey but on skates, so roller hockey, good
That's
stuff.
been around for a
There was
long
some good
time
stuff.
as well. Yeah.
Underwater swimming was not necessarily the most thrilling spectator sport.
No. As cross. He's in. Oh, that beats the edge. That's nicely taken by Threlkeld. And this is the start of the 35th over. So Stonehouse just trying to nudge that, I think, down towards third. Underwater swimming is a spectator sport.
Yeah,
It's like submarine racing.
honestly,
isn't it?
in the crowd, you just sort of sat there thinking, okay, right, yeah, we're still under the water, still under the water.
Ah. Crosses in, and then that's punched off the back foot by Stonehouse out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. I tell you what, the next Olympics, cricket in the next Olympics, that's huge, I think.
Yeah. And lacrosse?
Yeah, and I've
Yeah.
always said, you know, this whole let's conquer America with cricket. I've always thought the only way that would ever happen is by cricket being in the Olympics and there being a USA team in there who goes okay.
Yeah.
Because the whole of America will be watching the Olympics. As this is driven, thick edge from Moore. We'll get a single.
Yeah, because I guess we obviously had the World Cup over split between America and the West Indies, didn't we, last time? And I'm still
Didn't really
unsure what
work.
my verdict on
Didn't really
the
work.
success of it was.
Yeah, it didn't
The drop-in
really work.
pitches wasn't really very helpful.
Yeah, it didn't really work. I think the key thing is it's an Olympic Games in America with a USA side in there. I think that'll be huge. This is pushed by Stonehouse out towards extra cover as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. I was thinking about a single there for a second.
She
with
was. I
Stonehouse.
don't really know why. She hit it straight to the fielder. Was almost making eye contact with the fielder who's holding the ball, and is like, "Oh, think about setting off for a run here."
Yes, the running between the wickets has had its moments. so far today. Very good today, Kate Cross. It's nicely bowled. Stonehouse just pushes it back up the pitch, and Cross does the fielding off her own bowling.
Well, she was great with the bat in their previous game, Kate Cross. Made a half-century for Lancashire in a bit of a rescue mission.
Well, she's still a terrific cricketer,
Isn't she just?
Kate Cross.
Had a great 100 as well.
Last ball of the over, the 8th for Kate Cross. 35th of the Surrey innings. Nice looking a shot again from Stonehouse. Will pick up another single. Stonehouse, I think as her career progresses, I think Stonehouse will go up the order for Surrey. She's got all the right attributes.
Well, while you mull that over, I'm going to step out and Kirsty's going to come back to join you.
Thank you, Georgie. Yes, you see certain players down the order and you think, I think they might end up going up the order a touch. Cameron Ponsonby being one of them, away to our left-hand side. He's been playing shots all day. Welcome back, Kirsty.
Thank you.
I saw you do a circuit of the ground.
Yeah, a couple of laps.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I was just saying here, I think Surrey will be disappointed with this.
Yeah, I think it's. I think Callie Moore's demonstrated here. You've just got to dig in. You've just got to be gritty, grind it out. It's not going to be pretty, but it's effective. And I think this is really important. This phase now, the last 15, to get to 250. I think
250. Yeah, I was thinking the way they were going, 210. But if they could get to 250, that'd be riches. I think.
I think so. Yeah, upwards of 200.
Mm-hmm.
Just for, I think, psychologically to think we can defend. I think realistically 250. I think there's a game at 250.
Well, I was saying Stonehouse with that 32 not out in the tie game, shaping up nicely here with Moore. So Potts back into the attack. So the change of bowling here on the Surrey live stream, and all powered by SSE Solutions for you once again. Potts opened up and took that fantastic catch to get rid of Bryony Smith early on this morning.
I'm really interested to see how this wicket plays in the second half of the game and how the Lancashire batters go about it, because it looks really, really difficult.
Yep, it keeps holding, doesn't it? I still don't think it's a 1-4-6 for 7 pitch, mind you, as Stonehouse plays this one up towards mid-off. But I think if you can get yourselves over 200, you've got something to work with. But I don't think well, I suppose the two ways to look at it is if you go all guns blazing at the start in the power play, and you know, at the end of the power play is 60-70 odd without loss, then yeah, you've done the bulk of the job, really, haven't you? As Stonehouse waits for this one on the back foot, chops it away to backward point, and they will pick up a single. Stonehouse moves on to 12.
Yeah, and I think Surrey just can't afford to leave any runs out there now. So, like we said, this passage is going to be really, really important. And obviously there's a fine line between being bowled out in the 45th over and not quite getting over that 210 mark. But equally, actually, you don't want to get to that 50th over and actually have left 10-20 runs out there.
It's a tricky one, this, at the moment. Moore gets beaten on the drive, nicely bowled, beautifully taken by Thrugell behind the stumps. But you can get all the messages in the world, but really you've got to work it out while you're out there in the middle, haven't you? And Moore has played very nicely here, and as you say, has shown the way. But it's absolutely crucial from a Surrey perspective that she's still there right at the end of this innings. There's that dog barking again, but I don't think that's Alice Davison-Richards' dog. It's driving. The experts here into the covers, and there's no run.
Let's see if we can have a look.
It sounds a different sort of bark to me.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you see?
Not sure.
Slightly different bark, that. Slightly higher. So I'm not sure.
Or is it a bark of desperation because someone's eating their lunch?
Yeah. Well, they're thirsty, maybe. Need a bowl of water. This one's cut away by Moore. Just be a single again. Out there to Lister. sweeping up on that cover boundary rope. Some more keeps the strike. 36 overs gone. 14 remain for Surrey.
Yeah, I think Calliamore needs to face the majority of deliveries now, and I think there's going to have to be a bit of intelligence between these two around, how are we going to go about attacking the over. So Moore's on strike now, so they're going to have to look to run twos, and they're going to have to look to run hard so that she can face the majority of deliveries.
Well, coming back to what we talked about very early on this morning about, it's great when you batters go out there, it's as flat as you like and the ball's flying to all parts, but I find these situations fascinating, and how do you manoeuvre yourselves to something that's going to give you a chance in the game. And then I always love watching a side that are chasing and you lose a couple or 3 or 4 early wickets, and then they work it out and manoeuvre their way through it. It's brilliant to watch, it really is.
Yeah, and I think that these two are going to have to look at how they can put pressure back on this fielding side, and whether that's picking up quick singles with a bit of drop and run in the ring and making Lancs really think about where they want their fielders to be. That's a really nice shot driven out to the deep extra cover boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. And the first delivery in the spell for Hannah Jones, who had 2 for 21 in her first spell. So 49 now for Moore. The round of applause is for the 150 up. The 150 up for Surrey, but Hannah Jones bowled beautifully in that first spell. So Moore on 49. Jones is in, and there's her 50. Very well played by Kalia Moore. They needed that, did Surrey. That's her second 50 of the comp so far this summer. Kalia Moore. And her top score in the comp this season, 66. But no, she's played very well there. And gets a hug from Alexa Stonehouse, which is nice to see. But no, but she knows now that she's got to keep going here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you said, Surrey do not want to leave runs out there, and they also don't want to get bowled out. And that's the other thing. Cardinal sin, they always say, don't they? As this one turned firmly by Stonehouse into the leg side. Nothing more than a flick of the wrists. It was upish. I don't think it was a chance.
I think it was just a little bump ball just right in front of the hands, a little bit closer, and that would have been a wicket, I think. But
firmly struck by Stonehouse. 12 off 18 for her. Turns this one into the leg side. I was saying to Georgie that Alexa Stonehouse with the bat looks one of these players that, as her career goes on, I think could move up the order a little bit. She's definitely got a bit about her with the bat. That one's pushed off the back foot. Oh dear, here we go. Horrible single, and well, direct hit gone, and Threlkeld couldn't take it cleanly. I tell you what, the running between the wickets today at times has been a right old muddle. It really has.
yeah.
And well, the throw is one of those ones that just skidded, and a direct hit gone for all money really. Last ball of the over. That one's tossed up, met on the full, driven firmly into short extra cover. Fielding's very, very good in there. That really was struck powerfully, and I think Potts has felt that. That really was hit firmly.
Yeah, and going back to that run out opportunity, the ball before there, that there was no reason why that fielder needed to throw that ball in on the bounce. She's 20 yards down the track. She just needs to get it straight into the hands of Threlkeld. So it's a rash throw. You've got wickets that have been used all the way as we look along through the side here. All the wickets have been used, so you're throwing it into rough. There's absolutely no need. No. It's just a simple take and break into the hands. So
Potts it will be to bowl the 38th, and this is played by Moore out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They will pick up a single, one more to the total. Lister's been in the game today. It's interesting with the fielding drills, isn't it? And I've often thought this with the fielding drills. You always see, players racing in, picking up and trying to knock the stumps down, which I get completely. But you never see them doing it with the keeper there.
No, and in that she had time to make a good decision there, so she could have thrown either end. The keeper was at the stumps. She had time to gather.
As driving.
And wasn't required to knock the stumps down. So actually, it should have been a really just simple throw straight over the top of the stumps.
Single for Stonehouse. Of course, different when you got the spinner because the keeper's already stood up. So I get it completely with the quicker bowlers because the keeper's not going to get there. So you've got to hit the stumps direct. But sometimes I think practice with the spinner in a sort of spinner situation, it does change your... Sounds a strange thing to say, but when you've got the keeper stood there, it's not like trying to hit the stumps with no keeper there. As this is driven by Moore out towards Lister again.
Yeah, and it is actually, it's very, very difficult to pick the ball up and throw into the keeper's gloves at short range with power, and to control that power. And sometimes you see throws go awry, they'll go overheads or whatever, it will be thrown at the ankles because you're trying to get the ball there as quickly as possible. But you are right, it isn't a skill that is practiced as much as it should be. And those are the ones, that was an easy wicket, and that was 8 down.
Yeah, that's been the interesting thing. They dropped a couple today as well and have run out chances. Stonehouse will get another single here. Playing very sensibly at the moment is Alexa Stonehouse. And she'll move on to 40. Couple more deliveries to go in this over from Potts. Just lost the sun for the time being. Bit more cloud cover over Beckenham at the moment. But still a lovely day. Settled for this for the next 3 weeks. Lots of cricket still to be played as Moore just drives away again, and Lister once more.
Yeah, it's very warm on the Copers Cope end of the ground, the road that you can see in the screen as you're walking around there. The breeze is really warm, which is unusual for Beckenham, but particularly over that side it is very, very warm. I think there might be a few red faces at work tomorrow that people weren't expecting.
Oh yes. It's normally, actually, September, October normally now. The weather's pretty good, isn't it? Stonehouse forward and just poking this out into the offside. So end of the over, 12 to go. And a few more thoughts from you, Kirsty, and then it'll be Cameron Ponsonby to take you through to the end of this Surrey innings.
Yeah, so 12 overs to go. Can't remember, it's around 4 and over. So Surrey on for a score of just over 200. If they keep at this rate, which they'll want around 220 realistically, I think 250 will be a fantastic score given the circumstances that they found themselves in the beginning. But it does all come down to how well they can see off Hannah Jones here and keep accumulating runs. What are your thoughts, Cam?
I always think it's a little bit of a double-edged sword when your kind of number 9 comes out and starts batting quite fluently, because your runs are going up. You're going, oh blimey, we're a bit further short than we even realised. Stonehouse batting very nicely at the moment, as is Moore, of course, on 53. You're right, it's a sneaky. It's a day for the UV index. Keep yourself safe. Swing and a miss, bit of an appeal. Lovely moment just down towards our left where the Surrey players are on the bench. Tilly Courtine-Coleman's padded up, ready to go, and a young girl in her whites has scampered over with her dad to get an autograph, and it's been a successful mission. Were you much of an autograph hunter in your youth?
Yes and no. I think, well, I didn't really go and watch a lot of cricket. I was too busy playing it, to be honest, as a youngster. And there wasn't as much to watch.
Heaved out into the deep and dropped for 6. Double trouble for Jones. She thought she had her 3rd wicket. Instead, she's gone for her first maximum. And this was just a bit short from Jones. And Moore's piled into it.
Yeah, Lister's been busy out there today. She had that drop catch at Silly Mid-Off that she probably won't want to be reminded of, and now obviously that would have been the wicket. And further punishment goes for 6.
It's a lovely sweep shot as well. For more power off the back foot, precision off the front. I guess you'd have had it strange that way. How old were you when you first started kind of getting into the Super Fours stuff? So your kind of heroes.
Yeah.
You were still
young,
a child.
Young, yeah. I think I was about 14, 15.
Just trying to run out all future England managing directors or future administrators.
And captains, yeah, at the time.
Clipped up towards long on for another single.
Yeah, but there wasn't that much cricket going on.
Yeah.
It was men's county championship cricket really, and the 40 over competition. Yeah, and that was it really.
Tucks around the corner for one more run. I feel like I've referenced a story that people won't necessarily be aware of. Remind us who you ran out and what the situation was.
It was here. It was here at Beckenham when there were two pitches. So where the Crystal Palace training ground was, there used to be two pitches here, and we were playing a Super Fours game, which back in the day kind of really preceded KSL and all of those different competitions, and all of the best players in the women's game without internationals came and played this competition. And I was batting with Claire Connor at the time. I think I was 16 or 17, and she's called two, or I've called two. Got halfway down the track and decided I didn't want it. And being 16 and not really that cricket savvy of thinking about who I was batting with, sold her short, and ended up running her out.
Does happen.
Yeah.
We've got a bowling change here. Phoebe Graham's returning for her final 2 overs.
Oof, slipped.
It's a beautiful shot. Almost splits the two fields at mid on and mid off. Phoebe Graham was lying on the floor after trying to fling an arm down to stop the ball travelling to the boundary. It's an awkward dive, isn't it? You kind of have to move your legs out of the way and just let gravity take over.
Yeah. Did well in the end. I just think and that kind of passage of play there just sums up Surrey just not being in their full stride at the moment.
That'll be more runs though. 4 of them for Stonehouse. Just forced away off the back foot. And that part of the ground is so short. If you can get it past backward points, the angles are always working in your favour as a batter.
Yeah, 100%. And just going back to that point I was making, I think the things that Surrey did really, really well before they broke for the 100 were they would put pressure onto the fielding side in any way that they could. And there was an opportunity there. If Stonehouse had run the one the way that she would have before the summer started, they may well have picked up 2, as that's just turned round the corner really nicely out to deep square leg.
They are ticking along here okay at the moment, Surrey. This partnership is now worth 43. So really crucial runs. They've still got so much time.
They do. They have a lot of time, but I fear this is the last real partnership of solid batting driven beautifully through extra cover. Callie Moore says, I'm absolutely not running for that at all. I'm just going to go back and remark my guard.
It's a wonderful shot from Moore, and it takes her to a level best list day score of 66, which she made earlier this season.
Still a bit of swing in the air from the hand, Phoebe Graham. Ever so slight, but it's there. Promising signs for the Surrey bowlers, particularly Alexa Stonehouse.
10 runs off this over. Fielder at covers just backing off ever so slightly. I think it's Gabby Lewis there. And Moore now uses that extra space to drop the ball into the offside and take a single. So very strong over for Surrey here. 11 runs off it. Stonehouse is on 20. And there'll be a bit of a decision for Lancashire to make. After this ball, we get into the final 10 overs. Again, driven through extra cover. 4 more. Surrey's best over of the innings. 3 boundaries, 3 singles, 15 runs off it, and that scoreboard looks so much healthier for it. 180 for 7 after 40 overs.
And Callie Moore's second 50 partnership of the day. So she's been the crux of the innings really here. She's glued it together a little bit. And that was the perfect outcome for the end of the over. It keeps Callie Moore on strike while ticking the scoreboard along nicely.
We're into the final 10 overs, and I was going to say, I had my men's list A hat on for the last 10 overs where 5 can go outside the ring. That isn't the case in the women's game, but it's still a bit of a dilemma for Lancashire that you're so close to potentially wrapping up the innings as a whole. So how do you want to go about these last 10 overs? Do you want to squeeze? Do you want to have 4 fielders in the circle for Stonehouse and try and take these wickets, or are you happy to sit with 4 fielders out at all times? We have a bit of a change here for Jones's last over. Long on and long off are out on the boundary. Deep cover and deep mid-wicket.
Just offering Callie Moore the single here, and they were going to try and pick up Stonehouse's wicket.
Start with a dot. Jones's figures look kind of normal now. They look good, but normal. There was a period of time when she was 2 for 9 off 5 overs. 24 runs have come off the last 4.
Oh, gosh.
Almost just lands short of Lewis at backward square leg. Moore helping it round the corner.
Yeah, she doesn't quite connect, and fortunately for her, it's the best outcome because otherwise square leg would have gathered that nicely.
Another dot ball from Jones. I think this is okay. Moore's showing signs of frustration. Just get out the other side here, and you kind of make hay for the final 9 overs. It's well bowled again. It's a brilliant cramping line from Jones, giving Moore no room to kind of free her arms and target that leg side or any width to cut the ball away to the offside. Finds cover again.
Yeah, there's 1 ball left in her spell, Callier. I think you just need to do the sensible thing here and steer off. Just keep your head.
And a maiden for Jones to finish. I think she deserves that as well. It's a fantastic spell of bowling that really changed the match. It was Capsey's run out in her first over that, although it doesn't go down as Jones's wicket, there was this 3 over period where carnage happened and 3 wickets fell very quickly. And she finishes her spell of 10 with 2 for 33, and it looks like it's going to be a 1 over spell for Phoebe Graham. Fee Morris is handing her cap over to the umpire.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder why. Maybe skipper's not quite calculated the overs right.
I think she runs a tight ship, does Ellie Threlkeld. 3 boundaries are off.
Yeah, fair.
No room for sympathy here.
Yeah.
Fee Morris herself, well, they only need 1 more over from Lamb and Morris together as the 5th bowler. But given that Morris has only conceded 24 runs from her 7 overs, they might think, why not bowl her through? She does have a list 850, Alexa Stonehouse.
She's actually opened the batting for the Stars a few times.
I remember, was this last year when I remember going through the scorecards? It seemed like every match there was a different opening batter.
Yeah.
Driven up through that cover region again. So many runs have been scored through that kind of V this afternoon. It's almost like a little kind of almost arm ball from Fee Morris. She kind of ran her finger down the back of it.
Yeah, I think that's where Lancashire just need to be a little bit more intelligent with their field placings there, because actually if now where extra cover is sat on the ring, that could have saved 2 and would have been a dot.
Oh, there is a dot ball. 2 fielders behind point.
I think while building pressure is very good, if you're giving the opportunity for it actually to be 2.
It's a tight line. Again from Femore. It's the Hannah Jones line, I'll call that one.
Mm.
Kind of angling in at the pads.
Yeah, she really varies her pace, Fee Morris. She's a quick off spinner. Oh, she's got away with that one.
Oh, they've go for a quick single. They make it home pretty comfortably in the end. Stonehouse's bats on the floor. It was all a bit messy there. I heard Mark Church comments on it earlier this afternoon. It's not been the greatest running between the wickets this afternoon.
No, I think there's a real lack of awareness, actually.
Appeal for LBW, and that is out. Moore goes. A crucial wicket for Lancashire, and they'll now be looking to wrap this up for less than 200. And that was as straight as they come, really, and unfortunately for Surrey. But Fee Morris, the change of bowling works, the last ball of her 8th over. Moore just looking to sweep.
Yeah, that's hitting all three, that one.
Just looking to try and access that backwards square region, tuck it round the corner, pick up 1, 2, maybe even 4 if the angles work in your favour. It's a wonderful feeling as a bowler to start appealing after you know that is out.
Yeah.
That is absolutely hitting middle, halfway up, and Moore gets a warm round of applause as she walks off, and rightly so. I wonder if we'll find out why Alice Monaghan ran off, sprinted.
Oh, I missed that.
She was so she got out
Yeah.
and just sprinted from the middle all the way up to the clubhouse.
Oh, maybe she needed a wee.
Maybe she got out on purpose. She was like, I need a wee.
Yeah.
Got to go.
I'd hope not, but yeah, maybe.
That's Matt Renshaw in India, famously or infamously. He had to retire her because he needed the loo.
Yeah.
Well, 8 down now. Danny Gregory is in at number 10. Been working hard on her batting over the last couple of years. She's got some jet black gloves on show, which are pretty snazzy.
Yeah. Alexa Stonehouse is on strike there. That was the end of the over, so it does mean that Stonehouse does get to face the bulk of the deliveries, hopefully. Change of bowling at the City end. Emma Lamb is coming back on. So your theory around the 5th bowler having 2 overs to bowl between them lives strong.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't need to do it anymore. They've just 2 and 8. They're just mixing up. They can Ellie Threlkeld, you can never second guess her. You can never predict what's happening next. It's 2 expensive overs for Lamb earlier on this afternoon, but now bowling at numbers 9 and 10, you might be able to pick up a couple of cheapies. Do you reckon we'll see Stonehouse open her shoulders a bit here and play some aggressive shots, or are we going to just try and have... Oh, well, how many balls have we got left? 47 balls left. 47 balls, 47 runs.
There's a lot of time left. Ooh. There is a lot of time left, so I think she does have to find the balance here. 47 deliveries. If she loses her wicket here and then the next wicket falls, that 10th wicket falls, in essence that could be 47 runs that they miss out on.
Well, they do take a single. Stonehouse pushes the ball up towards cover and they scamper through. Don't know if Gregory was completely expecting it. Emma Lamb's bowling reminds me a little bit of Clea Moore's off spin, actually, in the way she kind of big revs on the ball.
Yeah, up and over.
You can see she gets a lot of shape, a bit of drift from a kind of diagonal seam that you can see rotating through the air. That's nicely played by Danny Gregory, just waiting on the back foot and clipping it over to the leg side.
Yeah, interesting here is that Lancashire have opted to actually just keep the same field, so they've kept their 4 out, and they're almost offering a single if she can take it, which if you're going to bowl a drag down like that, she's absolutely going to lap it up. So maybe a missed trick there from Lancashire. I'd want to keep Danny Gregory on strike as long as possible.
Well, it was a free run on a bit of a rank delivery from Lamb, but a perfectly set field, 1 run. It's a lovely delivery from Lamb, dropping it on a length and the ball spinning in towards the right hander. Just 2 runs off the 43rd over. The score's 185 for 8. And Surrey caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place at the moment. Not really sure whether Whether to hit the accelerator or just keep ticking those singles over. Stonehouse well set on 28 off 37, and she can up the scoring rate. She can be a very powerful batter.
Yeah, I think she just has to have real clarity and understanding here of what her role is. I think in the past maybe, and don't quote me on this, but she's always had to have that second fiddle, so she's had a little bit of freedom. There's always been someone else at the other end that's actually been the aggressor and taken on that role. So it's time for her here now to take control of this and just drive the team over 200.
Well, a dot ball to start the 44th over.
And I think Danny Gregory just needs to be really aware of where her singles are here to get Stonehouse on strike and not eat up too many deliveries.
Well, she's got a gap at cover and a gap at square leg. This one finds its way to mid-wicket.
Just some soft hands to drop into cover, or just to turn it round the corner to square leg. Get Alexa Stonehouse on strike.
Not quite.
Just hitting it a bit too hard.
Well, these are good dots for Lancashire. 3 in a row so far. Appeal for LBW. Not given. Well, I thought Danny Gregory was in trouble there. It looked close. Morris is almost kind of bowling kind of arm ball away swingers to an extent, kind of undercutting the ball. Oh, and another near miss. This time that's going to race away for 4. An inside edge from Gregory. It's just insult to injury for Lancashire there. They thought they had Gregory LBW the ball previously. This time, an inside edge past the keeper and past the stumps. Ooh. Goodness me.
Yeah. Nutmegged herself.
I'd like to see a replay of that LBW appeal if we get a chance at some stage. Because I must admit, Kirsty, I thought it was pretty straight.
Yeah, I'd need to see the replay. I wasn't actually watching the screen, so I was just watching from side on, I'm afraid. So no comment from me.
Four runs off it. I think Surrey will shake hands on that over. Danny Gregory facing all 6 deliveries. They still live to fight another day, still have 2 wickets in hand, still have 6 overs left. And they can chip their way up towards and beyond 200. The problem they have is they then got to defend that. And this pitch has been a little bit stoppy. It's not looked the most easy wicket to kind of score freely on. But I think 220, 230, 240 still does feel a bit under par. And Surrey are way away from that even now.
Yeah, I agree. And Surrey have been guilty of bowling with a real lack of discipline in the first 10.
Well, they take a single off the first ball of the over here. And I think Lancashire will be pretty happy with that. It means they get 5 balls at Danny Gregory.
I think Danny Gregory here needs to think less about not getting out and more about where she can pick up a single.
Well, her gaps are the same. She has a gap at cover, a gap at square leg. So she just forces the ball back up towards the bowler. It's a lovely shot from Gregory. She's able to take that single, hitting the ball up towards the fielder on the ring.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves, these two here.
Big flight on that delivery from Lamb. The problem that these two will have is they've got, well, 8 more balls, and then Kate Cross comes back into the attack. So it's not like you're going to have a real opportunity to up your run rate at any particular time. That's short, and Gregory just manages to find mid-wicket with the whole of the leg side to aim for and pick up 1.
Just really jabby. I think she just needs to let that ball come on to her.
That's a nice cut shot into the gap and able to get one, but it's the last ball of the over, so Gregory will keep the strike. 193 for 8 after 45. I hope someone tells Gregory that one of her straps on her pad's undone, because that's stressing me out at least.
Oh, it is, yeah, I can see it.
Bottom left.
Yeah.
Someone give her the call. It's a bit of a tame end to this innings. We're so used to kind of the final throws of 50 overs being kind of a bit of a crash bang wallop, lots of boundaries. Kirsty, the strap's still undone. No one's told her.
Wow. Let's hope the ball doesn't flick it and get mistaken for caught behind.
How's this happened? Where's the camaraderie of this group? Gregory just gets cramped up again. There we go. She's noticed her pad strap. That's fine. We're back in the game.
I'd like to see Alexa just step down the wicket here and just take control of the situation and tell Danny Gregory where she needs to just drop a single.
She finds mid-wicket again. Lancashire will be very pleased with this. They've worked out their angles. They're bowling straight to Gregory, but not so straight that she's able to roll her wrists on it and get it to square leg. Too straight to then be able to do the opposite, open it up and drop it into cover. Well, she hits its mid-off and runs. That's been a pretty safe option. Potential for an overthrow here. Kirsty White says no. I think Danny Gregory was a long way away, but even had it been an option, Surrey want this batter Stonehouse on strike. They want her to be facing as many of the final 27 deliveries out in the middle as possible. She has a glance over to the leg side, deep mid-wicket and long on in place. She goes over the top. One bounce and 4 runs. Excellent batting from Stonehouse. She knew where her risk was. And it is that key difference between the men's and women's game, is that the women's game you have to have 5 fielders in the ring. You can only have 4 on the boundary. So there is a gap that you can target. And with this field at the moment, it's mid-off.
Yeah, and it's an interesting field here because Fee Morris has deep square leg back. She's actually just coming up now. And if I'm Fee Morris, I probably wouldn't have that square leg back. She bowls fast, flat and straight. Well, an off-stump line. So realistically, you don't need that fine leg out, square leg out, which she has now come up into the ring as a backward square.
She does get a little bit straighter. So they have made that change that Kirsty White suggested. Long off has dropped out to the boundary. Deep backward square legs now in the ring. So sweeps on for Stonehouse if she wants to take that risk. She pushes the ball up towards long off, and that has raced up to the fielder. It's just 1 run, but really powerful from Stonehouse. So 46 overs gone, 199 for 8. You're watching and listening to the Surrey live stream. I'm Cameron Punsonby, joined by former Surrey player Kirsty White. And while Lancashire are on top, Surrey are just about giving themselves a puncher's chance here.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing about the end of that over was Stonehouse has managed to keep the strike here as well. So 4 overs to go. I think it's foot on the gas here for Stonehouse.
Well, we're going to see Kate Cross coming back into the attack. She's got 2 overs to go. Well, she'll be tasked with... Well, you could make the case that maybe Lancashire could have gone to her a little bit earlier and tried to wrap up the innings rather than saving her for the last 4 overs. She'll be pretty confident that she'll be able to... Well, she'll be backing her chances of knocking over Gregory and Courtine Coleman. Keeper is up to the stumps, so not going to give Stonehouse the chance. Kate Cross just wandering along with the ball in her pocket. I don't think I've seen that too often.
Yeah, bowlers are funny, aren't they, about holding the ball in their hand? They
do all the time.
No, but unless they're bowling, they don't like the ball in their hand. It's very strange.
Punched out towards the offside. And it is 1 run for Surrey. And that round of applause is because the 200 has come up. And Cross now starts directing traffic as to where she wants her fielders. Gregory on strike, so she puts fine leg and third in place. Cover point and deep square leg in place as well. Basically challenging Gregory to try and hit the ball straight and over the top. Whereas if you feel like you're in bowling control, you're happy with that risk. clipped towards mid-wicket and almost a catching opportunity. It looked awkward for Fee Morris there. The ball almost reaching her on the half volley.
Yeah, just pushing again, just not letting that ball come onto her. She lets it come onto her, she's got the opportunity just to let it run off the face of the bat.
Dropped into the offside, and that's good from Gregory, turning the strike over. So I've never heard this, but bowlers don't like holding the ball.
Well,
Have you made this up?
no,
What's happened here?
I feel like, particularly seam bowlers, not spinners, if they field the ball off their own bowling, they'll get rid of it. I just think they just have a thing about, after they've bowled a delivery, unless they're at their mark, they don't really like the ball in their hand.
Chipped out into the outfield. It'll be one more run. It is one of the kind of strangest, scariest things to do in cricket, is having to throw the ball from mid-off to the bowler.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're playing in kind of a team higher than you normally do, or the bowler's got a certain level of social capital.
Throw it over their head or at their feet. Oh, a tall, fast bowler does not want it thrown at their feet.
That's a beautiful shot from Danny Gregory. Straight down the ground and 4 runs. Have some of that. The ball nestles into the wheel of the sight screen. I don't think Kate Cross would have been expecting this. The bottom hand comes through and just pushed up towards and beyond mid-on. 4 runs.
If you're Kate Cross now and number 10 has just done that, what ball are you bowling next?
I think it might be short. Oh, Ellie Threlkeld's stood up to the
Oh,
stumps.
she's good enough for it though.
Here we go. Oh, she stays on length and slashes this one down to deep third. This is good from Danny Gregory. She moves on to 14 now. And that's the end of the over as well. So 8 runs scored from Kate Cross's penultimate over. 207 for 8 is the score. I'm just going to look up Danny Gregory's batting record, because I don't believe, well, her high score this season so far is 8 not out in the list day stuff. And then I can go, here's a match summary on one screen. I've got my laptop on the go as well, doing everything.
Yeah, so the middle to lower order carrying the weight of the team here today. So Callie Moore with that crucial 67 from 78. 50-run partnership with Phoebe Franklin and also with Alexa Stonehouse, who's still going strong on 37 from 44.
Well, Danny Gregory's high score in list day cricket is 20 not out. So we're closing in on that.
She's closing in on a PB.
Absolutely. And she'll know that as well. I reckon her teammates will know that as well. If she gets to 21, we're in uncharted territory. Grace Potts has returned to the attack.
Get it on the Instagram story. List day high score.
Do you reckon you could log that on Strava somehow? Your activity for the day, cricket?
Well, actually, it does happen.
Yeah?
Yeah, it happens.
How?
Well, if you've got a Whoop,
There we go.
other brands are available. So there are a few players in the team that've got.
That'd be a
got
very
those.
funny, like, Strava map.
No, so
Oh.
with that particular piece of kit, it doesn't have GPS in it, so it just
Oh.
logs it as an activity.
Well, they're going to take a quick single. They do get home. Danny Gregory really has a lot of bottom hand in her technique, kind of stabs at the ball. But it's working for her this afternoon. 15 runs scored. See some of the Surrey, I was about to say backroom players, but that doesn't make sense. The squad, the wider squad.
Biggest squad in county cricket.
Stonehouse just turns the strike over immediately. Does run that first single almost quickly, almost thinks about kind of forcing Lister on the boundary to have to get her fielding just right. 2 singles from the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, that point you've made about Danny Gregory's bottom hand, this is why she's not accessing these single square of the wicket.
On this occasion, she is able to kind of whip her wrists through the ball. Thinks about 2, settles for 1. Well, I'm nervous now. We're in a race of Danny Gregory to 20 and the end of the innings. We're only one boundary away. But I'd like to see history being made.
History being made. Personal history. Sky's the limit.
And that'll be a wide ball. So Potts will have to bowl that one again. This pair have put on 27, 28 now. And these are valuable runs. We've got 14 legal deliveries left. 14 balls, 14 runs, 225. And you give yourself a chance. Oh, play and a miss. Bit of movement from Potts.
Yeah, good hands there by Ellie Threlkeld. She's a very still keeper. She's one of the keepers that I like the most because when she takes the ball, her hands are still. So she doesn't have a dramatic gather and then back in. The ball hits the hands and she takes the gloves, which is why she takes such fast stumpings.
Wide, and that's cut out to the offside sweeper. Who are your kind of favourite keepers in the women's game at the moment? Threlkeld not included.
Threlkeld not included. I think Amy Jones, she's the classic keeper, isn't she? She's again very still. And Ree Southby, I like her movement. She's very tidy and compact. I like a compact keeper that just keeps it really, really simple. Not over dramatic in movements and just, I like the hands as close to the stumps as they can be for those quick stumpings.
Well, just 2 overs left here at Beckenham in this first innings. Kate Cross is going to finish off her set of 10.
It's one thing I don't like in a wicket keeper that's what I call paper bag hands. Do you know what I mean when I say paper bag hands?
Well, in my head it just means it would just kind of break through.
Yeah, just a bit flappy.
Yeah, that's the thing with goalkeepers as well. You hear kind of the criticism kind of in the pub afterwards if you've got a keeper who's got weak wrists, they've got poppadom wrists.
Yes, yeah, nice.
It smashes through. You're not getting your job done.
Poppadom wrists, I like that. Oh,
it's a big one from Stonehouse and it's 6. Gone all the way, fast hands through the ball, lifts it up over extra cover.
It's gone with the breeze as well. There's a real strong breeze coming from the Beckenham end. That's just glided over the mid-off, long-off boundary.
Well, I don't think Kate Cross signed up for this.
Not in the first overs especially.
She came on back end of the innings to clean up the tail. Oh, Danny Gregory's taken a very quick single to get on strike there. More to the point, get Alexa Stonehouse off strike, which a ball after she's just launched over extra cover for 6. I wouldn't have been that desperate to change ends. But maybe Danny Gregory knows what we all know, and that she's closing in on a career best. And she needed to be at the striker's end. Well, she's earned a bit of respect from Kate Cross because long on is now in place. Fine leg and short third are in the ring. The ball shoots out into the leg side and it's just 1 run.
Big step back into the crease yet there. Just sits deep and tries to get the ball into her arc. Kate Cross is wise to it and just goes toes outside off stump.
Stonehouse on the brink of a second list day 50 here. Always forget she's only 20 years old. She's played a lot of cricket for someone so young. That's up and over cover again. It plugs a little bit, it will just be a couple. So Stonehouse moves on to 48. Surrey move on to 2-2-2. There's 1 ball of this crossover remaining, 7 balls left in the innings. And you'd wager that Stonehouse is going to target that extra cover region again.
Yeah, I think boundary or 1. It's the ultimate outcome here, but I'd like to see Stonehouse on strike for the start of the final over.
Big swing. And a miss. And the over is complete. Kate Cross finishes with 1 for 50 off her 10 overs. We now go into the final over of this innings. 6 balls remaining. Danny Gregory 3 away from 20. Alexa Stonehouse 2 away from a second list day 50th, first of the season. And she really has given a bit of life to this innings, along with Kalia Moore, who made 67 earlier on in the piece. Stonehouse coming in at number 9. The score was 128 for 7. She's lifted her team all the way up to 222. So, Grace Potts to bowl the last 6 balls. Gregory on strike. The fielders on the boundary are from long on all the way around to deep square leg. Deep cover point in place as well. I think Gregory's task is just to drop this ball into the leg side and get off strike. Well, she hammers it straight. She just gets 1 run. I think she's fancying herself with bat in hand today, Danny Gregory.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, she's thinking I'm stranded at the other end. 2 away from a career best. Over to you, Alexa. Can you find the boundary?
Oh, play and a miss. Bit of movement still from Potts.
Stuck a bit on the crease there. I think she needs to make a decision if she's going to sit deep and try and get underneath it, or if she's going to get on top of it. She's cautious of Ellie Threlkeld, but I think she needs to throw caution to the wind. There is a very strong wind actually coming from the bowler's end, so if she's going aerial, she needs to take that into consideration here.
That'll be a wide ball. Potts will have to bowl that one again, and Danny Gregory had set off.
She's up for it. She wants it.
I would love to see it. I hope she opens the bowling.
I don't care that you're 48 from 53. Get me on strike.
She's got the hot hand at the moment. I'm Johan Myberg. My coaches, my senses are tingling to open the bowling of Danny Gregory. See what happens. That was chipped up towards mid-off and will be out. Stonehouse's innings comes to an end. It was a very fine knock of 48. She falls 2 short of her half-century. But she's given her team a chance here. And as she was just looking to muscle that ball over mid-off, succeeded only in finding the hands of Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, she's done the right thing, and she's upset that she's not made her second list day 50. She definitely was deserving of it. Signs of some frustration as she gets out, almost threw a Kevin and Perry-like tantrum in the middle there. Love to see that on the replay.
Well, something I feel a bit sorry for the players here today is because we're playing so far on the far side of the square. You get out and you walk back to the pavilions about 1.5 miles.
Yeah, it's a long walk, isn't it?
So you get off, you pass the boundary rope, you've got to do the same distance again before you get to reach the fence of the pavilion. You've got to walk up the stairs.
The hardest part about that is when you are in the pavilion, when do you clap? That is the hard. At what point do you start clapping your teammate off? Because it's otherwise it's a long clap.
It's too long a clap.
So when do you start?
I reckon here you've got the Surrey players on that bench. You're probably waiting for your player to get within about 10 yards of the rope, but then you've got to stop clapping and then they've got to go past you. Anyway, all the big issues here being discussed on the Surrey live stream. Potts into Tilly Courtine Coleman, who pushes that ball into the offside. Danny Gregory, they make it home. Well, Danny Gregory was running no matter what in that situation. Tilly Courtine Coleman played a very respectable, well-timed push to point. And she heard Danny Gregory screaming and running down at her. So, 2 balls for Danny Gregory to find the boundary. I'm excited for these, Kirsty.
I feel like you're in a position to call Danny Gregory's list day highest score.
I'm nervous.
How does it feel? Oh.
Lifts it up towards Phoebe Graham. And it's a carbon copy of the Stonehouse dismissal, and both of them fall agonisingly short of milestones. And Surrey are all out for 225. Gregory looking to go over the top, but Potts finishes with 2 wickets in the final over. And well, it's not as many as they'd have wanted, but it's a lot more than it looked like they were going to get at one stage. Kirsty, how do you rate Surrey's chances in the second half?
Yeah, I think they've been rescued by that middle order that, you know, when we were on air earlier and talking about the likes of Phoebe Franklin and Callie Moore and them not necessarily being the carded batters, they've actually come in and done the job and got their team in a position that they could go out and defend here. I think the key here is going to be discipline with these Surrey bowlers that, you know, they've been very haphazard at times in the opening spells. So I think big debrief in the changing room about how they're going to go about and execute their plans and come out and strike early, hopefully, while there's some swing in the air and some movement off the seam.
Well, we'll be back in about half an hour for that run chase, so don't go anywhere. And Lancashire will be setting off. They'll be giving chasing 225 a go. Seamless segue to end the innings. We'll see you and speak to you again very shortly.
Overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Emma Lamb, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. And Fee Morris, 10 overs, no maidens,
Hello and welcome back to Beckenham for the Metro Bank 50 Over Cup. Surrey hosting Lancashire here. And it was Surrey who were put into bat first, and at times it was a real struggle. They eventually were all out for 225 in just under their 50 overs. And well, there was a recovery mission further down the order. 67 from Kalia Moore and 48 from Alexa Stonehouse, really helping get them up to that 225. Lancashire, they'll feel a little hard done by in the end, actually. They were well on top early on, but Surrey dragging themselves back into the game, and we really do have a game on our hands here at Beckenham. I'm glad to say I'm joined by Kirsty White again. Kirsty, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think Surrey have managed to kind of scrape themselves through to a position that they could potentially defend here. I think typical pass scores in Beckenham are 300 plus, but actually the way that the wickets played this morning and the position that Lancs had Surrey in within the first 10, I think Surrey will feel pleased with themselves that they've got to this total and hopeful that they can defend. It's going to take some serious discipline from the bowling unit up front, with Alexa Stonehouse and whoever opens up at the other end. But yeah, I think the first 10 overs are going to be crucial in this defence here for Surrey.
Yeah, well, at one point it didn't look like the 200 was on, did it? I was on with Churchy at one point, and we were saying, you know, they're just going to try and aim for that 200, and if they can get 210, they'll be pretty pleased with themselves. So getting to 225, actually a real achievement in the end. Kalia Moore, obviously the pick of the batters in the end, but Alexa Stonehouse doing her bit down the order too, and is now going to start things off with the ball. So 226, that target. And just full from Stonehouse and worked into the leg side.
I think one thing that was really lacked in that Surrey innings was that partnership up front. From the top order and the top five, Kalia Moore really steadied the ship with those two vital partnerships with Franklin and Alexa Stonehouse to rescue their innings.
Just rocks off the back foot again here. Again, no run. Good start this from Stonehouse.
Partnerships are going to be key here for Lancashire. I know it. Having witnessed the Surrey innings with the bat, seeing how difficult at times it was to score.
Full again, and there's the first runs of the chase. So Emma Lamb and Gabby Lewis opening things up for Lancashire here. Gabby Lewis, the captain of that Ireland side. A good addition to Lancashire for the rest of the season, just playing in her second match for the Red Rose.
Yeah, definitely strengthens that batting lineup. Firing really well this season so far.
And just pushed into the onside again, and it's between the two fielders. It's going to be the first boundary of the chase off the bat of Gabby Lewis.
It's really nicely balanced there from Lewis. Just missing her line ever so slightly there. Alexa Stonehouse starting a bit too straight in that swing. Just allowed Gabby Lewis to guide that past mid-wicket.
And slightly back of a length this time from Stonehouse.
Beckenham breeze has really picked up now. Wasn't as strong in the first innings, but the trees opposite are really taking a hammering now. Stonehouse running into the wind.
Solid in defence there, Gabby Lewis. So 5 off the first over from Stonehouse. Lancashire up and running in this chase. Important one this, obviously. If Surrey win here, they will leapfrog Lancashire in that table. We really are coming towards the business end of the competition.
Yeah, it's a really lots of fixtures going on that could just shift things. Durham obviously playing at the moment, playing Hampshire. If they win, so they rob some points from Hampshire, but it means they leapfrog Surrey. Somerset beat
And welcome the
Blaze.
bowling from the Beckenham
Helps
end,
Surrey out.
number 10,
Obviously,
Phoebe Franklin.
puts them hot on Surrey's tail, so with every fixture that's going on, it has a big impact on where things sit at the table moving forwards.
So it's Phoebe Franklin with ball in hand. Just rocks off the back foot this time. Does Lamb. It's an easy single. Well fielded by Tilly Courtine-Coleman. She always has that signature sleeve on her left arm, doesn't she? I actually never really know what the sleeves do.
No, neither. It's only on one as well.
Yeah.
I wonder whether it's an elbow thing. Tend to wear sleeves, it's usually to protect them from diving, but it's just the one sleeve. Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
Full this time from Franklin. We've seen a lot of this, haven't we? We saw it earlier, even with the spinners as well. Just that little fuller of a length, unable to get on the front foot there. Gabby Lewis, you can see rehearsing that shot, trying to get on that front foot.
Yeah, what we saw a lot of, particularly in the first innings with Potts and Kate Cross up front, was that it was almost holding and gripping in the surface, producing a little bit of a tennis ball-like bounce, forcing batters to play too early and almost chipping up to those short extra cover and mid-wicket positions.
Just lets this one go through. There's Gabby Lewis.
Might be the only leave I've seen today.
I think it might be the only leave.
Might be the only leave I've seen for summer.
Yeah, definitely if you've been watching some of the batting here at Beckenham, it's not really the place you do too much leaving. Again, fuller from Franklin, and there's a good call, good communication, and good running. We saw Surrey at times complete lack of communication, and there were some sort of you go, I go, to me, to you, Chuckle Brothers, selling each other down the river at times, but that's a really good call, early call, loud call.
Yeah, it almost feels like Lancs have had the opportunity to assess conditions really nicely and then to actually come out and just be a bit more assertive. They've dropped singles already, they're running to fielders, just look far more on the ball.
This one straying down the leg side from Phoebe Franklin, and wide signal there, so I have to go back and do that one again. This is when you really got to try and be disciplined. Sorry, not the biggest total on the board, and just don't want to be giving away those free runs. Been tight so far. Yeah, and again, good early call and good running.
Oh no.
And there's the overthrow.
Oh,
And that's going to go for 4. Well, that is just not what you needed if you're Surrey. Phoebe Franklin, there's a wry smile.
Yeah, I think Surrey needs to be aware of how they can build pressure here on this Lancashire side, because run rate isn't really something that Lancs need to be worried about. Just the required rate is 4.3 and over. So currently well over that anyways, particularly with those buzzers. So they need to think about how they're going to take their wickets and how they can build pressure to create wicket-taking opportunities.
Just beating that outside edge. That's a peach of a delivery to finish off the over. In the end, fairly expensive from Franklin with those overthrows. So 2 gone, Lancashire 13 for none. So that run rate already up at 6.5, going along nicely to start things off. And they need early wickets, really, you would think here, Surrey.
Yeah, and what Lancs did really well in their first kind of opening spell was really restricted the number of boundaries that Surrey were able to score, and they rely on that to kind of tick over and actually just build momentum. Whereas Lancs have already got 2 boundaries under the belt, albeit one not off the bat, but still. Momentum nonetheless.
Stonehouse starts her second. Yeah, no chance of a run there to Gabby Lewis at point. She walks back with such purpose, doesn't she, Alexa Stonehouse? Sort of really trudges back to that mark. I will get there and I will come back and take wickets.
As she runs up the hill into the wind.
Yeah. Here she comes. Just turned away nicely by Lamb around the corner, down to fine leg. Just rotating the strike nicely, these two. Obviously only come together into their second match. A few birds just descending on the ground here. Again, just solid, getting forward to that one, Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, she's a tall batter, Gabby Lewis, so her levers kind of extend what Alexa Stonehouse might feel is a good length. There's more of a drivable length to Gabby Lewis, so almost helps negate that swing a little bit further forward.
Yeah, there's that fuller length again. Just gets a good stride out to it.
If I were a bird, I think this would be ideal weather conditions for me. I feel like I'd just float around. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I did think you were going to start If I Were a Boy, and you were going to get a little rendition.
Get a rendition, yeah.
Well, there's that too. There's always time. We've got 50 overs. As Stonehouse is in again, left arm over the wicket, and another genuine leave. And that's the thing. It's not the biggest target on the board. If it's there to leave, you can leave it.
Yeah, definitely. You've kind of got balls available to kind of get your eye in and understand how this wicket is playing. It'll be interesting to see if it is as difficult now as it was for Surrey at the start. It looked really, really hard for Surrey throughout the entirety of their innings.
Yeah, really good over that from Stonehouse. Just the one run coming from it. So at the end of 3, Lancashire 14 without loss. We are just losing the sun a bit, aren't we? It's sort of clouded over, a bit windier. September weather is so confusing. Apparently we're meant to have a really hot week, but then it was also meant to rain all of September. So at the same time, I have absolutely no idea what it's going to do.
Well, we've had a hosepipe ban at home, so I've been very glad for the rain all this week.
Oh.
I do have a mole in my garden, though, and it's also been quite glad for the rain. It's my arch nemesis.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Indeed. But the grass is green again, which is nice.
That is nice. Do you ever watch the film Cinderella Story?
Probably.
Oh, then you won't get my reference if you
Okay.
don't really know what I'm talking about, so
Okay.
I'll be quiet.
Okay.
As Phoebe Franklin comes in for her second. And there's a fielder there just for that. Slightly wider. Just backward of point.
I think full and straight here has got to be the go-to, which is what Lancs just kept doing. They just kept hammering that full hard length. Had to really challenge the Surrey batters. That's what's needed here.
Full toss this time, just on the pads. Kira Chatley comes flying round. What I love watching keepers is just you don't even notice how quickly they've sort of sprinted off and already thrown a glove.
Yeah. It's quite a skill, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
And throwing with the inner on, it's not as easy as it sounds. Slippery.
Has that found the edge? I heard the noise. I thought I heard a noise. The finger went up from Kirsty next to me.
I'll celebrate anything. I was up.
Yeah.
I was gone.
On your way.
I was off to square leg celebrating.
Yeah.
She must have flicked her pad on the way through then. There was definitely a sound.
Definitely a sound.
Need a stump mic.
Maybe we both need our ears testing. No one else is interested as Franklin's in again. Slightly shorter this time. That's really nicely played through that gap. And it's 4 more to Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, just a little bit too much width there from Phoebe Franklin. Finds the gap nicely. Gabby Lewis. There's not too much pace to work with, but just manages to thread it between short third and backward point. And the outfield's got quicker as the day's gone on. Sun's dried the grass up.
Slight loopier delivery there from Franklin, almost like it slipped out of her hand a little bit and it just dropped. I thought it was going to be a full toss and just dropped at the feet of Gabby Lewis.
Surrey have gone with the catching extra cover or silly mid-off, whichever one you want, and then a very tight extra cover to the side. Alice Davidson-Richards as well.
Another genuine leave, Gabby Lewis.
Which is probably why Gabby Lewis is just opting to leave those deliveries, just so she's not popping off that length.
So 4 overs gone, 19 for none. Yeah, sorry, I feel like they would have been disappointed with their batting up the top, wouldn't they? Especially when they saw what the lower order could do, and Kalia Moore really anchoring that innings and helping get them to that 225 that didn't look on at one point.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those wickets where nothing really looks pretty, but it's about being effective, and she just dug in and just churned it out, really. So it's all it needed. It just needed someone in that top order just to say, I don't care about my strike rate. I'm just going to try and accumulate as things come. So, yeah, kudos to Kalia Moore for doing that and anchoring the ship.
Yeah, needed to just sort of try and put some pressure back on the bowlers because they were making it look too easy for them, giving away their wickets.
Yeah, and I think that the frustration of not scoring boundaries really piled the pressure onto Surrey. Whereas actually it was just a day to try and rotate and then pick up boundaries.
And here comes Stonehouse. Again, Fuller, and just chipped up and lands just short of the bowler in her follow-through.
Yeah, this is good. This is what we saw Kate Cross doing. It's just finding that hard length that just grips in the surface and gets you through your shot just the slightest bit too early. Popping it back up towards the bowler.
Nice looking shot. Again, just picks out the fielder. So plenty of matches going on today. Bits of weather around. So Durham, they made 224 for 9 in their 50 overs. Hampshire currently 17 for none in their chase after just 2 overs. So good start in the chase there for Hampshire. The Blaze 123 for 2 after 18 against Somerset. And Warwickshire versus Essex. Essex is 76 for 2 after just under 13 overs. And there's a little bit of hesitation in the running. But Gabby Lewis, those long strides just chews up the yards. I love that when you watch really tall batters and you think they've had to take no steps at all really to get, and they just 1 minute they're at one end, the next second they're at the other.
Yeah, effortless. They just glide.
I'm tall and I do not glide running in pads. Again, slightly fuller from Stonehouse. I think a little bit of mayo put on the fielding.
Surrey enjoying themselves nonetheless.
Yeah, good voices still up and about around the field as well. That's what you want to hear. You don't want to start to get it quiet. There's a big appeal here.
That looked high for me.
Yeah.
Tall Gabby Lewis, high on the back leg. Half-hearted appeal. Just to see the replay. Probably missing leg as well, just from the angle that, from this point angle that we commentate from. Just.
Yeah, I think Gabby Lewis is indicating that as well. Again, a really tidy over from Alexa Stonehouse. Again, just 1 run coming from it. So 5 overs gone. Lancashire 20 without loss.
Yeah, although ever so slightly below the run rate, that certainly won't be a concern of Lancashire's at this moment in time. That wickets column is what they'll be more concerned with, and making sure that it stays a 0 for as long as possible and build these partnerships. I think those partnerships are going to be key today. as to who picks up the win.
You never know, might be a slightly lower scoring thriller on our hands. As Phoebe Franklin comes in for her third. Again, just pushed back up towards the bowler by Lamb. A few in here today, a few families around, the youngsters. Nice way to spend a, is it Sunday?
It's a Sunday, yeah.
Spend your Sunday afternoon.
I always find it interesting at what point you decide to set your chair, at what distance. It's a real staggered approach on the outfield, which makes it really hard when you're doing a lap to know where to weave. So I did a couple of laps while I wasn't on air, and it was like a slalom.
I think I just sort of stick behind everyone.
Yeah.
So make it a really big loop almost. And then I'm never in anyone's way. And if I trip over, no one will see.
Why would you trip over?
You never know. There's always a chance. Rocks off the back foot this time. Emma Lamb. She moves into the double figures, moves on to 10.
That wind's really picking up. The microphone that's linked onto the balcony was almost becoming a kite.
Like you as a bird.
Yeah, that's it.
Here comes Franklin. Nicely driven straight back up to mid-off. Slowed things down really here, haven't they? A big first 2 overs went for 13 in total, and now that run rate back down at 3.7.
Yeah, and I think the best thing Surrey can do here is just to be boring.
Yeah.
So apologies if you're watching and looking for a bit of action, but Surrey's biggest tool that they can use is boring this team to death with dot balls on a length and forcing them to do something to tick that scoreboard over.
Yeah, just create that frustration.
Yeah, yeah. Who blinks first is the game that they should be playing. The Surrey team like excitement, so I'm not sure how long they can hold it.
Has a swing at this one. There it is. Frustration. Gabby Lewis looking to cut this away. And again, just this one run coming from the over. 6 gone, 21 for none.
I'd love to have a bat on this wicket.
Show them how it's done.
No, I just want to feel how difficult it is because it looks so good. It looks like a fantastic wicket. But never judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, exactly. I think from what we've seen so far, it's not as easy as we all think it might be. We can say whatever we want from up here.
I'd like a net on it. Maybe not to go out to bat and actually lose my wicket, but I'd like a net. Because then I can just walk out and decide if I'm up for it or not.
Or everything you hit, you go, oh yeah, that was 4. That was definitely 4. Stonehouse in again.
I don't think I've been out in a net since 2014.
No.
I haven't even got an average in the nets.
And even if it was hit straight to someone in the net, they've obviously dropped it.
Yep. Good partnership forming here with Phoebe Franklin and Alexa Stonehouse. Bowlers Union.
That's clipped aerially backward of point. There's a fielder down there on the boundary. So again, just one. Slightly more aggressive this time. But again, just a single. Really putting that pressure on now, Surrey.
Yeah, there's a nice flick off the legs there by Emma Lamb, but it just felt like a little bit of frustration creeping in.
Again, full and just pushed into the onside. And you have to be quick, and it's good running. Gabby Lewis playing that almost on the run, so just continuing through.
That was a really nice delivery from Stonehouse. Gabby Lewis was really lucky to get the inside edge on that, because if that just missed the inside edge of the bat, that's crashing into the front pad, and I'm sure it would have been an LBW opportunity.
Stonehouse again, full. not fielded cleanly at point. And again, good running. That's what they need to do at this point. If they're not going to find those boundaries, just try and push those singles, rotate that strike, and just build this partnership. Because if that required rate is only 4.6, you do in singles, it's fine.
Absolutely.
Boundary every so often, when the opportunity arises. It's well kept out.
Yeah, and I think that's where Surrey lacked that bit of intelligence. I think they were just thinking so much about beating the ring and picking up boundaries that actually rotating the strike just didn't come naturally.
That's what I want to pick your brains on. If we always talk about how notorious it is to score lots of runs here at Beckenham. Does that sort of play on your mind as a player? You come here and you go, right, this is somewhere we score big runs, and then when it's not happening, does that really get in your head as the over comes to a close? Just the 3 runs from it, 7 gone, 24 for none.
Yeah, I do think it does factor into how you play and your mindset. But I think particularly what is key to note at Beckenham is that even if the wicket isn't playing well, the outfield is so fast. You've got the slope obviously going down towards the city end. But yeah, it can consume you. But then you've just got to be smart, haven't you? I think it's all about, these girls have been playing here long enough and have been playing the game long enough to know that actually you just need to assess the wicket and adapt to what needs to be done in the moment and how you have to go about your game.
It's Franklin in for her 4th. Again, Emma Lamb gets that big stride out in a defensive shot.
And it's about thinking around how you can, how you can turn the pressure around, how you can just manipulate and score. And these are teams full of athletes that can pick up singles really easily. So it's having that bit of intelligence to think about. Okay, well actually, if I just drop it to square leg, or if I just drop it to cover, and if I can do that a couple of times, I might force a field change, or I might force a mistake. And then my boundary options become increased.
Here comes Franklin again. And he comes down the pitch to this one, Emma Lamb, and it's played nicely backward of point. Fielder will come round and cut it off. It's Danny Gregory out there. They come back for a lesser spotted 2.
Yeah, that's a very well run 2. Danny Gregory is very quick off the mark as well, but it's just almost threaded to perfection past backward point to pick up 2 and to put in the spin to get the ball in to the keeper's end.
Again, that really full length. It's a kind of getting batters caught in 2 minds. They can't really get on the front foot, but having to rock off the back foot, it's really tricky having to make that split-second decision because everything is just so full. As Franklin is in again. This one's slightly shorter and played backward of point. Gregory again in the business, and it beats her and goes for 4. So now 6 already from this over.
Yeah, and I think Emma Lamb's just decided, actually, I'm just going to shuffle forward here and just kind of meet that ball and add a little bit of extra power. So the next thing that Surrey will need to do here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it next over, is that Kira Chatley will probably end up coming up to the stumps just to keep Lamb grounded, both, well, at least 1 foot inside the crease. She's batting out of her crease at the moment. Fair way out, actually.
Final delivery of this over. Just again, pays the ball the respect it deserves. So 6 from the over, 8 gone, 30 for none. Now, are we going to see another one from Stonehouse? Looks like we are. She takes her hat off and going to carry on here. She's gone for just 10 from her 4 so far. Been really good up the top. Such an exciting young talent, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. And as we saw in the first innings, Seam was so effective up front. I wouldn't be surprised if Bryony Smith employs the same tactics, just to keep going, keep piling the pressure on here.
And she comes now, left arm over the wicket. And I think that could be too high as a few hands go up, and again Kirsty next to me.
Oh dear. I think there might have been an inside edge as well.
Worth a shout though still.
Yeah, I
Sometimes you
think-
just, if you don't ask.
Look, when you're watching from point, everything looks out. You can still pick up length, and you've got an idea of line from the shot that they play.
Yeah, great delivery. Really impressive stuff from Stonehouse. She did the business with the bat and now doing it again with the ball.
Yeah, and this is the disciplined approach that Surrey needed. They have been a bit wayward at times in the opening overs throughout the campaign. Fast and loose sometimes, but real discipline here.
Again, really well fielded in the follow through. She's a real athlete, isn't she, Alexa Stonehouse?
Yeah, she is. She's a great character.
Yeah, she loves a TikTok.
She does love a TikTok, yeah.
Maybe
She's
that's-
always trying to rope someone in to do one as well.
Keep your head down.
Yeah.
She's in now. And rocks off the back foot this time, Gabby Lewis. And again, there's no run. Slight misfield. She was tempted for a brief moment there.
I'd be tempted if I was Bryony to keep going to 12, I think, with this seam combo. The middle overs are going to be so crucial.
Looks to pull this one, Gabby Lewis, and completely not timed.
I don't think we've seen a successful pull shot today.
No, she rehearses that shot. So you can see she's just trying to inject a little something into this. She's now 10 from 29. And that required rate pushing up. Stonehouse, final delivery of her fifth. And just finding that gap between point. And there is a fielder down there. Again, Danny
Ooh.
Gregory. So just the single off the final ball of the over. Alexa Stonehouse has gone for just 11 from her 5 overs so far. 9 gone, 31 for none.
It's a fantastic over from Alexa Stonehouse.
You wonder what that discussion in the middle would be from these two, because they don't need to get worried. You know, that target 226, not massive, but at the same time, they're not really going anywhere.
Yeah, I wonder what the chat is. Wonder whether it's, oh, this is really annoying.
Yeah,
Or-
annoying.
Yes, this is really annoying, or it depends. It depends the kind of batter you are. If you let those negative thoughts creep into your mindset.
Yeah, good early call and good running as well.
And that's what they need to do.
Yeah,
They can win the game doing that.
it's not going to light up the world. It's
It's
not
not-
going to make a massive highlights reel, but it's a win's a win.
It's like Groundhog Day.
Ugly wins sometimes the best. I mean, they're not good watching later on, but if you can just dig in and grind it out.
Mm-hmm.
Again, looks to take this on slightly shorter this time from Franklin. Wide signal down the leg side.
Yeah, this is. I don't think this is going to be a highlights reel filled with glorious. Well, no, we saw some lovely cover drives from Alice Davison-Richards in the innings that she had.
We saw the big 6 from Alexa Stonehouse as
Saw-
well, didn't
yeah,
we?
Yeah.
But the fact that we can just pick them out so quickly, the highlights,
Yes.
this time just pushed into the offside, and again they scamper through. Yeah, the fact that we can pick them out so quickly and can't think of anything else
Yeah.
kind of sums it up. But sometimes that's just the way, you know, ugly runs have got to be scored too. Not everything can be beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's Franklin in again. And again, lets this one go through. So Gabby Lewis now 12 from 32.
I think she's in a privileged position that if she was in the Surrey batting lineup, she probably wouldn't be greatly received with the batter standing at the other end, because it's putting a lot of pressure on your batting partner. Emma Lamb is very calm and composed. She's probably not phased by the fact that, you know, there's been a significant number of dots in their batting innings already. I don't know how, if a wicket were to fall here, how the person standing at the other end would feel about, you know, one, I'm not on strike, two, we're not scoring any runs.
Yeah.
So this is getting me a bit twitchy.
Full toss, goes aerial. And that's going to go all the way. Well, just as we were saying, wasn't scoring any runs, given an absolute freebie. And chews it up.
Yeah, that will just release the valve. I think she's just attempted a bit of a variation there, and it's got stuck in the hand. Sailed over Alexa Stonehouse at deep square leg. And that was 6 on any pitch today.
Yeah, good response from Franklin. A dot to finish the over. So 10 gone. End of the power play. 40 for none. So that 6 has just brought that run rate back up to 4 again, because it was down near in the low 3.2, 3.3 for a while. And you can see on the Wiggly Worms, I mean, almost identical aside from the wickets lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Change of bowling. Tilly Courtine-Coleman. On a wicket like this, I don't think I'd like to face Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
No, I don't think I would either.
She's got the height. So she gets that bounce and she can beat your outside edge. Which means if you're fielding at mid-off or mid-on today, you are well and truly in the game. Actually, if you're fielding anywhere in front of the bat, you're well and truly in the game here.
So from the City end, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, the young spinner. Caught in two minds there, Emma Lamb. For a moment nearly came forward and then just off the back foot, scampering through for a single.
She looked like she was going to get across and try and paddle that straight away and trying to force a field change into 45 straight away.
This time again tries to rock off the back foot.
She's so deep in her crease there, she's almost trod on her stumps.
Is there a worse way to get out?
Well, I've never got out that way, but I can't imagine there is. Oh, spectator walking behind the bowler's arm.
Walking in front of the sight screen as well. There's a sight screen for a reason. Just completely clueless as well. Again, off the back foot and almost standing on those stumps. Yeah, I can't think it'd be much fun.
No, hit wicket or trod on wicket is just not, no.
I guess timed out isn't much of a fun one either.
I've never seen it happen. I had to go into bat once actually when Ailish Cranston was carded in next, and it was at the Oval against Western Storm, and she was desperate for a wee.
It's always the case.
And she ran up into the changing rooms and she thought people were joking, and actually no.
Again, good running. Just drop and run this time from Emma Lamb.
Yeah, and it's so much easier when there's the spinner because the pace is taken off the ball for you. Yeah, so I ended up having to go out and go out to bat, which was quite nice because I was in the middle for the winning runs, which was fantastic. But
and she was still in the
she
bathroom?
was absolutely livid.
Again, there's always going to be one there. And that's all they need to do at this point. Just push the way. They've seen off Stonehouse for now, which they'll be very pleased with. And already 4 off this first over from Courtine-Coleman, and that's all they really need right now.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd have the deep point to start with. I'd rather a deep cover.
And again, one more. She'll keep the strike for the beginning of the next over. So 11 gone, 45 for none, Lancashire. And looking pretty comfortable, actually. Emma Lamb, 22 from 28. Gabby Lewis, a little slower at the other end, 20 from 38. as we say, they've seen out Alexa Stonehouse, and I think we're having a double change, aren't we? We continue. Is this Alice Monaghan?
Yeah, and I was just thinking, I think I would continue with some form of seam option. I'm glad to see Alice Monaghan come into the attack. The quickest bowler on display here for Surrey today. Interested to see how she shapes up here. I don't know if I'd like to have seen her from the opposite end, actually, that Kate Cross was bowling from. Now I know why Tilly Courtine-Coleman is bowling from the City end. Obviously it's the bigger boundary, and obviously hitting against the spin that way. I think Kate Cross just managed to get it to grip in the surface coming from the City end. So has been a bit wayward at times. But has also bowled some absolute seeds this season.
She waits at the top of her mark here, and with that signature skip. And there's a little confusion. Gabby Lewis scampering down, sent back, and rightly so. There is that fielder at sort of short cover that you wanted off the spinner in the previous over, but ball straight to her.
Yeah, Alice Capsey there having a shy at the stumps. It's probably just as well she didn't hit them, because I think that may have gone for 4 overthrows. Alice Davison-Richards just tidying up.
Yeah, right on the money this from Monaghan. Not quite as full as we were seeing from Franklin and Stonehouse early on, but a good length.
She's made a cracking recovery this season after the injury she had to her thumb and the surgery that she had to have on it as well. So
I'd almost forgotten about it.
Yeah, and that's how long this season has been.
Yeah. It's been a lot of cricket, and that's good. Short this time, tries to pull it away. And can't get anything on it.
It's a good bouncer.
I think it's because we've had 3 tournaments in the county system rather than just the 2 of the domestic season of last year, plus the 100 obviously as well. But with that T20 County Cup, which is quite exciting, the sort of FA Cup style, both these teams obviously made it to that final, and so there has been a lot of cricket. Yeah, it's really well stopped. And I think that's what sort of pays testament to the restructuring this year. Is, you know, it sounds really stupid, but the more cricket you play, the better the cricket gets.
Absolutely, yeah, no, you're completely right. I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of winter all of these teams have this year. We saw a lot of injuries at the start of the season, and part of that maybe was to do with how much and the volume of training they did over the winter coming into the season. Maybe some tired bodies and a bit of fatigue. It's a bit unknown, really.
Yeah, that's nicely played. There's a gap there, and that's going to be 4. Using the pace, really nicely played on the up by a tall Gabby Lewis, and she'll pick up 4.
Yeah, it's got to be full, I'm afraid. There's no room for anything short or wide, and that was the dream combo for Gabby Lewis.
So that brings up the 50 for Lancashire. 50 without loss inside 12 overs. Again, Lewis batting out of her crease. This time driven on the up, and there'll be no run. So 5 coming from that Monaghan over. The end of 12, Lancashire 50 for none. I'll leave you with a few words from Kirsty. I'm going to step out, and Mark Church will be back to join you.
Yeah, so poised here at the moment. Run rate just on or around where is required. Difference being between the Surrey batting innings and the Lancashire batting innings is the wicket column. Surrey were, I believe, nearly 3 down at this point. Welcome back, Churchy.
Thank you. I was listening. You were, as always, spot on. Surrey just have to be boring here. They really do. Lancashire have got all the time in the world. Lamb and Lewis have played nicely, but they're under no real pressure at the moment, are they? Courtine Coleman it will be to bowl our 13th over. That's down the leg side, hitting the pad as Lamb's just looking to work that one into the leg side. Really, in these situations, you have to make it as tough as possible for the opposition, because the target of 226 here is not enough. So you've got to make it as hard as you can for run scoring. Single here for Lamb.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that there has to be pressure on at all times, and Surrey have to weigh up the balance of dot balls or boundaries.
Pushed away down towards backward point by Lewis.
And I think, you've got to put pressure on, and sometimes, bowling your best ball isn't what's needed. It's actually on this pitch today, it's bowling full and straight and just hammering that length, like we said, just being boring.
That's nicely bowled. Just gave that one a little bit more air, and Lewis playing that one straight back up the pitch.
And I think just a bit more aggression from Surrey here. I'd really like to cover to start up at the start of the over, and then just drop back for the final 2 balls or 3 deliveries if they feel it's fit. I know it's potentially a risk, but you don't have a lot of runs to play with. You need to build pressure some way or try and force a mistake.
Yeah. It's just pushed away by Lewis into the offside, so tidy over from Dean Coleman. Just a single off it. Just a reminder that 225 all out from Surrey. Clear Moore played really well for her 67, and Alexa Stonehouse for her 48. And again, with Stonehouse's batting, I think as her career goes on, she'll go up the order. And bowling wise, Potts 3 for 31, Jones 2 for 33, Morris 2 for 37, but just bowled well, did Lancashire. And still not sure it was a 225 all out surface, but it's hard work, that's the thing.
Yeah, and I think Lancs responded really well to the wicket and how it was playing, because I think on a normal Beckenham wicket that wasn't doing what it was today, those lengths would have been hammered by Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley up front. But they just recognised that actually this is the length to hit, and I'm just going to keep doing it, and see what happens.
Monaghan, her second over, that's just coming back a touch and hits Lamb high up on the front leg, potters away into the offside. Yeah, at the moment the field has got deep backward square, long leg, deep third, and a deepish backward point as the 4. Then the short cover, short extra, mid off, mid on, and a short mid wicket. Gun barrel straight, really. That's what they want here from Monaghan into a second over. And that's gun barrel straight, and it's solidly played by Lamb. Back up the pitch. Emma Lamb came into this with 731 runs in the competition this season. So she's had a terrific summer in 50 over cricket.
That's a lot of runs.
It is an awful lot of runs. Lewis is only in her second game here for Lancashire, the Island captain. Now, what have we got here? She's played that shot, Emma Lamb. Is she changing her bat?
I don't know, she signalled something at the end of the over, but she's holding her head.
She's not feeling great.
Yeah.
Here. All of a sudden, Emma Lamb,
Yeah.
and there's a bottle of water being brought out for her. But after that delivery, she signalled straight away, and it's almost as if she's got a headache.
Yeah.
It's one of those reactions, really. So it might be that, I don't know, some sort of painkiller is brought out for her. But yeah, she immediately looked discomforted, didn't she, after that delivery? But nothing happened.
No, just taking a tablet, I think.
But it might be that she's got a bit of a headache or a bit of a migraine there, Kirsty. So the physio doing their job.
Yeah, hopefully she's okay. We did see a signal at the start of the over, or the end of the last, for someone to bring something out. But the physio is out and having a chat, but she was holding her forehead, wasn't she? No, she's not been struck on the head. I think she's not been subjected to a short ball yet, but no one has actually connected with one today.
She's obviously just suddenly feeling a bit under the weather, I think. because she's taking one of those energy
She's taking a
gels
gel,
as well.
yeah. Maybe, and this is what we said, that the weather today has been actually a bit surprising, and that UV index is higher than you'd think, so maybe it's a little bit of too much sun, might not be as hydrated as should have been, or maybe she's just feeling a bit under the weather.
Well, she's had a painkiller, I think, and a gel and some water. And
She doesn't look great, does she?
No,
She's put her helmet back on and she's just kind of holding her head.
she was also
Hanging it down.
also sort of rubbing her eyes as well, as if she's, you know, that horrible thing with the headache where you feel that pain behind your eyes. So, and that doesn't help when you're batting.
No, not on a September wicket that is brown and bright, and so you're already squinting from the brightness.
Well, it might be a case of just see how you feel at the end of this over. But the umpires are obviously concerned because they're still chatting away to her at the moment. And she's popped the helmet back on as Emma Lamb, but it's not as if she's walked straight back to settle herself down over her bat. So whether she's still not feeling great.
Yeah, what's interesting about the umpires having this conversation here is it's making me think that, is she carrying a concussion at some point? So has she been struck on the helmet at some point this week?
Well, that's a really good point, actually. Their last game, they lost to Somerset by 5 wickets.
In the nets or
Actually, I'm not sure she even played in that game, to be fair. No, she didn't. Well, she's going to try and continue. Here is Emma Lamb, but you have to be so hot on those things now.
Yeah, and if I was a Surrey fielder right now, I'd probably be saying to Emma Lamb, oh, you should probably come off.
Yeah.
You should probably just
probably
go
better
off.
to go and have a
Just
lie
go
down.
and lay down.
Yeah.
Retire yourself out.
Yep. You can always come back later if required.
Your welfare is the most important
thing. Yeah. You can always come back later if needed. Well, she's facing up here is Emma Lamb. She has a drive at this, and that beats the edge, and it's taken by Kira Chatley away to her right hand side. If that had been me there, I would have sort of made out that I still wasn't quite seeing it properly after having a big old drive at that one outside the off stump.
What I thought you were going to say was, if that was me, I'd have bowled a really short ball.
Yeah, well, you have seen that before over the years.
Yeah, I'd have bowled a really short ball up in and around the chin.
The brutal response. Monaghan's in again, and that's turned by Lamb into the leg side. She'll take the single down there to Danny Gregory. That long leg, looking forward as always to watching Danny Gregory have a bowl. 16 wickets she's taken in the competition this summer, Danny Gregory.
Yeah, she's kind of adjusting the helmet. I wonder if maybe she's got a bit of a migraine, and that's the vision. Sometimes when you get a migraine, you lose a bit of vision, or it's a bit blurry, or that's not what you need when you're trying to face a swinging ball.
Absolutely. Look, there, she's still got her hand on the back of her head. Oh, how has that missed the stumps and the inside edge? That's
is
a
it 3
beauty.
o'clock?
Oh, now that
Can you
if
hear
you're
it?
hearing that, if your phone's going, everybody, it's the emergency alarm test. So,
Stand down, don't panic.
what does it mean if your one doesn't go though? Does that mean that you're not that important? Oh no, it is going.
There
Oh
you
no,
go,
how do I
that's
turn it
you.
off?
I left mine over there.
Right there, I've turned it off now. So there we are. That's the so you're probably hearing that all around the place.
Yeah,
at the moment.
that's me. Severe alert.
Look at everybody on their deck chairs, all desperately trying to find their phones and turn it off at the moment. As might not help Emma Lamb's headache, because
No.
I think there was an inside edge on that from Lewis onto the pad and rolls away into the offside end of the over. So 14 gone. But Lamb, yeah, she's still got her hand sort of pushed to the back of her head as she wandered down there, and something else is being brought out for her now. For Emma Lamb, another drink of water. So she's continuing here, but she still doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
But
All while the sun's behind the clouds, it's probably a blessing for her. She's probably thinking, I really hope that sun doesn't come out, because I could do without it being on my head.
Yeah, somebody was talking about there might be some rain later.
No.
Which I don't think there's going to be.
We've been playing this game far too long, Churchy. Those clouds are too high.
Yep. As Courtine Coleman is into Lamb, who's using her feet here and driving up towards mid-on, and Schofield does the fielding. So quiet out there at the moment, apart from everybody's phones going off with the emergency alarm. It's nicely bowled by Courtine Coleman. Just played quietly back up the pitch by Lamb.
The last time I heard those emergency alarms, we were on pre-season tour in Abu Dhabi, and I was sharing a room with Ailish Cranstone. And obviously Abu Dhabi doesn't get a lot of rain, but when they do, it goes into crisis.
As cutting his Lamb out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
So my phone, for whatever reason, didn't do the alerts, but hers just wouldn't stop. And it was about 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was just going. And I thought, oh my God, just turn your alarm off. What's wrong with you? And she was just having an absolute crisis. And it was the rain that we've been having.
As
Oh,
down the
that's a good
pitch
delivery.
is Lewis, and Courtine Coleman saw her coming.
Yeah, the same rain that we've been having in the UK this week. That's normal UK weather, but obviously Abu Dhabi just hasn't got the infrastructure to deal with it. So everything went to shut down. All the schools had to close. No one knows how to drive.
As now straight down the ground is Lewis. That's nicely played, and that's gone for 6.
Wind.
When we see this again, just watch Lewis's head. Her head stays over the ball. It's not one of those where she looks straight up. She's just kept her head over the ball and then looked up as it went off the bat for 6. And nicely played by Lewis onto 30.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like she fully connected with it actually, but I think with the long levers that she's got and this real strong breeze coming from the Beckenham end.
Plays round her front pad on this
Sail.
occasion, and we'll get a single or come back for 2. Coming back for the second, that's nicely run, nicely placed. Picks up a couple of runs, so a bit of impetus there from Lewis, and a 6 and a couple of runs off the last ball of the over. So 15 gone. Currently going at, as you can see there, 4.07, and the rate required 4.71. So exactly where they need to be here. Lancashire.
Yeah, we don't have Wasp, but I think the pendulum is swinging heavily in Lancashire's favour at the moment, but it certainly was for the first 15 overs of their bowling innings, and Surrey out of nowhere ground out to 225. So 50 overs is a long time and a lot can happen.
It certainly is. So Monaghan will continue to bowl her third over of this spell. Bryony Smith just wanders across there to have a word. Got Alice Davison-Richards away to her right. And Emma Lamb on 26. Monaghan is in. Short ball cut. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And throw will come in. One more to the total. 62 without loss. Yeah, the crowd, I think, have enjoyed what they've seen today. It was funny though when everybody's phones went off. All you could see is everybody scrabbling for their bags to try and turn the phone off.
Well, particularly if you didn't know that it was happening today.
Well, no, I completely forgot about that. As looking to drive is Lewis, thick inside edge back onto her front pad. Nicely bowled. Cameron and Georgie are both doing sort of weightlifting with the
I think it's the trophy.
I
don't know what trophy.
It's about the size of the 100 trophy. Those bar stools, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a heavy trophy that. I've had the pleasure.
Yes, you have, and it looks spectacular from a distance.
So heavy, unnecessarily.
Monaghan's in, all inside edge. She's just getting this to nip back now.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, you can see Lewis indicating that back towards Lamb. Almost bowled Lewis in the last over, with one that just nipped back between the gate and then over the top of the stumps. Nicely bowled. Well, I quite like a competition that has an enormous trophy, just because they can.
It's not one you could put on your mantelpiece, though, is it?
No, it's not. But yeah, the bigger the better in many ways, as this is driven by Lewis straight into short extra cover.
I think you'd need a reinforced shelf for it in your trophy cabinet.
Well, you would.
I don't think it can sit on just your bog standard glass shelf. It's going straight through.
Well, I used to like it when sort of England went on tour to India or places like that, and the player of the match, it would be sponsored by, I don't know, a motorbike company, and they would win a motorbike, and then you used to get to see them sort of going around the outfield at the end. But it was always, how are they going to get that back? As this one's down the leg side, and Lewis gets bat on this, down towards long leg it goes, round comes Danny Gregory, and they will pick up a single. It's like when you used to get the player of the match award and you got a massive cardboard check.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Used to like those. Those were always fun.
I always wanted one of those.
Yes, there used to be one actually back at the Kia Oval in the home team dressing room.
Did you get to keep it?
Well, this one was for Nick Knight.
Okay.
But he'd obviously not taken it with him when he'd obviously won a player of the match award. As forward goes Lamb. Good length from Monaghan. And there was a bit of a leak in the roof, and it was there for a couple of years, sort of just instead of one of the paddles, just be acting as a
tile, ceiling tile.
Yeah, it was.
That's amazing.
And I always wondered, I've said this before, if you did go in to cash it at the bank, did you have to have like a massive cardboard paying in slip as well?
Like, how did it get through the window?
Yeah, exactly. I think those should be brought back, really.
I wholeheartedly agree.
These days you get a nice medal and something else, don't you? A little trophy to go with it. But the old massive cardboard check used to be spectacular.
I think obviously the CPL's going on at the moment. I'm pretty sure they've got them there.
Oh, have they?
I'm pretty
Excellent.
sure, because Laura Harris took player of the match in her first ever game as a bowler.
Start of the 17th, and the paddle sweep is out. Beautifully played. That's a lovely shot from Lewis. Premeditated and nicely played. And that's away for 4.
It's a good long reach there.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. It really is.
Yeah.
So, and was that a cardboard check?
Yeah, I think so. So Laura Harris, not known for her bowling, has gone in as a bowler. I think she's taken like 3 for 23. First game ever bowling. And I'm pretty sure she was holding a cardboard cut-out check.
This one's punched away out into the offside. Another single Stonehouse out there doing the fielding. Well, in the modern day, as I say, you get all sorts of things if you're player of the match now, don't you?
Yeah.
But as I say, I like the odd 100 trophy, as this is paddled by Lamb. Got something on it. Not a great deal. And Lamb will move on to 28.
Yeah, they're just trying to force that field change there. They want either mid-wicket into 45 or extra cover. It would be mid-wicket. There's 2 kind of points, really.
Forward goes Lewis, just pushes this one away into the offside. It's difficult at the moment to see where the wicket's coming from for Surrey.
Yeah.
They're keeping it pretty tight and they're doing what's needed to be done, but these two looking complete control of everything at the moment, as this is cut away by Lewis. Stonehouse gets round to do the fielding. Just no pressure at the moment, is there, for Messrs Lewis and Lamb?
No, and I feel Surrey probably might just be thinking, oh God, I wish he'd just put us out of our misery and actually just not make us go through the pain.
Down the pitch goes Lamb, swings this leg side, it's got a fair amount of that. It's 1 bounce and away for 4. So not exactly where she intended, but 1 bounce and away for 4. It goes off towards the green seats. There was a young lady there who's having a stroll who almost took the ball with her. So Lamb off the last ball of the over with the boundary, and that was 11 off that over, 17 gone.
This is the kind of wicket that Catherine Bryce would destroy batters on. That real hard, slow pace that just floats and holds and swings.
Well, I suppose it is September, and I suppose we have had some rain around, but it's certainly not your typical Beckenham wicket. So you've had to work hard for runs today, but I think Lamb and Lewis have showed the way to go about it, really. As Monaghan Starting this over. Oh, she's got a wicket because Lewis here had a short ball that she was thinking about pulling, then decided against it but left the bat out there, and it's just brushed the bottom of her bat. And Lewis has gone caught behind. Well, there's the wicket they wanted, but she's pulling out of this and it's just brushed the bottom edge of her bat. And, well, she will feel a little hard done by there, will Lewis, because she was shaping up to pull that through mid-wicket, thought better of it, and as she was trying to pull that bat away, it's just brushed the bottom edge. Surrey won't mind how it came. They needed the wicket. Lewis goes for 39. In the 18th, it's 74 for 1.
Yeah, number one rule, if you're pulling out of a pull shot, drop your hands immediately, because it could either pick up a little glove on the way through or feather the tail of the bat.
And that's exactly what happened there. But as I say, Surrey won't mind at all. They needed that wicket. It breaks the opening partnership. Sarah Smale is out there in the middle. 200 runs exactly in the competition this season for her. And Monaghan there, well, that for Monaghan is now her 16th wicket in the comp, and batted very, very nicely as well with a 127. Kalia Moore today, though, the standout innings for Surrey with 67. So Smale getting ready for her first delivery. They could pick another one up now quickly, Surrey. Now again, that's just held. And looking to turn that leg side, and it's potted away into the offside. It's good this from Monaghan.
Yeah, that's a really nice start. Not a ball that you want to face first up when you're coming to the crease, and you've seen other batters struggling with that length delivery. That was a hard length. I was almost just trying to just stop the ball cascading anywhere around that front pad or through to the stumps.
Smale on this occasion an outside edge. It will get her off the mark. Down towards third. Pick up a single. So off the mark is Smale. Lamb comes back onto strike on 32. You could see how disappointed Lewis was there, though. Played very nicely and looked as if she was just going to up the gears a touch.
Yeah.
Then, as you say, if you don't drop your hands, you tend to leave the bat hanging and just brush the bottom of her bat.
Yeah, she'd pulled her head out of the shot but forgot to drop her hands.
Nicely played by Lamb, nicely bowled by Monaghan. Very solid looking defensive shot. Well, that's like if you duck a bumper and leave your bat up like the periscope.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just hit the back of the bat and fly off for 4, or sometimes you can just hit the back of the bat and fly to the keeper. 2 balls to go of this, the 18th over here at Beckenham. Good looking shot from Lamb. Hasn't tried to hit this hard, it's just lent on it. That's a lovely shot from Lamb, and she must be feeling okay now to be playing shots like that. But everything right about that, wasn't it? Weight going into the shot, lovely roll of the wrists, and through the gap it goes. One of the shots of the day, that.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. That just leans on top of it, lets the hands just glide through the line of the ball.
It's one of those, isn't it, that you don't really even feel it on the bat, do you? Just sort of off it goes, and you can almost just stand there and admire it as it goes over the rope. As this one's turned leg side, that's a proper call of no. I think it was no, it might have been weight actually from Lamb. It was something that kept Smale exactly where she was, but successful over for Monaghan. That wicket of Lewis. 18 gone now. And the target, as you can see at the bottom of your screens here on the Surrey live stream, 226. It's a lovely, lovely ground, Beckenham. As you can see there, all the space beyond that boundary rope on the far side as well. I tell you what, you can see there's somebody sat by the fencing. Now they are a long way away from the action, aren't they, to sit there and watch?
Maybe they're trying to stay out of the line of sight. They're hiding.
Well, they must be.
Not very well, but
they're miles away. Different postcode over there, aren't they? So Kalia Moore into the attack for the first time. She's had a good day already. Change of bowler powered by SSE Solutions for you. Moore with her off breaks is in over the wicket, and that's cut by Smale. Now towards the sweeper Stonehouse on the cover boundary rope. Yeah, there was a good conversation about when do you applaud, because it's a long walk towards the pavilion, isn't it?
yeah.
You almost need to get a taxi.
Yeah, it is a long.
Forward. Oh no, horrible bit of running. This is wrong end. Throw's gone to Lamb's end, and Smale was really struggling to make her ground. We have seen some strange old running between the wickets today.
Yes, no, wait, sorry.
Yep, horrible running between the wickets there. Moore's in. Oh, good shot again from Lamb. Use of the feet and then driven away through the covers for 4. Super cricket shot that. And Lamb's on to 40. But just watch the feet here. Lovely.
Yeah, you can see what Moore's trying to do there. She is a genuine turner of the ball, so she's just trying to find that turn and bounce, but just over pitches ever so slightly and falls into Lamb's arc. She drives beautifully, beating that fielder at extra cover and picking up 4.
Leaning forward again is Lamb in her stance, and now that's nicely bowled by Moore. Wasn't quite to the pitch. I think just held that one back a touch. Very nicely bowled by Kalia Moore. It's a powerful looking stance from Lamb. Pushes this one out into the offside. Up comes Alice Davison-Richards. It's the same at Sophia Gardens as well. The dressing rooms are miles away from the middle, as this one's cut away by Lamb, and Stonehouse will get round to do the field, and they'll get back for 2. It's good running, very good running from Lamb and Smale. But yes, you see there the teams, they sort of have people by the boundary rope that are sort of running drinks on and everything, because if you came down from the dressing room, no word of a lie, I think it would take you 4 or 5 minutes to actually get out to the middle. As I say, you almost need to book a taxi to get there. Thank you, Kirsty. Cameron's coming in. Yeah. But yeah, it's a long old walk to the middle. But you were right, young Mr. Cameron, when you were talking about when do you applaud, because sort of if someone does well, there's sort of some of the Lancashire players down there on a bench, and then you can applaud them, but then you sort of get double applause when you get back to the pavilion, because we are a long way away here. Monaghan is in, and that's turned by Smale down into the leg side.
Well, I think it could be very rewarding if you do well, because you could get 2 or 3 rounds of applause. You get that of your teammates who are perched up by the boundary, then you get another 40 yards of walking to do, then you get the people around about the clubhouse. You've also got this kind of row of fans sat in between the 2 distances. All the more reason to score runs.
Absolutely. Yeah, when games were sort of, when they turned everything around at Sophia Gardens, put the new pavilion in. Oh dear, now Smale, top edge hook, and she's going to get away with this. Oh no, and Danny Gregory, it's spun as it hit the turf, and it's gone away from her, and it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. It's a good short ball from Monaghan. Top edge, and watch this spin. Oh, and bounce. Horrible for the fielder, that.
Well, often you see fielders get done by the spin if the ball's been swept. But on that occasion, it was literally the bounce, the spin of the ball, launched the ball off the surface and over Danny Gregory's head. I'm not actually quite sure what Gregory could
No,
have
she
done
couldn't
there.
have done anything about that at all. It just bounced. Throws at the outfield still rock hard, even with all the rain we've had, as Smale drives, and it's good fielding. And that'll just be a single. Smale on to 7. Lamb comes back on stroke on 42. But yes, because they turned everything around. It was one of those at Safaga, a bit like at Old Trafford when they turned the square around. But I remember when sort of first going there and players were coming down from the dressing room. It's like, we're never going to get to the end of today. It's taking forever. This is driven away by Lamb. Lovely shot again. Little shimmy down the pitch and just picked it up on the full and then placed it to perfection. Lamb on to 46. We think that she either had a migraine or a headache and had painkillers brought out to her and one of those energy gels. I think she now is beginning to feel better because she's sort of unfurled 3 gorgeous drives through the offside in the last couple of overs. We know she's in great nick in this comp. Forward she goes. Solid looking defensive shot. Played out into the offside.
Well, I was going to say she's arguably been the player of the season, but I don't think there's any argument about it. If you look at the top run scorers list, in second place is Holly Armitage with 498. And Emma Lamb's out by herself with 731. And that's before today.
Yep. She's had a wonderful summer with the bat. Played some lovely shots so far this afternoon as well. Just uses her feet a touch here and then just pushes this one from Monaghan out into the offside. So that's the 20 over mark done and dusted. So 30 to go. And that target, as you can see, 226. And they're now ahead of where they need to be in terms of run rates at the moment. And yep, that wicket at Davis was required, but still you don't feel that Lancashire are under too much pressure at the moment, do you?
They're cruising along, and crucially for them, we've reached 20 overs. So if we do get any rain, we have a match in the bag, as it were.
Yeah, we do. And Kalia Moore to continue. I'd have thought Gabby Lewis is still sitting there thinking, how did I get anything on that? Moore is in. That does turn a touch. Nicely played by Smale out into the leg side with a roll of the wrists. No, the reason I was talking about the distance is we saw when we get the side-on shot from the camera up here on our balcony, there is a gentleman who is sat miles away on the far side of the ground down by the fencing. How much of this he can actually see from that distance, I'm not sure. As forward goes Lamb.
That's a remarkable perching spot, and also that you've managed to see him.
Yeah,
it took me a fair while to...
Of all the places to sit, he is a long way away from the action. Maybe he's watching it on the live stream with his laptop whilst here, as there'll be a single here. If you are, I hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Lamb moves on to 47.
That's such a shot of control. Moore just dropping the ball on the length, and that Lamb's back in her crease so quickly and rotating the strike.
That's a bit short. Smale backs away and cuts firmly. Stonehouse doing the sweeping out there. Lamb coming back on to strike on 47. A few people dotted around in the green seats here as well at Beckenham. As this one's down the leg side, and Chatley doesn't take that cleanly, and wide will be the signal. Moore does give it a rip though.
I always think of her as almost a leg spinning off spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. She gives it a proper rip. In she comes again. That one's cut away by Lamb. Probably heard the cry of yes there as Stonehouse quickly round again. Can't be too long until Danny Gregory is into the attack here, you would have thought. So that's the 100 up with that single. Another 126 required by Lancashire. So this is driven by Smale firmly, and Davis and Richards doing the fielding in there. So 21 overs gone. That's a good place to sit though, on that camera angle, up there on the little bank with your deck chairs, and have a watch.
Just a tiny bit of elevation makes all the difference.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh, you've got your wish.
Excellent.
Wish, Churchy.
Here is Danny Gregory. So Danny Gregory coming into the attack from the Beckenham end of the ground, and having a chat with her captain Bryony Smith about what field she wants set here. I do like Danny Gregory. I've always liked Danny Gregory as a leg spinner, attacking leg spinner, and again gives it a genuine rep, and has got a pretty good googly as well. She'll be bowling here to Lamb, starting the 22nd over. Oh, that's a bit short. First one's a bit of a drag down. That's, oh no, pulled away, and Stonehouse has just slipped, and it's gone underneath her and over the boundary rope, and a gentleman there, as you can see, has leapt off his chair to go and retrieve the ball. But yeah, it is a loosener, and just slipped here. Did Stonehouse. Over the rope it goes for 4. Oh dear, could I say here, Lamb into 52, so another 50 for Emma Lamb. But the gentleman there, his friend, really didn't make much of an effort to get anything on that. 52 off 60. And this one just politely played, I think it's fair to say, by Lamb there. But wow, approaching 800 runs in the competition now.
Well, she's passed 50 in 8 of her 11 innings this season.
Yeah, that's consistent, isn't it? Playing very nicely again here today. And then backs away, just punches this one away through the covers. Moore out there does the fielding. Remember, it was a game, it was sort of the London derby between, what's it called, the City Cup between Surrey and Middlesex, and Danny Gregory bowled one of the best leg breaks I've seen. As, oh dear, this is dragged down again. Smale pulling away out towards deep backward square, because it pitched outside the leg stump and hit the top of the off. It was a gorgeous bit of bowling, it really was. And that was quite early on in her career. Lamb just waits on the back foot. Heard the cry of wait there from Emma Lamb. So 8 out of 11 innings she's gone past 50. That's greedy, isn't it, from Emma Lamb? Short again, pulled by Lamb into the leg side, had to really fetch it. Oh dear, and there's a misfield out there again. So we've had a couple of those in this over, and Stonehouse has to come round and do the tidying up, and Lamb will get back for a couple. 108 for one now. 22 overs gone.
Well, it's a frustrating start for Gregory, because a couple of drag downs, 3 in total, but you're kind of hoping and assuming that you've got the protection out there for a reason. That's your lot as a leg spinner. You are going to bowl some bad deliveries, and you're also always expected to kind of perform the miracle.
Oh, you are, aren't you?
You're the person who makes things happen.
I always think as well, you know, there's a lot, batting's tough, bowling's tough, but leg spin, if it goes wrong, it's sort of in cricket,
It's
the
horrifying.
thing that looks awful, isn't it, if it goes wrong. So anybody who bowls leg spin I really admire, because it's a tough art form. So Alexa Stonehouse back into the attack, and left arm over she comes, and well, there'll be a single here with a little misfield at backward point, and Smale will move on to 11. All a bit untidy, that, from a Surrey perspective.
Well, the untidiness continued as well, because Danny Gregory then came in off the rope to field the misfield, And her throw didn't reach Kira Chatley, who then wasn't able to gather it cleanly. So it's scruffy stuff from Surrey at the moment.
Lamb drives again. Good looking shot. Just a single again out there to the sweeper on that cover boundary rope. But yeah, I think with leg spin, you can have days where it doesn't come out the hand quite right, or cold old day, that can make life quite difficult. Pushed off the back foot once more by Smale.
You also have to be incredibly mentally resilient, because the bad days are terrible often. You can drop short a few times, chucking a few full tosses, and your figures aren't very pretty. I remember many years ago when I was a teenager, I tried my hand at leg spin. And I'll have you know, two 6-wicket hauls later, I thought I was onto something. But
as you get worked out as this one's pushed by Smale way through the covers, they'll get a single.
Well, I remember playing a match at a ground called Fish Ponds, which is in Tooting, and there's a cemetery that's on the other side of the fence, and this very large man kept walloping me over the fence, and one of them went into the graveyard, and he came up to me and went, "I call that one the graveyard shot, young man."
Oh dear. He should know better than that. As forward goes Lamb, playing this one away into the offside, and there's no run.
It was terrifying, Mark.
Yes, I'm sure it was. But he should know better than that.
I think he was having a very pleasant time, ruining a small child's day.
And career, bowling leg spin.
Well, this is what I mean. I got whacked a couple of times, and I was mentally shot.
Yeah, you could have been out there for England at the moment. As driven again by Lamb. Fielding's really good from Davison Richards, because that was struck firmly. That beats Davison Richards. That's going to probably beat the sweeper as well. So really good work there from Alice Davison Richards. So yes, we can see the gentleman I'm talking about now on the live stream after 23 overs. On the far side of the ground, he's sat all on his own. He looks like he's on his laptop by the fence. But as I say, well, the players will look tiny to him from there. When he is absolutely miles away.
It's a wonderful postcard there. Someone should screenshot that for him, so he can hang it up and go, "Where am I in this?"
Yeah.
Because he is allowed. Is he aware he is allowed to be closer?
Yeah, we might not be. Maybe that's where he always sits when he comes to watch at Beckenham. Yes, we're superstitious folk in cricket. I suppose he gets out the ground a bit quicker. So it's going to be Danny Gregory to bowl our 24th over, and that's hitting the pad of Lamb as she's just looking to work that one into the leg side. Gregory just drying her hands up as she walks back to the top of her mark. As I say, Lamb's got this aggressive stance where she leans forward going at the bowler, just cuts this one away. And they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. So the 1 wicket to go. That of Gabby Lewis off the bowling of Kalia Moore. 113 more required. That's short. That's cut by Smale. It's got a bit of cover out there with the sweeper Capsey. There's Danny Gregory. Just knocking it around so far in this over. Couple of runs off it thus far. Gregory very deliberate in her approach to the crease. Just played off the back foot by Lamb, and then indicating back to Smale that there was a little bit of bounce there for Danny Gregory. It's quite quiet out there in the middle as well now for Surrey. This is cut by Lamb. Just let it turn and then just cuts it away. Capsey's round again to do the fielding. Looking very comfy. at the moment at Lancashire. Just a reminder of when this game started, Lancashire in second spot, 5 points behind Hampshire, and Surrey in fourth spot. And they were 9 points behind Hampshire and 4 points behind Lancashire, as this one is pulled by Smale. Now I wonder if that is a chance in there at short mid-wicket. It was a dive from Monaghan away to her left. I wonder if that may have been a chance. It's the end of the over, so another one has ticked by, and 24 overs gone. One more over from me, and then Georgie Heath will be joining yourself.
Well, if you've only got one more over, I want to share with you something that a friend of mine's just sent. He said, I've been very, very deep in a play cricket hole. He's discovered this scorecard. One more to point, this player profile.
Alexa Stonehouse. Oh, short ball looking to pull was mad. Didn't bounce as much as she expected, and that's gone over the top of her off stump.
And back in 2007, a man by the name of Grant Napier got an unbeaten 100 and a 10-for in the same game.
Well, you've certainly enjoyed your... Don't mind paying your match fee then, do you? As driven away by Smale. Quick singles taken up to Bryony Smith at mid-off, and they'll pick up a single.
And the scorecard in itself is remarkable because the opener gets 98. Our mate Grant's at number 4 gets 114 not out. The next highest score's 22. There's 4 ducks. And Hornchurch, a big club in Essex, finished on 258 for 8 declared. And their opponent, Shenfield, are 116 all out in reply. Grant Napier, 17 overs, 10 for 42.
That is a great day out. As here is a short ball for Stonehouse, and what a catch that is. A backward point by Franklin. Oh, that is fantastic, and it's exactly what they needed, sorry, because it's Lamb who's gone. It was banged in, she was trying to help it down towards third, and Franklin has hung in the air and come up with a fantastic catch, and Lamb's innings comes to an end on 59, but yeah, waited for it. Watch this, in the air, great catch,
well,
and ended up taking it with one hand. And that is exactly what Surrey needed, Cam.
Well, they've been sloppy in the field, and now they've been magic. That is wonderful from Phoebe Franklin, who's having such a special season. For moments like this, she produces moments of magic regularly now. You'll see the reaction of Alexa Stonehouse. That's a smile of joy and a touch of surprise.
Yes,
and why
it
not?
is. No, it's a great catch. Way to her left, and one of those where she was trying to go two-handed, and it's actually just ended up in her left hand. And the other thing she's done really well here, if you watch it again, how often do you see this? And you hit the ground and that ball, the elbow, the ball comes out, but she's hung on to it, and that's a great catch.
I think if this keeps on rolling on, Kira Chatley comes
at
and
that.
falls on her mate.
Yeah.
It's an atypical celebration, but with moments of joy provoke moments of strangeness.
They do, yes. Just sort of fell over, really, Kira Chatley there. But yeah, they needed that, and they'll take a drinks break now with that wicket. So Stonehouse now has 1 for 16, but yeah, that'll be worth seeing time and time again. See Surrey in a huddle there, having a bit of a natter about everything. Lovely innings from Lamb though, but gone for 59 now. Emma Lamb, so big wicket that for Surrey, and they've still got an opportunity, but they need something like a couple of quick ones here, don't they? Just to sort of give them the hope that they could pull something off this afternoon.
Well, it's cliche, but on kind of such moments, games change.
They do, and empires are built.
And there'll just be a feeling within the Surrey group now that anything is possible. We have our chance. It's Emma Lamb who's gone as well. It's such a big wicket, let alone a spectacular catch.
Yeah, and there's something about a catch like that as well, isn't there, in these situations? It just gives everybody a real lift. I was saying it was quiet out there, and then all of a sudden a catch like that, and you feel you're back in the game from a Surrey perspective.
For Lancashire, number 31.
So Fee Morris is out there in the middle. 153 runs in the competition this summer for Fee Morris. So another 109 required. So in terms of overs and runs, it's, you know, they're still very much in charge here, Lancashire, but that catch from Franklin would have lifted Surrey, and as I say, you'll see that catch time and time again. First ball then for Morris, and she's just pushing this down to backward point, and there is no run. You can tell she didn't time that terribly well, Fee Morris, her first ball, because she's wringing her hand because there'd have been a bit of vibration up the bat handle there. Kira Chatley's really full of it now. Saw that celebration, then she was sort of skipping around after that delivery behind the stumps. Beats the edge, nicely bowled, and well, Morris playing that as if it bounced a touch more than she was expecting. Yep, there you go, indicating that to Smale.
Well, run chasers do funny things to people, and the fact that Surrey have got that wicket while the required runs is still above 100, there's still just another little bit of a mental barrier for Lancashire to get past.
Pulling off the front foot. Cool. Tell you what, that's a heck of a shot from Morris, especially as the ball before she thought bounced a touch on it, and then she's just stayed on that front foot and pulled this one away through mid-wicket for 4. End of the over, so the wicket of Emma Lamb in that over for Alexa Stonehouse. Brilliant catch from Franklin. We're at halfway, and a few words from Cameron Still, and then he will be joined. Cameron Still.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm very happy with that misidentification.
Yes, no. There are 2 great Camerons on commentary, and I'm delighted to say one of them's staying here at the moment. I'm not sure what the other one is doing today. And in a moment you will be joined by Georgie Heath.
Well, a change of bowling here for Surrey as well. Alice Davidson-Richards is going to come into the attack. So Danny Gregory's spell was short-lived. Just the 2 overs, I believe. I'll have to go and check. That might have even only been 1. But with a new batter at the crease. Bryony Smith will be sensing an opportunity. Can you get a bit of a squeeze on? Can you just ramp the tension up for Lancashire ever so slightly and produce something special?
Well, Cameron Steele. I couldn't think of anyone more exciting. I couldn't think of a good name for myself to come on as commentary. So we'll just have to stick with the cricket. Alice Davidson-Richards in. And just waits on this one. There's Smale. It takes it on the up. Not the tallest of batters, so a lot of things are sort of quite high for Seren Smale.
I was telling Mark Church about a scorecard that I'd just been sent from a friend. A mysterious man.
Is this what we do with our lives? We
Genuinely,
scorecard.
I'm delighted he did send it to me. A man called Grant Napier, 2007.
Already you got a fantastic name. As Davidson-Richards is in again. Full toss. Helped around the corner to Danny Gregory. And just 1 in the end. Got away with 1 there, Alice Davidson-Richards.
And he's a mysterious man who played just 8 matches for Hornchurch in 2007. We've got a working theory that he was an overseas player.
Okay.
And his last ever game for the club, he scored an unbeaten century and took a 10-for.
Did anyone else just turn up, or did he have to do everything? Did you get everyone else's match fees for that one? Nicely played respectfully by Smale. And again, no runs. Score remains 123 for 2.
And I just genuinely think, I don't think I've ever seen that before, because that is the perfect cricket match.
Yeah.
You score 100 runs, you are not dismissed, and then you take every single wicket.
The only thing funnier would be if your team lost. Shorter this time from Davidson-Richards and walloped by Smale. Absolutely dispatched. Sat up there to hit. Baseball shot.
Well, Davidson-Richards is going to be frustrated here because Surrey made a change in pursuit of control. They went away from the leg spinner Danny Gregory, sensing an opportunity just to squeeze that run rate. Let me see a dog having a wander around Beckenham.
Alert that went off on our phones. I think it should be an alert every time we see a dog. Short again. And this time just backward of point, not quite onto it early enough, Smale. Also, every time you say make a change, I just think of the Michael Jackson song. Gonna make a change.
That's
and that's
beautiful,
all I
Georgie.
can think. So 127 for 2, still going along ahead of that run rate. Lancashire. Fuller this time from Davidson. Richards went 2 short, and then this one Fuller. So finishes with a dot, 6 coming from her first over. And well ahead on the Wiggly Worm at the moment, and far less wickets falling, and that was really Surrey's downfall, wasn't it? The early wickets that fell just put the wobbles on and then built some partnerships. But by that point the damage had sort of looked like it had been done.
You can see that Worm just sneaking ahead. I wouldn't even say sneaking, really. Surging ahead.
Surging, it's a surging worm. Which sounds like some kind of children's game. You know, hungry hippos, surging worms. Well, Alexa Stonehouse back into the attack again. 1 for 20 so far. Full this time, and nicely pushed to point by Fee Morris. Still quite a few in here this afternoon. Sunday afternoon. Kids are all back to school at the moment now, so back on to school tomorrow morning, is it? Yeah, everyone must be back by now.
I guess so. What is it? Sunday the 7th. Yep, last week would have been the first week
What
of school.
day is it? Fuller this time. And nicely driven by Smale, and that's going to beat the field. There are going to be 4 more. Just starting to push through the gears here, Lancashire. We've slowed down a bit by those couple of wickets, and now moving on.
Well, I think Surrey will be really frustrated here, because there's been a flurry of boundaries after that spectacular catch. That was meant to be the turning point. No, where Surrey got a foot in this game and could force something to happen. Instead, Lancashire have poured cold water on it.
Yeah, nicely played by Smale, and good running as well. Because now already 6 from this over, and they're well ahead of that required run rate. It's one of those things you don't. When the chase is sort of this size, you know, it's not a huge chase. It's not your 170s, your small chase. It's sort of that middle ground, but you don't want to have to take it really deep. You want to get it done. That's gone aerial this time, straight down the throat of mid-on. Well, that is just what they needed. Alexa Stonehouse has her second. A pretty soft dismissal in the end from Fee Morris. Just chipped it up in the air and didn't even have to move.
Well, just as Lancashire had been getting a hurry on, the door opens once again. Morris had indicated a couple of times previously where the ball had misbehaved off the surface in a way she wasn't expecting. This time I think she's just chipped a length delivery to mid-on. Schofield with a very simple catch. She gestures that he was wobbling around a bit. It was tough. It was a tough catch. It was a tough catch. But Surrey, well, making me eat my own words, because just when you thought Lancashire were in cruise control again, well, another wicket falls.
And that'll bring Ellie Threlkeld out to the middle. She comes to join Seren Smale, who's going along nicely, 25 from 24. And it's only 3 wickets down at the moment, but we did see that they had a little bit of a collapse in their previous game. Lancashire had to be rescued down the order. Kate Cross, a 50 from her, so they do bat pretty well. But at the same time, you don't want to have to rely on that lower order. You want to get it done up the top. 93 more to win. Threlkeld just doing a bit of gardening out there in the middle. Yeah, Alexa Stonehouse, she's earned these wickets. She was great up the top, wasn't she? Really economical against the openers. Now just having a discussion with her captain and Paige Schofield at mid-on and mid-off. She's in now to the new batter, Threlkeld. Shorter, welcome to the crease, Ellie Threlkeld. For the bouncer.
Umpire indicates 1 for the over. And Seren Smale indicating quite dramatically at the non-strikers and kind of a tennis ball bouncy effect.
Fuller this time, played respectfully by Threlkeld. So an eventful over that one. 6 runs and a wicket coming from it. 27 gone, 133 for 3, Lancashire.
Well, I'll be interested to see if Davidson Richards goes again here. Yep, she's handing her cap over to the umpire. Quick chat with Kira Chatley. They're really going to be desperate for another tight over. Got plenty of time, Lancashire, but overs feel different in the back end of a run chase. Run rate required 4, but you sneak a few overs and only go for a couple here and then. Then it's 4.5, then a wicket falls, and it goes up to 5s. We're plotting a route to victory here.
And what comes after 5?
I think it's 6.
Well, here comes Davidson Richards. 6 off her first over. Good length. And can't get it past the fielder at backward point. I love watching Alice Davidson Richards play because her face has subtitles. It just tells you everything.
That's a lovely phrase.
Thanks.
Have you used that one before?
Not on commentary.
Yeah.
She's in now. Fuller again. Well, misfield. I thought I was about to say well fielded, and this could well be 4. It's a great tumbling stop by Alice Capsey. That's how I refer to myself often. I'll keep my mouth shut and then I roll my eyes, and it's just completely pointless. I might as well have said it. But that is Alice Davidson Richards, the most expressive cricketer, one of the most expressive cricketers going around. She's in now, right arm over the wicket. And again, played respectfully by Smale. Ellie Threlkeld at the other end, keen to try and get down to the striker's end, just watching on for now, the captain. And it's quite windy out there. You can even see Kira Chatley's ponytail behind the stumps flapping around. You can hear it on the microphone. Yeah, nicely played. Just manages to get her fingertips to stop that one, Phoebe Franklin. So 1 more to the total. Just 3 off this over so far. A little discussion between Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson Richards. Just pushing square leg backward of square. Kalia Moore there. Nicely played. Really good effort as well at backward point, just to get a hand to it. It's Alexa Stonehouse there. Great effort. Left-handed as well, so it's good for her, sticking out the left hand.
Smell's going along well here. Runnable 28. It's exactly the type of innings you're after in a run chase of around 220, 230. Just keeping the momentum going.
Again, just picks up 1 more, and that's all she needs to be doing at the moment, because that makes it 5 from the over. And still well ahead on the Wiggly Worms there, the red worm of Lancashire. On 38 for 3.
There is that surging worm again. The surging red worm of Lancashire. They always go by that name.
No, always, yeah, it's catchy as well.
There's a little bit of a tactical discussion taking place here. Absolutely no idea who's going to bowl. We see a cap coming off. Is that Stonehouse still?
No, Stonehouse has got a long ponytail today, I think.
I know who that is. It's
Yes,
Tilly Courtine
it is.
Coleman.
We've gone for Tilly Courtine Coleman with the left sleeve, the bun.
I don't really know what the sleeve does.
Honestly, we were talking about the sleeves earlier, and I don't know whether it's. I sometimes think if you have it on somewhere that's really dry, you know, it sort of stops the grazing.
Yeah, I get that, but I think it must be a compression thing. The idea of giving the arm some support, or maybe she's got an elbow issue. There we go.
That sounds like an issue, not an ish me.
Mm.
She is in now. And just can't get this past point. Smale. Nice innings this so far from the youngster. Obviously, she is a keeper as well, but Ellie Threlkeld, she captains this side and she is the keeper. Nicely played off the back foot this time. It should just be one out to Kalia Moore. Nice to have a surplus of keepers, I was thinking, aside. And then when you see them in the field, and there's always the surprise of actually how good they are in the field, and you think, well, they've got so much more time.
I always find it weird. It's like when Ben Folkes has been fielding for the men's side, you can
That's
actually
weird.
see his hands.
He has, yeah. Just finds the outside edge this time. Ellie Threlkeld sets off at a sprint, thinking about coming back for a second, and wisely decides against taking on the arm of Danny Gregory. It was in the Women's Big Bash last year. Alyssa Healy she had a bit of an injury. She was out in the field instead of behind the stumps. Just not quite timed off the back foot from Seren Smale. So that was very strange to watch, because you always see Alyssa Healy behind the stumps. And it was Sarah Bryce who was taking the gloves. Again, full from Courtine Coleman. Can't get this through the inner ring. Sun's coming back out, Cam. I think. Sort of.
I think you're correct.
There's first for everything. Just threaded through the gap here. Two fielders in pursuit. Great chase this by Danny Gregory. And she does well to cut it off.
It's a lovely shot by Smell, forcing herself into getting some room and slicing it behind point for a couple of runs. So Courtine Coleman has a pretty sedate return to the bowling crease. We're just seeing the match summary here. Surrey's 225. They still have a chance here, but it never really seemed enough. Kalia Moore and Alexa Stonehouse, the two standout batters by some distance. Moore with a career list A best of 67. Stonehouse narrowly missing out on a second half century in 50 over format. And then Emma Lamb, well, she can't stop scoring runs this year, so 59. To be honest, if you offered Surrey getting Emma Lamb for 59 at the start of the day, they'd probably said yes.
Yeah. You know who's had a very good day though, Alexa Stonehouse. 48 runs and 2 wickets as well. So now we're going to the leg spin of Danny Gregory. Nicely weighted by Threlkeld, and the misfield means that they'll, well, pick up 4. I'm not really sure how that's got so much acceleration on it to then go for 4. And it's the last thing Surrey need.
That's so frustrating for Gregory again. That's the third misfield off her bowling. We've spoken about that angle where it's so quick down in that part of the ground. It's so small, more to the point. After it beats the ring, the angle of the rope means no one really has a chance to intercept it.
Fuller again this time from Gregory. I think so. You've got a total like 225 on the board. You just can't be affording to leak runs in wides, in misfields, and then that one somehow managed to accelerate enough to go for 4. Again, just rocks off the back foot, an easy single. It's all they need to be doing. It's not lighting up the world, but it's doing the job.
It is doing the job.
I think maybe that sort of sums up my life. Not lighting up the world, doing the job. Get the
Georgie.
job. Get the job done.
There we go. That's a glass half full mentality.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Bob the Builder working together, get the job done. Again, nicely turned away by Smale. She's playing a really handy knock here.
What I'm just worried about here with Gregory's bowling is because she's gone for a couple of boundaries which haven't been great deliveries, but she hasn't been backed up in the field. Her figures aren't brilliant at the moment, so she's probably going a bit quicker. Whereas really we need to create some Surrey needs to create some wicket-taking opportunities. She almost wanted to give it a bit more of a chance. That's a better pace. Bit of flight on that delivery from Gregory. Whereas when you feel like you're under the pump a little bit and you just want to make sure you're being accurate, you're going to get a bit flatter and a bit quicker.
Final delivery of this over to come. 6 already from it. And it will be a single to finish the over, and Threlkeld will keep the strike for the beginning of the next 30 overs gone now. Lancashire 150 comes up. No, it doesn't. 149 for 3. Excuse me, I'm ahead of myself. It was that opening partnership, really, wasn't it, that just took a huge chunk out of the chase.
They're just chipping away. Even that third wicket partnership of 16 came at a good rate, so it just kept the momentum going in Lancashire's innings. Well, Tilly Coulteen-Coleman is going to continue.
Lovely looking shot, but again you can only pick out the fielder along the carpet. We're getting to that point in the day, Cam, and actually not sure you want the sun to come out because seeing is quite hard. Fuller again from Coulteen-Coleman.
I've got sunglasses and a cap.
I have
in
a
my
pair of
bag.
sunglasses somewhere. I'm unsure where. Again, just can't get this through the infield, but the misfield. It's another misfield from Alexa Stonehouse. And that brings up the 150 for Lancashire. 150 for 3.
It's been a scruffy fielding display from Surrey.
That's well stopped.
That's better from Davison Richards. She's been great in the covers so far.
Yeah.
Aside from that moment of extraordinary athleticism from Phoebe Franklin, I think Surrey will be best pleased with their efforts.
Again, just a single. Tidy over this from Coulteen-Coleman though, just the 2 runs from it so far. She's been fairly expensive. Yeah, 2 runs from the Coulteen-Coleman over. 31 overs gone. Lancashire 151 for 3. So they require another 75 runs to take victory here in Beckenham. And again, as we see on those wiggly worms, still well ahead.
Well, that was a good length that Coulteen-Coleman finished the over with. Just 2 runs were scored off that over, but where Surrey or Lancashire have been so good is they've been so quick in getting onto the back foot. Sarah Smell taking risk-free runs. The challenge for both Gregory and Coulteen-Coleman is to keep the batters coming forward, keep lots of dismissals in play.
Gregory gone for 19 so far. There's that fuller length again. And again, the misfield. Surrey will not want to be watching these fielding highlights. And there's almost, I think about coming back for a second on that one. It's cleaned up in the end by the captain, Bryony Smith. But there shouldn't have been one there.
Well, Danny Gregory's going to be beside herself at the moment. You've got 9 fielders in the theory out there, and they're not backing up their bowler at the moment.
Again, an easy single out to deep cover. Yeah, you'd be annoyed if you're Danny Gregory, actually. It's not done any good for her figures. 21 she's gone for so far. That's that really full length. She just has a look at Smale.
Well, long on is out on the boundary, so if she wants to go straight, she has to go over mid-off. The option is there.
Again, nicely played. Really nicely played. Should be 4. And it will be in the end. The dive of Alice Capsey completely in vain, and actually she almost helped it over the boundary in the end.
I'm almost surprised we haven't seen Capsey bowl herself.
I was just going to say the same, because we've used a lot of bowlers. We've used 7 bowlers, Surrey. but not yet seen Alice Capsey, and quite often she has that sort of golden arm.
Well, it is a remarkable team where I think all 10 players do and can bowl. Bryony Smith's more than competent, chucking some offies down. Paige Schofields, wobbly seamers haven't come out this year, but she's bowled regularly in the past.
So 7 off this over already. Yeah, you do wonder when Capsey might be given an opportunity. Flighted again from Gregory. Nicely driven up to long on. Again, one more to the total. So 8 from the over. Successful one again for Lancashire. 32 gone, 159 for 3. I also think with someone like Capsey, you know, we've seen a lot of the England players aren't playing at the moment in the Metro Bank 50 over, but she is. And she's going to be going out to India where they're going to need her to bowl. So why is she not bowling at domestic level?
Well, I'm a bit confused why a lot of the England players aren't playing
I'm
either.
I'm also confused why the England players aren't playing too, but
you're correct in that if there was that kind of order from on high at the start of the year from Charlotte Edwards about how much gravitas was going to be given to domestic cricket, and if you perform there, that's your way into the team. And Emma Lamb is kind of the one real winner out of that. She bowled she's bowled well, but she batted exceptionally well and through a weight of runs forced her way back into the international setup. It just feels a bit off, stinks a bit where you have this whole emphasis placed on the domestic game, and then we have this month of less day cricket.
that's really well stopped. Is that put down? Was that an opportunity there for Phoebe Franklin? And again, the chance of the run out perhaps all going on in the middle. Just a thumbs up there from Ellie Threlkeld.
Well, I think that was a catching opportunity. It would have been a sharp catch down to her left-hand side. So that goes down. Then Tilly Courtine-Coleman has a chance of throwing down the stumps at the non-strikers. And she wasn't far away either.
Sweeps this round the corner. It's gone fine enough. That's going to be 4 more. Just putting their foot on the accelerator here now, Lancashire taking on Courtine-Coleman.
Oh, this is in danger of just running away from Surrey if it hasn't already. Because they're cruising here at the moment, Lancashire.
Yeah, great bit of fielding. Really well stopped. It's again Alice Davis and Richards in that cover region.
Oh, goodness me, I know it's not the match here, but in the England men's ODI against South Africa, South Africa are 8 for 4.
Well, there you go. Because I actually just had a message from my family on a WhatsApp chat. It said cricket wonderful, and I just assumed they were listening to me, but no. Has a reach for this one as Smale, and it's an easy single again out to deep cover. Kalia Moore with the throw. So an expensive over in the end, 8 coming from it. 33 gone, 167 for 3. Seren Smale, 42 from 43, a really handy knock. And well ahead of that required run rate at the moment.
Phoebe Franklin's going to come into the bowling attack. And Surrey are kind of forced to do this. They have to keep chopping and changing, trying to find some sort of combination that will make the difference. But I do wonder. In short, I think it's a shame that the England players aren't playing.
Yes, I agree. Because if there's, what I'm thinking is the reverse nature of, if the emphasis is on the domestic in the county to get into the England side, why is it then once you're in you don't have to do it anymore? Shorter this time from Franklin and well kept down by Smale.
Yeah. It's I agree with you. The kind of emphasis at the start of the year doesn't quite hold true as much if it's then peters away.
Not quite timed this by Seren Smale, but she'll move on to 43, 1 more to her total. Goes out to Capsey. Still yet to see her with the ball today. 58 still needed by Lancashire to win here at Beckenham.
It's also kind of the crunch time. We now have these matches where there is tension and drama involved in all of them, of qualifying for the semi-finals. Then you have 2 experiences of knockout cricket. And in theory, the idea is that with all the England players in the mix and playing for their counties, you're basically creating the highest standard of cricket that would exist in any domestic format in the world, really.
On the talk of domestic and making an England side and not making an England side, so Durham made 224 for 9 in their 50. In response, I'll come to it after this delivery. It'll just be one more to the total here. In response, Hampshire are 144 without loss.
That'll help.
Rihanna Southby unbeaten on 56, and Maya Boucher obviously missed out on an England spot. She's unbeaten on 76 from 67.
But those runs should count more if the other players are available, because if someone's not playing, they haven't had a chance to fail, so you haven't had a chance to kind of like re-overtake them.
Yeah. Full toss, kept down by Threlkeld, sort of slipped out of the hand of Phoebe Franklin. Other games going on. So the Blaze, they made 252 for 6 in a shortened 33 overs. Somerset Women 5 for none in response. And Warwickshire versus Essex, it's 32 overs. Essex made 235 for 7 and Warwickshire 21 without loss. Turned around the corner this time by Threlkeld, and this should just be the single. So it brings the 34th over to a close. 171 for 3, another 55 still needed by Lancashire to win, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. And the other one going on is in the Tier 2, Middlesex taking on Yorkshire. So Middlesex were 194 all out. Yorkshire currently 122 for 4. Stair Callis unbeaten on 29 at the moment. Maddie Ward dismissed for 37. Obviously those are the 2 sides that have sort of been around and about up the top of that League 2. Middlesex obviously winning the Blast against Yorkshire, who will move up to Tier 1 next year. We're going back to a bit more pace here. So Alice Monaghan from the City End. She's gone for 1 for 22 from her 5 so far. They need a wicket. I know it's stating the obvious, but they've got to slow this down somehow. It's not necessarily firecracker cricket, but they've got to break this partnership. Nicely played off the back foot by Threlkeld.
Just 55 runs left for Surrey to play with. Lancashire have been great value for their position in this game. They bowled it very well. They've batted with a kind of a proactive calmness.
I like that.
Thank you.
Turned away nicely by Threlkeld. A little fuller this time from Monaghan. Yeah, 54 needed from 94 with 7 wickets in hand. You would feel the favour was well weighted to Lancashire. Nicely rocked off the back foot again from Smale. Just another single. It's all they need to be doing. They don't need to try and do anything too flashy at this point. Just chewing through the runs needed. Monaghan there just having a discussion with the umpire. Not sure what about. Again, Fuller, really nice looking shot from Threlkeld, but straight along the carpet up to Bryony Smith. You know what I'd love sometimes is to have the microphone on the umpire. You know, like in rugby, you can hear what the umpire's saying, the referee's saying, and they do boss the rugby players around a lot. Say, you go here, you do this, you shouldn't be doing that. I'd love to hear what the umpire has to say to bowlers and everyone when they're changing caps and all that kind of thing. Full again, and just straying down that leg side. One more to the total, one less for Lancashire to score.
I do always enjoy in rugby where I'm not a massive rugby fan, to be honest. But when the referee tells them to stop doing something that's not allowed. Can you advise them to stop? I thought you're...
Has a waft at this one. Yeah, imagine trying that in football. Please stop doing that. And then there's an
Stop
argument.
holding onto his shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop crying. It didn't hurt that much. So one more to come from this over from Alice Monaghan. 52 needed by Lancashire. The sun is well and truly out again here. Glorious Sunday evening. Get the Barbie on. And it'll be a dot to finish the over.
What a smart piece of fielding on this occasion from Stonehouse. Met with cheers from her teammates, which were supportive cheers, but I think I'd be a bit upset if my teammates... Basically, she's had a few misfields and her teammates were like, well done, mate.
Oh, it's the worst thing, that. I think, Cam, with that, I'm going to push you out sideways.
I'm
and
done.
Kirsty is going to replace you. Thank you for your inputs this morning and this afternoon. You can go and enjoy the sunshine. As Kirsty slides into the seat next to me, Lancashire well on top here.
Yeah, they are. And they've got the sunshine to wheel them along as well. They've batted really well. Just intelligently. They've not forced anything. It's not been a spectacle of a game, has it? But they've just done what they've needed to do. There was no scoreboard pressure, so they've just ticked along nicely. Probably would have been exactly what they spoke about in the dressing room when they went for lunch.
And again, just one more to the total there for Smale. She's just edging towards that half century. She's looked very comfortable out in the middle.
Yeah, that's come in no time, really, hasn't it? She's probably the only batter that struck at almost just under one a ball today. It's been difficult conditions to bat in with this deck.
Beautiful looking stroke there from Threlkeld. One of those that, you know, Instagram versus reality. You get the glorious looking picture of the shot and actually it's gone straight to the fielder.
Yeah. Nothing more frustrating when you absolutely nail one straight out of the middle. It looks absolutely divine and it's a shot for none.
Fuller again this time from Franklin. One more to the total. Oh, it really is getting warm out here. And now it's just 50 runs needed by Lancashire.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to need any sunglasses. Think I'm going to have to go back on that. It's coming right underneath the balcony for us. Straight in the eyes. Hard to see the monitor.
Again, nice looking stroke from Smale. Can't get it back past Franklin. So 50 needed to win. Smale on 46 from 49. A really nice knock from the young batter. She just has a feel for this one. Well taken behind the stumps. And actually in the end wide signalled, so one less needed to score.
Yeah, we can't be giving away freebies here. Every run counts. I think as soon as Lancs get past that 200 mark, they're pretty much home and dry. That's what they'll be thinking.
Pushed into the covers and he'll scamper through for a single hit. Direct hit, and she was gone. Umpire had perfect view. And good running in the end. Sarah Smale, not the tallest of batters, so had to take a few more steps.
A few more steps and an extra reach.
Here comes Franklin, final delivery. And just rocks off the back foot again, going to have to be quick and scamper through. This is good running And actually, just putting the pressure on the fielders, even though they don't desperately need to be running these singles, they're just asserting their dominance here, Lancashire. 36 overs gone, 179 for 3.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's not necessarily about the fact they don't need to take these runs. This is preparing them for the games that they've got to come as well. So if they can execute these things and get things right and iron out some creases moving into the final stages of this competition, they're going to put themselves in a really good position here. So it's a really good attitude from Lancs.
So Emma Lamb top scoring so far, 59 from 72, but Seren Smale still out there unbeaten on 47 from 50. 2 wickets for Alexa Stonehouse. She's had a great day. 48 runs, 2 wickets in what's looking to be a difficult cause this at the moment for Surrey. Just 47 runs now needed. Plenty of deliveries and plenty of wickets still in hand, and 2 well-set batters out in the middle. The experienced captain Ellie Threlkeld, 21 from 30, and the youngster Seren Smale at the other end, 47 from 50. So turning back to Kalia Moore, she went for 12 from her 2 overs so far. She was great with the bat today as well, didn't she? Real rescue mission.
Yeah, you always know what you're going to get from Kalia Moore. She never leaves anything out there.
So now it's a great start. Full, just gets Threlkeld rocking off the back foot.
Sorry, just need to keep targeting the stumps here.
Again, Fuller. And doing exactly what you're saying. Almost a collision there. Alice Davis and Richards come flying in. Takes this one on. Oh, what a grab! Wowzers! Bryony Smith sticks out a right hand. It's like she's got super glue in it. And that was sensational.
Yeah, I think that might have hurt. Sometimes they just stick. And if there was a moment that Surrey needed it, it was this. Just sticks her hand out, takes it from behind. The power of the ball has almost disjointed Bryony Smith's shoulder, but she's held on. And I just was thinking, before this delivery, a couple of wickets could make it a bit interesting here.
Oh, she's tried to play that so cool, and then camera's still on her just as it hurts, but that was absolutely epic as a catch goes. A little bit of inspiration from the captain. Sometimes it's what you need, just that little something. Just as much disbelief as the rest of us.
Yeah, fantastic. Seen some absolute speckies today.
You know what it makes me think of? You know when you used to play with those Velcro things when you were young and you threw the tennis ball and it just stuck? That's what Bryony Smith has done.
Yeah, I think she probably needs to plonk herself at fine leg for a minute so that she can regain a bit of feeling in that hand.
Or maybe don't want to feel it, because that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I think Phoebe Franklin might have been thinking, I might get the moment of the day today with my diving catch, and Bryony Smith just said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
I've got this.
I would trust her to hold my beer with hands like that as well.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? I don't think she'd have spilt it either.
No. And with that, Elsa Lister comes out to the middle with those red boots on. The Scotland international just has a push at this one, and it's given out next to me again.
I was just
you would be a terrible umpire. Just give it all out.
I think you've just got to ask the question. I just went up with the team.
Again, can't get this through the infield, and there's the misfield, but doesn't cause any problems. So looking almost at a wicket maiden here, Kalia Moore. This is exactly what Surrey needed to try and wrench something back in their favour. It's not over till it's over, and there's still 47 runs to score. So there will be a single off the final ball. So Ailsa Lister off the mark. A single and a wicket from that over. 180 for 4 after 37 overs. Lancashire.
Yeah, she's pinched the strike from Seren Smale there, so Surrey won't be too disappointed that they've picked up the single. I don't have many singles to play with, but yeah, I think if Surrey can pick up 1 or 2 wickets, could be interesting. Kate Cross off the back of a 50 the other day, so she's feeling good, I'm sure. But there's nothing like a wicket just to shake the boat and throw a few nerves in the air, particularly if they can pick up Seren Smale.
Alice Monaghan bowled 6 overs so far, 1 wicket for 25. So 46 runs still needed by Lancashire in the late summer sunshine, evening sunshine on a Sunday. Perfect evening for a barbecue. It's well bowled. Really well bowled by Alice Monaghan. Has that just inspired a little something in the Surrey side, that catch?
I think so. I think it takes one moment sometimes, doesn't it? That little bit of belief starts to creep in. If they can start stealing more dots and the runs required versus ball remaining starts to even up a little bit, that's when the pressure can force mistakes from the batting side.
Here comes Monaghan again. And Elsa Lister just not reading this one, trying to turn it away. A very muted appeal, but getting the big clap from Kalia Moore in front of us. They'll be thinking, you know, this typical village would one brings two.
Oh yeah.
How they would like to get rid of Seren Smale. She's just hanging out at the non-strikers end at the moment.
Yeah, keep her up there. That's what Surrey will be thinking. Let's just keep her up there. See if we can grind a few dots out of Lister.
Again, just driven straight up to mid-on. And again, that's Alice Davidson-Richards signalling something, I don't know. She could become a mime artist, I think,
Yeah.
in another life.
Yeah, I don't think she'd be good at poker. I think I've said that before. She gives everything away.
And she basketball throws it to Alice Monaghan. It's just turned away off the pads by Lister. She adds one more to her tally, one more to the total. Brings Smale back on strike, eyeing up that half century. 47 from 50, so it's been a healthy enough strike rate as well. She didn't need to go anything more.
No, she hasn't, but she's done the simple things well. She's not overcomplicated it. She's played with soft hands. She's just accumulated. Hasn't been overly aggressive.
Very loud aeroplane flies overhead. Just drop and run this from Seren Smale, and that's good cricket. She moves on to 48. It's just easy when that single is there, and it's all you need. But tidy over still from Monaghan. Sorry, be thinking, you know, 20 more runs and we could have really been in this. Lovely looking stroke from Lister and well fielded by a diving Alice Davidson-Richards, who takes a dramatic roll on the floor again. Alice Davidson-Richards doing dramatic things. Who knew?
Who knew?
And that brings the over to a close. So 38 overs gone. Lancashire 183 for 4. 43 runs still needed to win. I'm going to step on out and to see you through to close, Mark Church.
Yeah, so the worm there just slightly ahead of where Surrey were. Obviously wickets in the hatch is always useful. One standout performance at the moment, or two actually, sorry, from Emma Lamb and Seren Smale.
Yeah, Smale's played beautifully so far. It's been a funny old fielding performance this by Surrey, because there's been misfields and then two absolutely stunning catches in between all of that. There's more. It's pulled by Lister out towards deep mid-wicket. Capsey does the fielding. Lister's on to 4. Smale comes on to strike on 48, because that catch from Bryony Smith absolutely nailed at her. I'm not sure she really wanted to stick two hands up there because it was travelling. Made it look so casual as Smale drives down the ground. Nicely bowled by Kalia Moore.
Yeah, I think Bryony Smith will actually be really grateful and thankful that it went full palm of the hand, because if that's a fingertip or a thumb, she's in trouble.
Goes wider of the crease this time. That's nicely bowled because Smales leant back to cut that, bounced on it. Nicely taken as well by Chatley. Very nicely bowled by Kalia Moore.
Yeah, and if Surrey can just keep grinding out 3 or 4 dots per over and restrict them to singles, and when you get into those final 5 overs, it's going to be interesting.
Turned into the leg side by Smale. Just be a single here as Caps is round to do the fielding. Another 30-40 runs. It would have been interesting, wouldn't it?
Also that, yeah.
From a Surrey perspective. Because really, it's more Lancashire making an absolute Horlicks of this in the last 11 or so overs. Lister just stands up and works it leg side. And pick up another single.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as Surrey demonstrated, it wasn't easy batting, and it was definitely not easy for Kalia Moore when she went out there, but it did get easier as the innings went on. And it's just a case of just grinding it out, being patient.
Well, you can see the way that Lancashire are going about this as well, in that they're quite happy to do this in singles, as this is clipped away firmly by Smale. This will be her 50. Schofield got across to that, but well, there are bodies all over the place because Alice Davison-Richards dived for that, and Schofield got round and slid but missed it with the hand, and it hit the knee. And oh bother, she said, as it went over the boundary rope. But Smale, it's been a mighty fine 50. That 53 or 55 deliveries, a boundary off the last ball of the over. 11 to go, and just the 36 required now by Lancashire.
Yeah, wickets desperately needed by Surrey. They can't really afford to take it deep. It has to be wickets, and they have to be now.
Well, it's going to be Monaghan to continue. Lister on strike on 5. Kalia Moore's had a very good game, 67 with the bat. It's bowled very tidily. Monaghan over the wicket to Lister, clipped firmly into the leg side. Emma Lamb continues her wonderful form with 59. It took a brilliant catch from Franklin at backward point. Lewis had gone for 39. P. Morris for 6. And then Threlkeld, that catch from Bryony Smith, going for 21. The wickets to go for Lancashire so far. Looking to cut. Here's Lister. Probably got away with that touch, I think. Monaghan. Taken low down by Kira Chatley to her right hand side.
Yeah, and I think the difference with the wickets that have fallen today as well, they've been real, almost freak wickets, haven't they? So Gabby Lewis's wicket falling wasn't a forced mistake. She's just not dropped her hands and feathered one behind. Emma Lamb's catch was an unbelievable catch, and as was Bryony Smith's.
Nicely clipped away by Lister, out towards the backward square. Off the top of my head, nobody's been bowled today, have they?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Paige Schofield was
Oh,
bowled.
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Only the one.
I think where Surrey got themselves out. Quite a different story here for Lancashire. They've almost been unlucky to lose their wickets.
They have, and I think what Lancashire is saying to themselves here, oop, that one hasn't quite gone according to plan, and that will be a wide signalled. Is it doesn't really matter how long it takes us now to get these 34 more runs. The most important thing is to get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely won't be thinking about bonus points, and to be honest, I don't think they would have maybe even come out thinking about bonus points. Just seeing the way that the wicket actually played, you're going to put too much pressure on yourself to make mistakes there. So they've gone about this in a clinical fashion.
They have. This is driven off a thickish edge, but it's going to run away for 4, is it? Yes, it is. And well, Courtine Coleman Getting something on that with the dive, but away for 4 it goes. A little bit of width on that. Through the hands for it, and Courtine Coleman got round there. Couldn't lay a hand on the ball, so away for 4 more. And Smales moved on to 57. Lovely evening now here in Beckenham. Blue sky, sun's out. Kirsty's found her sunglasses as this one's cut away down towards backward point. And there's no run. I've gone this whole summer without sunglasses, and then I treated myself to a very, very expensive pair of sunglasses. Came to the grand total of, oh, those are my normal glasses. I think £11.50. Yeah.
Careful.
Yeah.
I'll have to take out a mortgage.
Well, I'll lose them, that's the thing. I'll sit on them, that's what I normally do. That's nicely played by Smale, but straight to the fielder at backward point. Stonehouse is there to do the fielding. End of the over. So 10 to go, just 30 required. There's the tail of the game so far for you. Surrey all out for 225. See Kalia Moore there with 67 from 78. Potts with 3 for 31, and then Lamb 59, Smale 57, not out, Lewis 39. Stonehouse bowled nicely with the 2 for 26, but just 3 and over required from here for Lancashire.
Yeah, and in ordinary circumstances, your bowlers would look at their figures and probably be quite happy, but actually when you haven't got the runs on the board to back it...
Yeah, just short of runs.
Yeah.
I think Surrey will look back at that and say to themselves, they actually did pretty well to get up to 225.
Yeah.
That was down to Stonehouse, really, who played very well for those 48 runs. Moore is in. Lister just pushes this one quietly back up the pitch to her. Yeah, Stonehouse played really nicely for those 48, and as I said earlier, I think as her career goes on, she'll go up that batting order. Pushed away into the leg side by Lister, because if she could get herself up to sort of 7 in the batting order, and with the way she bowls as well, that would be a very handy all-round cricketer. Driving straight back down the pitch is Lister, and Kalia Moore got something on that.
Yeah, she could almost pull a Sam Curran, couldn't she, if she can really work on that batting.
Yeah.
Be a real threat. One of your first names on the team sheet.
This is slog swept by Lister. Get a single out there to Franklin. Well, every time I see her bat, especially when she gets a bit of time, got good technique, solid defence, and especially through the offside, driving, tall as well. During that tie game, she made, that was her previous highest score, wasn't it, in the competition? Single here, but yeah, made 32 not out in the tie game here against the Blaze, but really guided Surrey to what would have been a fantastic win. And today she came out and made 48 with plenty of time to bat. And played extremely well, as this is tucked away down towards long on. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total, so just 27 now needed. And it's handy to have, isn't it? Someone who could bat in around 7 or even 8, and then bowl you some left arm as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the more she gets the opportunity, the more she grows in confidence, and the better it benefits the team as well. And that's the thing with this Surrey lineup, is they bat so deep that actually you don't necessarily get the time at the crease that you need to really grow in confidence and make those contributions when they count.
So it's going to be Alice Davison Richards into the attack now with 9 overs to go. I don't think we'll be needing all 9. Well, it's sort of a need at Alice Davison Richards. Some spectacular here. with a hat trick or something, as Lister's turning this one into the leg side. Little misfield and fumble, but just be a single, and that's the 200 up. If anybody was going to do something along those lines, you wouldn't put it past Alice Davison-Richards to sort of take a hat trick in this over, but Surrey needs something like that now.
Yeah, she has been the more expensive of the bowlers today. Her first over obviously went for 11.
Smale drives, that's a nice looking shot. Just a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Been a very controlled innings this from Smale. Came into this game with 200 runs in the competition, but she's just ticked along very nicely, gone at virtually a run a ball. There's a full toss on leg stump. I think it was an attempted slower ball from Alice Davison-Richards. Oh dear, but didn't come out quite right, and Lister just waited for it and then just helped it away for 4. And the gentleman, he's leapt off his chair there, and oh no, he's done the old long barrier, but the knee's gone.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, we've all been there. 21 more required by Lancashire. Davison-Richards is in, and that one goes back of a length this time, and it's just helped away into the offside by Lister. Tumbling stop away to her left there by Stonehouse.
I'm not sure on Bryony's decision to bring ADR into the attack here. I think you're limited now with runs to play with. You're having to search for wickets, and you need to bowl your best bowlers that have given you the most success.
Well, the other thing here is we're not going to get to the back end of this.
Exactly.
As that's banged in, and oh dear, another misfield. There's been a lot of that today from Surrey. Kalia Moore on this occasion, and that's away for 4. And Smale is on to 63. Banged in. Smale pulling that away, and Kalia Moore, he's just got that wrong. And away to the boundary rope it goes for 4.
So I just think, who's got overs left, and who've been my bowlers that have really pinned the batters down. How deep can I take the game?
Nice looking defensive shot from Smale. You can see the frustration there from Alice Davison-Richards. Just hurls the ball away in disgust and takes her cap. So 8 to go, but just 16 required now by Lancashire. And Surrey not out of it as yet, but this is going to do their chances some damage. As for Lancashire, nice for them. Big win this. Away from home. Couple of games to go. Stonehouse is into the attack now, having a natter with her captain, Bryony Smith. The other problem with me in sunglasses is I tend to put my normal glasses on top of my head as well, because I lose those the whole time. And then in a panic moment when I need to read something, I tend to flick the sunglasses on, which doesn't really help. I need one of those. I don't know if I'm old enough yet. I know I'm old, but when you put it on a sort of chain round your neck, your reading glasses.
I think it's a strong look.
Stonehouse, left arm over the wicket, and toe end of the bat, looking to go over mid-off. Get away with that, will Lister, and get a couple of runs as back goes Bryony Smith to do the retrieval work. Elsewhere, briefly, Hampshire Women going along very nicely, but it's raining. 144 without loss.
Yeah, they've still not come back out then. So.
Nope. Well, they need another over there because it's 19 overs.
Oh, is it 20?
Yeah.
They need to put. Oh
yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. That would be annoying. As this is driven by Lister up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Somerset are 22 for 4. The Blaze making 252 for 6. Essex Women 235 for 7. Warwickshire Women in the 12th are 64 for 3 in Tier 2 in League 2. Yorkshire Women have beaten Middlesex Women. Stonehouse is in. Oh, now this is leading edge. That's looped in the air. Oh, and Chatley can't quite get there. And in a way, that sums up Surrey's day. That was up there for a very, very long time. And Lister gets a single. And just 13 more required. But yes, Yorkshire Women have beaten Middlesex Women by 6 wickets now. So those are the other scores from around the country today. Just waiting for Stonehouse and Smale. Smale drives. It's a good looking shot. Davison Richards doing the fielding in there at short extra. Next up for Surrey's on Wednesday. That's here against Essex Women. Lancashire at Sale play Warwickshire Women. Hampshire Women are at home to, oh dear, the Somerset Women as the wind's got up there. Blown everything off the table. Oh, now Smale has gone for the big shot over mid-wicket. Gets an edge. No slip obviously at the moment, and will get a single. Trying to haul that over the leg side.
Yeah, she's
Smale
thrown the kitchen sink at that one, hasn't she?
certainly has, with the ball obviously going across her from the left armour. Almost down to just single figures required now by Lancashire. Lister lets this one just swing back into her and then tucks it into the leg side. Fielding is excellent there from Monaghan. Diving away to her right. So the end of the over from Stonehouse. 7 to go, but just the 11 runs needed by Lancashire. Lister and Smale get together for a chat about all of this. Smale now going at exactly a runner ball as well.
The deliriums struck up in the commentary section.
Yes, well, things are blowing off the table. Georgie Heath was, I don't know what happened there.
She's climbing into a table.
Climbing into a table. Oh, yes.
She's like a periscope herself.
Well,
yeah.
there are these sort of 4-panelled tables, so Georgie's got to that point of the day where she's put her head through the...
Human whack-a-mole.
Yes, indeed. So, Phoebe Franklin into the attack with 11 required by Lancashire. And Lister is pushing this one away off the back foot.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing. I do think Phoebe Franklin probably should have just bowled the last over from this end.
None for 36 today in her 8th over, Phoebe Franklin, as you can see there at the bottom right of your screen. Chatley up to the stumps. Nice line, nice length. Lister wants to drive that. You could see Lister thinking, yeah, and then all of a sudden deciding against it. Smale, as I say, very clever innings this. Just ticked along nicely at a runner ball. Get to drive that one, Lister. We'll get just a single out there to Capsey. He's been busy out there as Capsey, sweeping out on the cover point boundary rope. Haven't seen her with the ball today.
No, frustrated with the bat as well. That run out, breakdown in communication between her and Alice Davison Richards.
There's been a bit of that on both sides today.
Yeah.
A single here. That's what Smale's done so well. One more to her. So we are now down to single figures. 9 more required by Lancashire. Lister will again just push this one away out towards Capsey. Capsey doing the fielding. They'll get back for 2. It's good running, really good running, because Smale absolutely hammered the first and then came back on the second. So it's really good running from Lister and Smale. Bryony Smith's just wandered over to have a word with Phoebe Franklin. Lister will nudge this one into the leg side, won't get a run. See, I think when you look back at this, I thought Lancashire bowled very well. I thought they worked, as you did, the pitch out very quickly with the ball in hand.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a 2-2-5 all-out affair. So Surrey were probably 40 runs short to make it really competitive, I would say. Because you had another 40 on to this. Now, Lancashire may have gone about it differently, I don't know, but 47 off 6, pretty good finish that. But as it is, just the 7 runs needed now, and I think Lancashire have just gone about it in a very professional, business-like manner to knock these runs off.
Yeah, and I do think the pitch has got marginally better as the day's gone on. However, Lancs were, I think, they'd scored less than 50. I think they were scoring at maybe 4 and over inside the power play. So it's not got that much easier.
Stonehouse goes past the edge. Slower one there, nicely bowled. And yeah, Smale just indicating what that's done. Yeah, very nicely bowled by Stonehouse. I think what you would say is Lancashire worked the pitch out quicker than Surrey did today in terms of bat and ball, as this is driven by Smale up towards Bryony Smith, and they'll get a single.
Yeah, that, and I think they've just done the simple things well. They've not overcomplicated anything. It was see ball, hit ball, and run.
Yeah.
Nothing too fancy.
Their out cricket was good as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But bar that drop catch from Lister, but their out cricket was excellent as well today. Lister just playing this one away into the offside. So yeah, well deserved this from Lancashire, the better team today. But Surrey get an opportunity on Wednesday to put this to bed against Essex. Could all go down to that last game at Durham for Surrey, as this one's just chipped one bounce to Franklin off the bat of Lister. But Stonehouse has had an excellent game. Into her final over, 2 for 32. Add to that the 48 with the bat. Proper all-round game of cricket, that. Over the wicket she goes again. Now Lister's looked to go down the ground. She might have 3. That's gone a long way up and it's dropped. Going back over the shoulder, and Schofield puts down the chance. And it's a life for Lister. Was trying to finish it in one shot here. Done all the hard work, just didn't hang on to it. Schofield.
Yeah, not an easy catch. That
No.
wind is so strong. Initially she's come in too far, and I think this caught the wind and carried on going, and it's out of her eye line.
4 needed. Driven again by Lister, and straight to Bryony Smith. And Lister does go. And Bryony Smith takes a low catch. So Lister does go. Low down. And
Buckets.
yep, taken by Bryony Smith, who kicks the ball away in frustration as much as anything at this point of the game. But Lister there, after being dropped by Schofield. Very next ball is caught by Smith, and that was Stonehouse's last delivery. So 10 overs, 3 for 34 for Stonehouse today, plus the 48 with the bat. And Kirsty, there isn't much more that Alexa Stonehouse could have done today, really.
No, there wasn't. She's been spectacular. The bat in hand and the ball in hand. She's done the job that the team needed her to do.
Very good in the field as well,
Yeah.
Alexa Stonehouse.
Throwing herself all over the place.
So Danny Collins is out there, but there would be something appropriate with Smale playing a gorgeous cover drive for a boundary to take Lancashire to their victory. It'll be Phoebe Franklin from the Beckenham end of the ground.
Couple of quick wickets, Churchy.
Well, a hat trick. And that's what that's sort of the thing you would need if you were Surrey here, isn't it? But I'm not sure it's going to happen.
never know.
Well, you never know. Cricket's a funny old thing.
It's
Every time you think you've seen everything, then something happens that you've never seen before.
Yeah. It's a simple game if you're spectating.
Very easy from up here, isn't it?
Yep.
As this is clipped firmly into the leg side by Smale.
Surrey refusing to go down without a fight, even if it is just 4 to win. Making Lancs work for each of those. Cover has come up actually from the boundary.
Short and wide, cut by Smale, and will just be a single. Schofield doing the fielding. Smale doing well there to avoid that throw. So Collins comes on to strike for the first time. It's our first sighting today of a left-hander.
Yep.
So first time we've had a left-hander out there. Very fashionable these days, left-handers.
They are. The lesser spotted left-hander.
Yes, indeed. Come around the wicket, Franklin. To Collins. And, well, Collins has got a top edge on this and is very well caught down there on the long leg boundary rope. Well, we had a left-hander, but it didn't last long. First ball.
I was going to ask you who's your favourite.
Yeah, well.
Not Collins.
It's a very good catch, isn't it? A lot of ground to make up. And the tumble as well. Well, as you said, Tilly Coulting-Coleman with a very good catch there. There's the first of them.
Yep.
So
Who is your favourite left-hander?
ever?
Or on the circuit at the moment?
Very good question, actually. Now, could I have a little think about
You
that
can have a
for
think.
a second? Because
Yeah.
there are some very good ones out there. Do you know how I used to, just sort of going back to yesteryear, I used to enjoy watching Lydia Greenway bat.
Oh, yeah.
Because the thing with Lydia was, she worked things out very quickly, didn't she? And she was very, very good at finishing games of cricket, which was what we were talking about earlier, actually.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
of
that's a
yesteryear,
really
it would have
great.
been Lydia, I think.
Yeah. My current favourite
Mhm.
left-hander on the circuit is Phoebe Litchfield.
Yeah, very good player.
Unbelievable talent.
Yeah. Something about left-handers as well, isn't there? I don't know what it is, but here's Kate Cross trying to finish the game, and she will, because that's gone up but over the top of mid-off, and Kate Cross, her second ball, has driven Franklin over the top of Bryony Smith and away for 4, and it means that Lancashire have beaten Surrey by 4 wickets. Smale finishes 67 not out. That's a very good innings from Smale, and Lancashire have been good value for that today, and they have got to their victory target, and Smale will finish 67 not out off 70 deliveries. Kate Cross with that boundary off her second ball. Alexa Stonehouse 3 for 34. Very fine all-round performance from her. Kalia Moore as well, of course, as you can see there, the match summary. Kalia Moore 67, Stonehouse 48. It's taking 3 for 31. And then Lancashire, Smale 67 not out, Lamb 59. Stonehouse with those 3 wickets. And Kirsty White, your sort of summary on what we've seen today?
Yeah, I think partnerships have been so pivotal. You know, Surrey wouldn't have got to where they were without that important role that Kalia Moore played in steadying the ship with Phoebe Franklin and Alexa Stonehouse. And I think Lancashire have gone about that run chase in the exact way that they should have. They've taken their time. They've not worried about scoring at or above the run rate, and in doing so built some solid partnerships and just set the innings up really nicely.
Yes, they did indeed, and it is a good win that for Lancashire. Started today in second spot with 31 points, so they're keeping the pressure on Hampshire. Lancashire next up for them Wednesday, the Warwickshire Women at Sale, and for Surrey Women They welcome the Essex Women here to Beckenham. Hampshire Women taking on Somerset Women at Southampton on Wednesday. Kirsty, thank you for your company as always. It's been an absolute joy. Thank you to Cameron and thank you to Georgie as well. So the news this evening, and thank you for your company here on the Surrey live stream, is the Lancashire Women have beaten the Surrey Women by 4 wickets from Beckenham tonight. We wish you all a very good evening.